emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, "Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya." Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3. Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif, tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru, teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem, dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia, banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality, dan yang paling aku suka ini dia rapture atau penambah adaptive penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini season hunter buat para jungler tank, jungler damage. Ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama, karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat, karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga tenacity. Tenacity juga jadi pasif, dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga master assassin. Siapa penggemar assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya, sehingga wah ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus festival of blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp, bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together, karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna winter truncheon atau mungkin conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus weapon master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman, karena weapon master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah, terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya, talent-talent utamanya ada impure rage, ada quantum charge, terus juga ada conclusive blast, terus ada killing spree. Dan killing spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus lethal ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada dua hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari situ teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran. Dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian nggak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya. Dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri. Kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minthithar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Udah pasti kayak musuh kaget, kayak tiba-tiba kelempar HP-nya gara-gara kaget, kalian flickerin sambil ngilang, gila. Halo guys, gua Samuate dan selamat datang di Project Next. Hari ini guys, gua mau ngasih tahu kalian guys soal update PES emblem terbaru guys. Update-nya itu gampang banget guys buat dipelajarin ya guys ya. Dan yang coach gua bilang guys, coach Adi ya kan, ini tuh gampang dan sesimpel itu guys. Oke guys, untuk yang pertama nih, sekarang langsung aja kita coba ya kan. Buat ini sekarang hero yang mau gue pakai itu adalah Kaja guys ya. Buat kombinasinya guys, ini yang pakai agility guys, nambahin 5% extra movement speed guys. Terus yang kedua gue bakal pakai pull yourself together ya guys ya. Dan yang terakhir guys ya, focusing mark guys. Jadi oke guys, ini udah gue setup. Langsung aja guys ya, kita cobain ya guys ya. Oke, let's go. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja nih guys ya. Kita ada one nih guys di mid nih guys ya. Cooldownnya konsil kan 80 detik guys, karena kita pakai emblem position together jadi cuma 68 detik guys. Kalian bayangin guys, kita bisa langsung flicker, langsung ulti guys. Nah, gila. Kurang OP apa guys? Dan kalian lihat guys, tadi kan ada mark tuh guys ya di badan one tuh, lihat loh. Itu focusing mark guys, efek focusing mark. Jadi ketika kalian ada efek itu guys di musuhnya guys, nah itu bakal nambah 6% damage guys. Jadi damage yang dikeluarin sama tim kalian tuh bakal lebih sakit lagi guys. Nah gitu guys, untuk kombinasi pertama kalian lihat kan guys seberapa bagusnya kalian jadi inisiator dengan movement speed dan juga cooldown reduction yang luar biasa. Sekarang kita bakal lanjut ke kombinasi talent yang kedua guys. Nah ini tuh lebih ke arah untuk yang ngebers ngegeng yang suka main di ambu sendirian tuh gak sih guys. Nah di sini tuh ada yang namanya guys ya emblem nih guys. Yang pertama itu ada Trill guys. Dia nambahin itu 16 adaptive attack. Dan yang kedua tuh ada Bargain Hunter guys. Roamer kan beli item rom lah ya guys ya. Kalian nggak bakal dapet farming ya kan. Jadi kalian tuh cuma beli dengan harga 95% guys dari harga aslinya guys. Sekarang ada yang ketiga guys ya. Itu ada Lethal Ignition guys. Mungkin nggak jauh beda guys dengan emblem AG yang ngebakar ya guys ya. Kalau misalnya kita biasa sebut ya guys ya. Dan ini soalnya ngasih efek burn juga guys. Sama persis guys. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja masuk ke in-game. Kombinasi emblem ini the best juga guys. Karena posisinya ya guys ya, kalian tahu kan guys, harga Blood Wings itu harganya 3.000 guys. Kalian cuma perlu bayar 2.850 guys. Murah kan? Nih guys, gue bakal kasih lihat efek dari Lethal Ignition ya guys ya. Nah guys, kalian lihat ya guys, ada aura-aura biru yang keluar dari badannya Novaria guys. Nah itu tuh efek burn yang bakal keluar dari emblem ini guys. Jadi itu bakal ngasih kalian tuh damage lebih guys buat nge-kill musuh ketika kalian mengegeng, oke guys. Nah jadi kayak gitulah guys ya, kalau misalnya kalian mau main tipikal yang damage dealer guys. Oke guys, buat yang terakhir nih guys ya, ini kombinasi dari gua buat kalian tuh yang suka main tipikal yang tanky guys. Kombinasinya guys ya, yang pertama dari emblem Vitality guys, dimana kalian tuh bakal nambahin 225 ekstra maksimum HP guys, oke. Yang kedua tuh ada Tenacity guys, ketika darah kalian tuh di bawah 50% ya kan, kalian tuh bakal nambah armor sama magic defense. Bisa juga kalian tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys, dimana ketika kalian nanti ngedeal damage guys, nanti dia bakal ke pop up dan itu tuh bakal ngeluarin kayak efek meledak gitu guys, dan itu bakal ngasih damage ke musuh guys, oke. Nih guys, gue bakal kasih kalian contohnya nih guys ya. Karena tadi gue pertama itu kan pakai Vitality ya guys ya, dan itu nambahin maksimum HP guys, dan gue sekarang tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys. Kenapa gue bilang itu bagus banget guys? Karena Conclusive Blast itu kan dia dari maksimum HP kan 7% ya kan. Jadi nih, ketika posisinya kalian dapat Vitality ya kan, tambahan maksimum HP, jadi damage dari emblemnya juga nambah guys. Nah kalian tuh guys, ada di bawah kakinya Hylos kan, kalian lihat guys, ada efek-efek gitu kan guys, meledak guys. Nah itu guys efeknya guys, jadi ada damage tambahan guys ya. Dan Tenacity itu yang bikin kalian tuh bakal tebel banget guys, oke. Jadi ini the best combination banget buat kalian yang suka main hero-hero tanky guys ya. Nah guys, jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu guys, kalau gua yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu tuh kombinasi agility, pull yourself together, sama focusing mark guys. Nah buat kalian tuh gimana guys? Cukup well kah? langsung terapin ke gameplay kalian guys kalau kalian mau main roamer kayak gue. Oke guys, jadi tunggu apa lagi? Yuk langsung update Project Next dan langsung kalian cobain. Oke guys. Nah tapi guys, buat kalian yang main role selain roamer, tenang aja guys, MLBB sudah merilis video yang ngebahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lainnya. Oke guys. Nah jadi jangan lupa like, share, dan juga komen videonya ya guys ya. Oke, gua Samo HT, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn. Bye.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun Anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game. 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Ayo, dukung tim jagoanmu di turnamen MPL Season 11 dan dapatkan diskon 40% untuk pembelian minuman berikut di Point Coffee. Gunakan kode diskon berikut di aplikasi Indomaret Poinku. Caranya mudah. Pertama, download aplikasi Indomaret Poinku, lalu klik tombol icon kado di kanan atas, masukkan kode dan dapatkan e-kupon diskon. Kemudian, redeem kupon diskon 40% di outlet Point Coffee.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Halo sobat Land of Dawn, gua KB. Di sini gua akan memperkenalkan emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3. Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif, tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia, banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality. Dan yang paling aku suka, ini dia Rapture atau penambah Adaptive Penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya Inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini Firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini Season Hunter. Buat para jungler-jungler tank, jungler-jungler damage, ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama. Karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat. Karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord, kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga tenacity. Tenacity juga jadi pasif. Dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar-penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu, itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah, ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp. Bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah, terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru, kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker-gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada dua hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari sini teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian gak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya. Dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri. Kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minthar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Udah pasti kayak musuh kaget, kayak tiba-tiba kelempar HP-nya gara-gara kaget, kalian flickerin sambil ngilang gitu. Halo guys, gua Samuate dan selamat datang di Project Next. Hari ini guys, gue mau ngasih tahu kalian guys soal update PES emblem terbaru guys. Update-nya itu gampang banget guys buat dipelajarin ya guys ya. Dan yang coach gue bilang guys, coach Adi ya kan, ini tuh gampang dan sesimpel itu guys. Oke guys, untuk yang pertama nih, sekarang langsung aja kita coba ya kan. Buat ini sekarang hero yang mau gue pakai itu adalah Kaja guys ya. Buat kombinasinya guys, ini yang pakai agility guys. Nambahin 5% extra movement speed guys. Terus yang kedua gue bakal pakai pull yourself together ya guys ya. Dan yang terakhir guys ya, focusing mark guys. Jadi oke guys, ini udah gue setup. Langsung aja guys ya, kita cobain ya guys ya. Oke, let's go. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja nih guys ya. Kita ada 1-1 nih guys di mid nih guys ya. Cooldownnya konsiderkan 80 detik guys, karena kita pakai emblem position trigger jadi cuma 68 detik guys. Kalian bayangin guys, kita bisa langsung flicker, langsung ulti guys. Nah, gila. Kurang OP apa guys? Dan kalian lihat guys, tadi kan ada mark tuh guys ya di badan 1-1 tuh, lihat no. Itu focusing mark guys, efek focusing mark. Jadi ketika kalian ada efek itu guys di musuhnya guys, nah itu bakal nambah 6% damage guys. Jadi damage yang dikeluarin sama tim kalian tuh bakal lebih sakit lagi guys. Nah gitu guys, untuk kombinasi pertama kalian lihat kan guys seberapa bagusnya kalian jadi inisiator dengan movement speed dan juga cooldown reduction yang luar biasa. Sekarang kita bakal lanjut ke kombinasi talent yang kedua guys. Nah ini tuh lebih ke arah untuk yang nge-burst ngegeng yang suka main di ambush sendirian tuh gak sih guys. Nah di sini tuh ada yang namanya guys ya emblem nih guys. Yang pertama itu ada Trill guys. Dia nambahin itu 16 adaptive attack. Dan yang kedua tuh ada bargain hunter guys. Roamer kan beli item rom lah ya guys ya. Kalian nggak bakal dapet farming ya kan. Jadi kalian tuh cuma beli dengan harga 95% guys dari harga aslinya guys. Sekarang ada yang ketiga guys ya. Itu ada lethal ignition guys. Mungkin nggak jauh beda guys dengan emblem AG yang ngebakar ya guys ya. Kalau misalnya kita biasa sebut ya guys ya. Dan ini soalnya ngasih efek burn juga guys. Sama persis guys. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja masuk ke in game. Kombinasi emblem ini the best juga guys. Karena posisinya guys ya, kalian tahu kan guys, harga Blood Wings itu harganya 3.000 guys. Kalian cuma perlu bayar 2.850 guys. Murah kan? Nih guys, gue bakal kasih lihat efek dari lethal ignition ya guys ya. Nah guys, kalian lihat ya guys, ada aura-aura biru yang keluar dari badannya Novaria guys. Nah itu tuh efek burn yang bakal keluar dari emblem ini guys. Jadi itu bakal ngasih kalian tuh damage lebih guys buat nge-kill musuh ketika kalian mengejeng. Oke guys. Nah jadi kayak gitulah guys ya kalau misalnya kalian mau main tipikal damage dealer guys. Oke guys, buat yang terakhir nih guys ya, ini kombinasi dari gua buat kalian tuh yang suka main tipikal yang tanky guys. Kombinasinya guys ya, yang pertama dari emblem Vitality guys, dimana kalian tuh bakal nambahin 225 ekstra maksimum HP guys. Oke. Yang kedua tuh ada Tenacity guys, ketika darah kalian tuh di bawah 50% ya kan, kalian tuh bakal nambah armor sama magic defense. Bisa juga kalian tuh pakai
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, jangan
MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Has Alter Ego finally ironed out all their kinks here as they are now going against Bigatron Alpha in the Chaos Derby of MPL ID Season 12. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. On the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside Gani, as well as Arashi. And of course, this day is a special day because unlike any other days, there's going to be 3 matches ahead of us, not 2. And before we begin, we would like to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We have our partner in esports, Blibli, Dunia Games, Grab, Ovo, YouTube. We also have our official broadcast in Maxstream as well as Teferi Sports. Our suppliers Indomart, Mineski, and Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSI. Now, coming into the first match of the day, once again, it's going to be the 3-face mask going head-to-head with a Bigatron Alpha, the Red Robots, in the Chaos Derby. But I have a little feeling that this might be a different Chaos Derby as to what we've probably seen before.
You know why? You want to know why, Rashi?
Why?
Because two members from each team, one member, actually, we got the classic Derby roamers, right? Rex and Vin will jump into the fray in the rosters.
Well, they practically brought their big brothers right here after having a big argument. You know, you keep going back, going for the bigger siblings. It's exactly what both these teams are doing. Rex with the Angela, with the Rafaela, and Vin also with the Lolita. High amounts of win rates, great performance and experience behind both these roamers' belts. Let's take a look at the keys to victory, though, by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for Alter Ego. Force team fights to disrupt Bigatron's game plan and make them just break their formation and their very calculated setup and prioritize objectives over kills, man. Alter Ego, they've been doing so well. They can get an early lead, but sometimes still, towards the end of the game, they still go for all these very fancy kills that doesn't really translate to anything extra when it comes to objectives, when it comes to ending the game. So they have to clean that up for sure. And now for Bigatron Alpha, keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Avoid overextending in big team fights because that's how they get baited into it, right? And have a scaling hero as an alternative for the late game. We saw in the previous match, right? They kept going for the strong early game, they get full control, but in the late game, who are they going to rely on to do the damage? Who are they going to rely on to do the siege, right? To try and break open the base of their opponents. They need something a bit more balanced, and they need the presence of mind to just execute it to perfection.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of questions as to the late game of Bigatron Alpha. Maybe a part of it is drafts, like you mentioned, with the scaling heroes, but also decision-making that has kind of been off when they enter that mid towards that late game. Hopefully, they've ironed out their kinks. We've actually seen these same mistakes happening at SPS as well, and it seems like nothing has changed. However, it was a different set of roster. It was Moreno in the mid lane. So coming into this match, is it going to be Moreno, or is it once again going to be Key in the mid lane like we saw before? But whichever player, we all know what gaming device they're on. It's the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get ready to auto-win when playing games with the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Its epic specifications will allow you guys to flex when you guys are playing together with your friends. Listen to the specs. The fastest processor technology, 4 nanometer Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy, a large RAM of up to 12 gigabytes, and a 5G connectivity that guarantees a lag-free gaming experience. And not only that, you know, Gani, Arashi, I see you guys taking pictures in the dark, and it doesn't look too good, but if you guys pick up this phone, it has the fact that you guys can use the nightography camera, the screen is 120 hertz refresh rate, and it has a super large battery for you guys to push rank up until Mythic. it's a beautiful phone all around.
It's a beautiful phone, and you get cashback promo up to almost 4 million as well.
Whoa.
So that's a bargain deal. So check that out. If you want more information, perhaps visit Samsung.com/ID. Play Epic with Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Man, such a beautiful, beautiful phone. And don't forget to get your hands on that as soon as possible, because you guys are going to need it to be able to witness all the action that is going to be happening in this next match. We can predict a lot of brawls happening, do you not think?
Absolutely, man. Both these roamers have something to prove, and when the roamers are aggressive, when the roamers are active, that is where the fights start happening. And not to mention, who's playing right now? It's the STM, the Chaos Derby, bro. There's gonna be fireworks all around, especially once those objectives start coming up. And you can imagine there's gonna be a lot of dives, so you can expect a lot of burst damage, a lot of crowd control from both these teams, man.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think is the main difference between Vin and Rex?
Must say for Vin, he's always being known for being a bit crafty with his approaches, right? Using the vision, using the bushes to try and get very high value pickoffs. And we saw yesterday, with a Cho in his hands, he's able to just find that backline. Whereas for Rex, all this time he's been very aggressive, but not in the pickoff sense. He's always such a pain in the back for a lot of junglers right now, invading all the way since the beginning. And if you give him that Angela pick that's so prior right now, that is just a recipe for him to just shove your wave in the mid lane and start roaming around.
And the funny thing is, he hasn't even picked that up yet, right?
Yes.
It wasn't Rex Angela, it was Udil Angela. So I'm wondering if there is going to be a change in terms of that draft for Rex in particular, because like we saw yesterday, the Uranus wasn't as effective as we would imagine.
And again, they need to perhaps utilize Nino here, because looking at the rosters, it is still 5. So let's welcome the 3 masks here as they enter the stage. It's Alter Ego Esports.
Alter Ego Esports. So many expectations lie on this team, especially with the star player Rex coming back into the fray. So far, it hasn't been a good run for them, but we'll see if they can make it against the Red Robots.
There you go, it's confirmed. Will it be Vin or Moreno? We have to check earlier, it was Vin though. Let's welcome the Red Robots program to win. It's a Bigatron Alpha.
A team that's been so calculative, so dominant in the early game. We can expect yet another clean execution, but can they deal with the unpredictability of Alter Ego Esports? Bigatron Alpha here to prove the crowd wrong.
Yeah, they're here to prove, and they're bringing their main of 5 with Moreno stepping in. He should be the mid laner, so we don't see Key in this upcoming match. And of course, the brilliance behind both of these teams, Alter Ego and Bigatron Alpha. We have Coach Casius as well as Nafari alongside Aldo and Coach Razeboy.
Oh, shout out to our Marshal Danang as well, making sure that everything goes as planned. But man, can you imagine what are they gonna think of right here? Alter Ego needing to throw chaos into Bigatron, and Bigatron needing to just find something that works all around, right? Early game, mid game, late game. Coach Aldo has a lot to do here.
You know what? I really love that Aldo has decided to pick Moreno into the fray, because remember, in the key objectives, they need to somehow find a good hero that has a good high ground as well. And what Moreno can bring is that Farsa, that Yves, that hero that can really have a high burst and also very, very great siege.
Take a note, ladies and gentlemen, we brought this up yesterday, but with the new emblems, with the weapon mastery, these magic damage mages in the mid lane can definitely serve as a late game source of damage. So keep an eye out for that. Here's a team head-to-head though by Head and Shoulders. Take a look at the stats. It's quite similar, which is either a good thing or a bad thing. Either the game will turn stagnant or there's going to be fireworks all around. And you already know, we've been saying it since the beginning. I think it's going to be the latter, man.
I mean, looking at the average game duration from Bigatron, perhaps it was still from last season, but it was also 18 minutes. So it's safe to say that they're comfortable playing in that late game as well, and this is going to be the topic.
Yeah, Millennial versus the Gen Z. Rex, the oldest player at 27, is going going to be able to face off against Super Ken, such a young player who's only 17 here at MPL ID Season 12, a 10-year difference. So you can say it in two different lights, right? In one light, you can be like, Recht holds experience. That's what he brings to the team. But are his mechanics on par with somebody as young as Super Ken, who's proved to us time and time again that he's a fast runner-up towards Kyrie?
That's the crazy part, right? Fortunately for Recht though, I think with the current meta being so flexible, there are a lot of options for quote-unquote low mechanical heroes that can still have a ton of impact. For instance, we saw yesterday with the Edith, you have two spells that aren't really that difficult to land in a way, but you can see his impact is undeniable in the right hands with the right composition. So I think with the right mindset for the coaches, they can definitely make both Super Ken and Recht shine on the stage in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, it's all gonna come back to the coaches, right? One of the main reasons why I love Aldo, the architect, is the fact that he's not afraid to experiment. And I feel like this is the perfect time to do so. At SPS, we saw the first time Esmeralda being brought up. That was one of the new times that we've seen her in such a long time. And I'm wondering if there's going to be more weird and crazy, and I would say unorthodox picks coming out from this man.
I mean, from Aldo, sure here, right? I mean, they need to do that. They need to exploit that because his opponent here, if you compare Super Ken and Selly Boy has quite limited heroes here, Eterna. So perhaps Aldo should experiment based on that fact. Selly Boy, last time around, sure, he's a very reliable assassin player, but his mechanics here, is Selly Boy out of his prime?
There's a lot of speculations towards that, and it kind of makes me sad because yesterday coming into the match where Alter Ego picked up the Fanny, I was like, I had a lot of doubts about the Fanny. I saw that he was able to perform at SPS, but yesterday, once again, Selly Boy doesn't seem like he's at his prime anymore, right? His Hayabusa skills were kind of off. Even the steel cables coming in from Fanny was off. What's going on here?
Well, we can't really say what's going on in his mind for sure, but I think time, as well as, there's a topic of having a peak performance prime as a pro player. I think a lot of people are saying it's about 2 years, 3 years. Well, a lot of people have been able to break through that belief, that rule, essentially. So we hope for the best for Selly Boy as we go right into the drafting phase. This is where the bulk of the game will be just decided, man.
The chess match begins between the coaches here as Bigatron Alpha on the blue side, Alter Ego with the red. The bans are already piling up here with the Angela, Hilda, and the Uranus. All three of Recht's heroes have been banned out here by Coach Aldo. And from the side of Alter Ego, they have opted for the Fanny and the Valentina takeaway.
Well, looking at the heroes right now, right, very interesting approach from Aldo. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of heroes that can be up for grabs here for Bigatron. Say the Yves, say even they might go for the crazy pick, the Fanny first pick if they really are comfortable. We saw that approach yesterday, not with Bigatron though, but if Aldo wants to somehow gamble his first pick, perhaps that could be the approach. There you go, the Joy first pick. Arlet. Oh, no, it's not going to be the Arlet. Paquito first pick.
Oh, Paquito, man. We saw Sorizo with the, I believe, the Quantum Charge sprint build, right? Being able to chase anyone down, having a lot of sustain without a Uranus to try and mitigate that lane pressure. Alter Ego right now, they need to find something that can match this in the hands of Pi if they want to have Sir Pi with his EXP lane impact. And if they do so, there's still a chance for Bigatron Alpha to just move this Paquito off into the jungle. So let's just see, with the first two picks available, they might just go for a mage, or they might try and go for maybe an assassin early on to try and get something in the hands of Selly Boy.
Now, one of the questions is if they want to pick Arlet or not, right? Because Arlet has been super prio, but win rate 0% so far. So they don't go for that route at all. They actually opt for the Fredrin and the Kadita instead, taking it away from the side of Bigatron. And what does this tell us? What do we think Bigatron might pick up here?
Let's see here, but You mentioned earlier that all is still at 0%. Fun fact, perhaps Fredrin is very low or almost 0% as well.
Yeah.
You mentioned this off camera, right? So again, a different approach, but Fredrin here can be flexed, right? Paquito also can be flexed. So perhaps that is what Alter Ego is trying to do. Bigatron, looking at their composition, they can pick up the Claude here, but no, they opted for Faramis here, for Sustainable and the Claude. Again, Saken, Claude is very meta in this patch because why? The common emblem just gives mana and, well, basically, yeah, he doesn't need to recall, he doesn't need defensive items with that common emblem, especially if he's on that tenacity.
Yeah, and this pick also denies two picks from the side of Alter Ego, Glue and Yves, right? If Alter Ego pick it up, it's going to be risky because they have the counters in the Faramis and the Claude, as we do have a comp here by Udil. When I met Rekt, I felt a new hope for Alter Ego to achieve a success in MPL ID Season 12. Well, Udil, the regular season is still 8 weeks. You still have a lot of time for this to come to fruition. But Arashi, so far, what do you think?
Ooh, with a Harith coming in as well, I feel like a bit of a brawl pick of heavy style from the side of Alter Ego, but so far it's been countered by the presence of a Cult Alter. If they want to try and still go for this against a Blazing Duet, a Cult Alter, and a Paquito that can just spam all these knockout strikes, I feel like they need a bit more crowd control, man. Having a Petrify, Breath of the Ocean combo on Kadira, and maybe a taunt from Sunny Boy, that's great. It's not nearly enough to lock down the members of Bigatron Alpha, especially later on once Super Ken reveals his pick as well. It's probably going to be something very mobile, and that is something that Alter Ego needs to try and shut down. We've seen what Super Ken can do when he is just left out in the open.
You know what? After that, I am concerned who will play the Kadira here, Eterna and Arashi. It's not really Udil's playstyle, and I have not seen Rekt pull off this Kadira in a while. So again, this Kadira, sure, it's a very strong hero. Perhaps there's a reason why Bigatron left it open, and there you go. The Ling band comes through to add to that, the Assassin. So here, Bigatron still forcing that Fredrin perhaps to be that in that jungler position.
Well, it's cool that both teams are banning out Assassins. This just means that if it's initially these the Fredrin and the Paquito is going to be going in the EXP lane, it still is such a great flex pick, and it forces teams to still respect the possibility of it being shifted over. So for now, having the Hayabusa and the Ling banned out, we see the Ling more often, the Hayabusa quite a bit less, but I guess with a lot of burst damage, the outwit potential in the hands of Saken could be very important. And for Alter Ego, they ban out this Hellcurt. We haven't seen it so far, but Alter Ego might be onto something from scrims.
Definitely, definitely. If anyone is going to be able to pick this up, it's Super Ken on the Hellcurt. The Hayabusa gets banned out because Selly Boy, they're respecting Selly Boy here. With the Lancelot taken out as well, that leaves almost zero assassin options available. I don't think a Mon is viable. I think the only option could be Hanzo, but without any clear backline, I don't feel like it's worth it enough to pick up. So it brings us to another focus here. Do they want to pick up something like the Martis, who still has been proven very effective in the jungle position?
You know, if they really want to commit Fredrin into that XP, yes, I really like that Martis. But then again, they have that last pick. Perhaps they really can flex that out, right? That Fredrin can be the safety net from the side of Alter Ego to, yeah, you know what? The draft doesn't really work. Let me give the Fredrin towards the jungler position. But let's see here. It's going to be the Yves. Again, they're saving that last pick to be flex.
Well, Yves is a solid pick for sure, and that shows again that the Kadira will be moving over to the roam position. There's a lot of catch now in the hands of Alter Ego. For Bigatron, speaking of assassins, just a quick mention. I think our Indonesian counterpart, Omwawa, was talking that he thinks that Karina is actually very good right now, and we haven't seen it so far. Against this team though, not very basic attack base, so maybe not just yet, although you have no idea what Aldo is thinking.
No way, not Karina for Bigatron, right? There's so much slow, there's so much catch coming in from Alter Ego.
Ooh.
It's so much, wow! Alright, okay. So Florin is going to be the choice. We haven't seen this. Did we see this last season, Florin?
I think we saw it like once maybe?
Maybe.
It wasn't common at all.
Because we were waiting for this to be something of a meta, because it is meta in the Philippines. And with the Alice in the jungle once again.
Boxia? Look at
It's
the
so
classic
risky.
Super Ken.
Well, look at this composition, right? There's shielding from Paquito, there is the Cult Altar, there is the healing from Florent, and there's regeneration from Alice. Healing denial becomes super valuable here. So for Alter Ego, picking up something like a Baxia would work, but honestly, anything that can just stop the healing would be amazing.
Esmeralda. Honestly, is an option, but
Yes.
I don't think Alter Ego likes to pick up the Esmeralda.
Oh.
So it's going to be the Bane here. Ladies and gentlemen, what an interesting draft. I had a feeling that we would be seeing something crazy coming in from a Bigatron Alpha, especially with Coach Aldo at the helm. Alice is such a risky choice to put in the jungle. Why do I say this? Is because it relies super heavy on that early game rotation that Alice needs to have. And if Alter Ego can stop Alice from scaling, can stop Alice from rotating quickly, it's going to be a disaster for Bigatron Alpha.
You know, Mirko keeps talking about the win condition for Bigatron being that mid, roam, and jungle combo. But right now, with a Florent, Alice, and Faramis combo, it's very short range, it's very sustainable. But on the side of Alter Ego, the question is, will they have enough damage to burst it down? 3 level 4 at least. I don't think Alter Ego has enough damage to just melt through all these 3 sustainable heroes. And afterwards, there's still the Cult Altar, so it will come down to execution.
It's all going to come back down to the execution. If Alter Ego can take it from the early game and snowball, that is going to be the weakness of Bigatron Alpha. As ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to game number 1 of the Chaos Derby between Alter Ego and Bigatron, the Red Robots.
Just look at the battle spells right here, man. Bigatron understands they want to sustain, they want to heal up through the damage. In order to do so, they cannot get stun locked. 3 purifies, and as we predicted, Quantum Charge with a sprint for Super Sorizo. That EXP lane is going to be so volatile, especially because Pai is on a aggressive hero like the Fredrin. But I'm not sure if he can actually match the kind of sustain that the Paquito can bring with the Festival of Blood, as well as most likely the Bloodlust Axe afterwards.
I agree. I think it's all going to go down to how fast they can clear, right? Because as we all know, Paquito has been severely buffed in his skill 2, and he should be able to clear a lot faster than the Fredrin here. But taking a look at that particular lane, yeah, it seems like he's winning it out in these trades.
He's gonna, and if you take a look at the emblems for Alter Ego, it's very telling, man. Udil has the Rupture emblem. He is going for aggression here. More cooldown, more penetration, more hybrid penetration. It's definitely a more aggressive option, but look at this play though. That's a Petrify, but it won't be enough.
Good Purify, right? I mean, Super Saken there. Good placement on that Purify, but that is what Rex can bring to this game. That Kadita, that crowd control combo can be very deadly.
We haven't seen Rect actually play too aggressively in the past few seasons, I feel like. As in looking for kills, looking for pickups. But on the Kadita, he seems to be pretty active so far. But keep in mind, for Bigatron Alpha, right? If you take a note of their emblems, they also all went for the agility. Their whole plan is to maintain formation, kite away from the danger with the Purifies, with the movement speed, and then they can just take fights on their own terms. That is something that Alter Ego needs to take into consideration.
Oh, take a look at the combo there already. Jumped in with the rough ways. First blood falls in the hands of Alter Ego, but Super Ken, will he find the trade back? Rex says no.
Alter Ego already picking up the first kill here in the first few minutes of the game. They do have the pick-off potential, and they honestly need to pick up the gas here. They have everything to lose if Super Ken gets to scale into the late game, which is one of the winning conditions, right, for the side of Bigatron Alpha. They needed to secure a hero that could scale into the late game as their insurance, so they pick up something like the Alice, who scales basically infinitely into the late game. But here we go, the contest of the neutral objective.
Pai trying to disrupt the Retribution. Super Ken gets it comfortably. Take a look at Pai now, 3v1. Super Zero gets a kill in the backside. Alter Ego disengaging. A kill and a turtle here for Bigatron Alpha.
Could that be a miscommunication? Pai was able to delay the Retribution for so long, but unfortunately, the steal was not attempted. We'll have to see, man, but here's a Talon's prediction. Got a Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Only 2 votes for Alter Ego. Eterna, just share a bit of insight here.
Man, 2 versus the world. Miracle's not here. Someone should be able to represent him, right? So I'm gonna go with Alter Ego for this match. I think there's a little bit more winning conditions for Bigatron Alpha. It can work, and so far it does seem like it's working, so I might be wrong with my predictions. But for the first 3 minutes of the game, does any item stand out to you here?
Well, Udo is just going for the penetration boots. He is going very, very aggressively here for more mana regeneration as well. He's trying to just make sure he's on the lanes constantly. But look at that. That's going to be Rek making a play yet again.
Super Ken jumping in. Failed to somehow find the invade here, right? And now it's just all calm at 4 minutes in. It's 1-1.
You know, I have a fun fact. Rekt has actually been picking up the Kadita in his live streams.
Ooh.
And I feel like in Indonesia, it's like a bare minimum for a roamer. If you're a roamer, you need to be able to pick up the Kadita because literally in international events, if any other region goes against Indonesia, there's always a Kadita being banned. That's a fun fact.
I see. I mean, our region is known to be very, very aggressive. So it's not really that big of a surprise. But now what is a surprise is Bigatron actually being aggressive here, going for a bit of a cut. But they noticed that on the map, none of the Alter Ego members are showing. So they very intelligently back away as both EXP laners, they are going for a huge cut here, prepping for the next turtle.
You know what's crazy? Super Ken is a level above of Sally Boy here. How does he do that on something like the Alice? I feel like at this point, right, Bigatron Alpha, they need to be able to feed those waves. And it's working. But then Super Saiyan should get that power spike easily, but here we go.
Oh, Sorizo finding the kill easily now. Pai trying to soak in a lot of damage. Super Ken, will he be able to find the kill? Not yet. Nino jumps in with the Shaman Force now. 1v4 basically, but take a look at the healing. Nino now caught, flickering away, but Rekt to the backside. Petrify connects, trying to find a kill. Call Ultra was placed as well. Rekt now caught, isolated, but he is able to run away with his resources. Still a favorable trade for the Red Robots.
There's so much sustain from the side of Bigatron Alpha, like you mentioned there, Rashi, that if Alter Ego, they want to go in a comp that heavily relies on their resources, their ults, their skills, once that all of that has been used up, Bigatron Alpha can actually play the long game and win.
Well, credit to Alter Ego Esports as well, though. They're able to actually layer their ultimates right there. You saw that Nino was able to burn 2 ultimates using the Simon Force initially, and then afterwards, when the Cult Altar is down, that is where Rekt comes in to try and seal the deal. But look at this, Nino is trying to outplay.
1v4, no spells. Good night. Super Saiyan finds the extra 200.
Brilliant, brilliant from Bigatron Alpha. Did he actually steal the orange buff away, by the way?
Wasn't able to confirm. I think he just did.
I think Super Ken stole it away from Sally Boy, so Sally Boy now is functioning without the orange buff. And just the pressure coming in from Bigatron Alpha is huge. 3,000, almost 4,000 gold leads so far. They truly are showing what it means to be the Red Robots here at MPL ID.
And they are moving with uncanny efficiency right here. Again, the agility emblem really is helping them a lot, but they're in the right place at the right time constantly. And you can see that Alter Ego, they have damage. They can fight, but they're just not getting to those locations fast enough. Even Sally Boy, with the really fast clear in the jungle, he's unable to actually match the farming speed of Super Ken as well, getting his buffs taken again and again. And look at this, after pressuring the top side, they just go for the turtle, and Alter Ego once again are just one step too late.
Yeah, it seems like Alter Ego, they're looking for compensation, right? They know that they can't really contest the turtle, but it hasn't really worked out for them. Very smart macro decision-making there by the Red Robots.
Oh my god, he took the blue buff away, the purple buff, sorry. Bigatron Alpha, they're controlling Alter Ego's jungle. Sally Boy a level 9, Super Ken a level 12, but
oh my god. No real engage from Bigatron.
From Bigatron, there's no real need for it though. Look at that. Every single buff being taken away. Sally Boy is just starved for resources right here, and they've taken 2 of the turrets on the side. Only the mid turret. If Alter Ego stay too long, they get dove.
Super Ken jumping in. Super Saiyan though will clear the turret. Oh, take a look at the double healing there from Florent and Faramis. Sustaining Sorizo, looking for the angle here to flank. Alter Ego now looking for the right move. Finds no answer. Again, and Bigatron will siege more. Inner turret top side taken down. Tier 2's only mid lane left. Bigatron Alpha 7,000 gold lead.
In 8 minutes, Gani. Arashi. In 8 minutes. How does Bigatron Alpha consistently are able to control the early game this far. Super Ken once again 3 levels above the enemy jungler on an Alice.
I feel like the basic foundation for Bigatron is just that wave clear and movement speed. That's just what they just completely abuse. Again and again, look at the side lanes right here. For now, it's still pushing on the side of Alter Ego, but really quick, they can just clear it out and regroup back. And by posturing aggressively in front of the turrets, it forces everyone from Alter Ego to stick around that turret, expecting a big team fight, expecting a dive. If they engage on, there's a Cult Altar, there's healing to deny the whole big combo, and that buys enough time for Super Saiyan to just split push on the side and come in and join the fight once all those ultimates have been popped and he has a relative safety.
Yeah, there's so many layers to how Bigatron Alpha can actually utilize this composition that Coach Aldo drafted for them and Coach Razorboy. Now the question is, oh my god, that's gonna be a preload. Wow, 9. Oh my god, Super Ken. This is looking like a disaster for Alter Ego. What are their options here? Is their only option to play around Rekt?
They have to try and find something crazy, something surprising, because right now, unless they really catch Bigatron Alpha off guard alone, there's no way. In a 5v5, which Bigatron Alpha is forcing Alter Ego to be in, they really can't match the healing and damage right now unless they try and find big shutdowns right here. With the turret passes already being exhausted now, the Lord is on the way, and Bigatron, they can just keep doing this. They are literally doing the Season 12 meta, out-sustaining all that damage. And at this point, Rekt just doesn't have enough to be a real threat.
There's nobody from this Kadita. No one can be comboed by this Kadita is what I'm trying to say, right? But remember, Alter Ego, they have a strong high ground. They have the Herald, they have the Eve, and also the Bane. So perhaps that is their only saving grace. Delay, delay, delay. Right now they're trying to catch up the gold, and now Lord is already marching top side high. Will try to be that sandbag, but damage from Sorizo is enough to take him down. And now the Mark Scan is just marching top side. Base turret number 1 will fall. Still with 5 members here looking for the next turret to be sieged.
That's just Bigatron Alpha winning it out on all occasions. 1 man down, and they get an inhibitor turret to top it all off, and it's not over. The lane is still crashing. Sorizo!
This is why this Paquito was first picked. It's so powerful, 4-0-0, and now 10,000 gold lead with only 4 members defending. Will they be able to crack 1 more base turret? Super Ken looking for the jump in. Doesn't really want to commit. Super Saiyan focuses down and taking down the turret, gets it. And now it's Alter Ego now. Less sway, silly boy, immobilized, and he gets taken down again by Super Sorizo. Super Ken trying to find the clear. Alter Ego, will they be able to clear this? Super Sorizo again looking for the right angle, real world revelation. Oh, take a look at the backside. It's another monster kill for Sorizo. And now they're looking to focus down to take another member here. Nino will now be able to survive again. And this is the first game. Bigatron strikes first.
The red robots prove once again that they are mechanically gifted, not just in gameplay, not just in execution, but the intelligence of the drafts. Such impeccable playstyle there. What does Alter Ego do at this point, right? Because Alter Ego is a team that runs on fuel of the fact that they're very aggressive. Bigatron Alpha, they don't even allow the gas to be put into the car.
They just deny everything completely, stopping the party before it even begins. For Alter Ego, they have aggressive picks. They have quite a bit of a balanced situation, a very fast clear jungle as well to try and take advantage of the weak early game of the Alice. But honestly, Bigatron, they just keep kiting around, just outrunning Alter Ego. And I think this, the lack of healing reduction from the side of Alter Ego is really, really painful to deal with. Again, with the shields, with the healing they have on their composition, this was just such an easily sustainable game for Bigatron.
Yeah, I mean, Alter Ego just got outdrafted, right? And it shows that why that Paquito is so prio in the hands of Sorizo. We saw it yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. The first game, the Paquito was picked up by Sorizo and was instantly banned out by the opponent in the second game. against Aura, perhaps, if I'm not mistaken. But again, maybe that should be the approach. So Rizzo, if not banned, the Paquito, it's going to be a rinse and repeat. First pick Paquito, again.
It's weird, right? Because even if you want to shut down Cerezo, take away the Paquito, what are you going to leave open? The other members of Bigatron Alpha, they're on their best game right now. That it's scary. Like, chop one head off and another one flourishes, right? Super Ken, with his flexibility, can basically carry it in terms of the jungle. He's always consistently 3 or 2 levels above the enemy opponent. So how do you even... What's the game plan against Bigatron Alpha? Who do you shut down? Who do you target?
I think whoever they target, they need to make sure that they do get targeted, because we saw Altrigo rotate around trying to get a pickoff, but they're just unable to. They got denied, right? They got matched in the roam, and because of that, they just don't dare to pull the trigger. When, if you look at the composition, they're actually quite strong initially. And if they're really concerned about the healing being too much in the early game, like I said, why not go for a Baxia jungle? This was a solution we saw being used by RR2 yesterday. And against a Uranus, against, in this game for example, a Florin, an Alice, a Faramis, all of these heroes just get denied so much by that healing reduction. I feel like there was just such a good pick that was not utilized, and maybe Altrigo just wasn't ready for it. It was just a bit of a surprise situation, but that's something they can maybe consider for the next game, for sure.
You know, if you really think about it as well, right? That Kadita pick from side of Altrigo, why was it premature, I feel like? Because it can't easily be countered by that draft. You know, Paquito, Alice, no one can really, Kadita cannot really one combo this. And if they do, perhaps that Faramis is the only juicy target for that Kadita. He brought the Purify in. So that will just negate the crowd control that Kadita has, and the burst assassin mage that Kadita has in his kit, or in her kit, will be diminished instantly. So very smart play in that sense.
I don't know, do you think it's like a draft outplay?
Yeah.
Because if you leave the Kadita open, would you rather it fall into the hands of Bigatron? Would you rather let Vin or Moreno take it? I'm not really sure. Very difficult. But of course, the POTG for game number 1 here by the Samsung Galaxy S Series is going to be Cerezo on the Paquito. Like you mentioned, Paquito is such a priority pick for a Bigatron. Not only for Cerezo, but it can also be flexed for Super Ken, and whoever gets their hands on it, they're gonna have a bad time. I guess 7 is his lucky number. 700 KDA, 776 GPM, and a 70% kill participation.
He even went for a Hunter Strike, knowing that for the most part his team is just relying on the healing. He goes for the Oracle, which augments his healing, right, from his own spell lifesteal, also from his team's healing, and then afterwards goes for that Hunter Strike because he knows that by just being a menace, by being a real threat, he just denies everyone just posturing up. You saw in one of the big fights, he just stood there next to the whole roster of Altrigo. They can't catch him, and if they're too careless, they get bursted down. All during the early game, you saw that Altrigo was going for these aggressive plays, but they just keep getting kited away from. Not enough damage too early on in the game. Even with Nino having true damage from the Starlium side, it's just not enough, man. When those long fights come in, eventually Altrigo were lost on what to do, and that's when Bigatron start grouping together. They just slowly but surely get whittled down, and once you get a bit too low, Super Cerezo strikes before you can even react. That is the power of this Paquito. That is the potential of this draft. And keep in mind, Bonnie, like you were saying, all the members that can rescue their teammates have a Purify, and even Supervin, look at his emblem. He's not going for more cooldown, he's going for the Brave Smite. He was trying to make sure that he himself cannot get bursted down, and essentially the whole idea of this draft is to deny Altrigo any target to be picked off.
Again, a very smart draft, but a very sharp execution as well. Credit to the players. They were able to just, translate what the coach's vision in that game, and this is going to be the itemization here for game 1.
Well, if you look at Altrigo, it's not like they weren't adjusting, they weren't thinking, right? You have a Necklace of Durance from Yves in the hands of Udil, and you also have the Dominance Ice rushed by Pai. They know what needs to be done is just too difficult. Everything was happening so fast, and I think the movement speed is what is causing Altrigo to just fall so far behind. If you want to gank, you want to go for a dive, if you can't get there before your opponents can collapse, it's going to be a bit a bit unsafe, a bit scary for you to attempt that kind of dive. And that is exactly what was going on, I feel, in the early game for Alter Ego. So if they want to try and do this again, at least I feel like someone aside from the roamer needs to be a bit more mobile that can supplement all those dive attempts.
But let's take a look at the emblems here, right? The emblem choices. From this side, I feel like the common emblem has just been such an OP thing. And like Alice was already bad last season, but now with the common emblem, the way that her mana doesn't necessarily finish at all, especially with how much clear she has with her ultimate when she gets it, it allows her to be able to spam the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean the common emblem, especially if you're trying to out-sustain your opponent, is just so good. I don't think we saw Supercan back to base a single time here in this game actually, because even if he is low on mana, let's say, he was able to just go for Sally Boy's purple buff, and Sally Boy was just completely denied, man. The way Bigetron Alpha systemically, right, uses one of their leads to go for a bit more afterwards, like a lane lead into an invade lead in jungle, and then from there to like a maneuver lead to try and dive the turrets. I think Bigetron was just doing that so well.
And if you look at the emblems or talents from Pi, he went all in defensively, right? As apart from that concussive left, but he wasn't even able to soak in the damage, and this is going to be the post-game stats.
Well, I mean, technically he is Sandbag.
Of course.
So he did that. But other than that, what did he do?
Well, he couldn't do too much. He went for the concussive blast to try and get a bit more wave clear, because Fredrin against Paquito, right? If Paquito just keeps clearing the waves, Fredrin will quite struggle, so you can see what he was trying to go for there. More wave clear so he can match the movement of Paquito. But on a Fredrin, right, that's just so limited. If the fight is happening in the mid lane or on the other side of the map, you cannot match how often Paquito can start dashing over walls. And because of that, you can see very minimal turret damage for the side of Alter Ego, and no turtle, no lord, no turrets. They were doing more damage to heroes, but it doesn't matter because no one from Bigetron Alpha were getting taken out.
No, they had too much sustain. Even if Alter Ego wanted to go through with their pick-off strategy, it didn't work at all. I think maybe there was a reason, right, why Coach Aldo opted for taking out the assassins in that early game. So nobody could match the rotations coming in from the Alice, and all in all, that was just so brilliant by Coach Aldo and Raceboy.
Very brilliant, and again, Alter Ego begs the question, can they, wipe out perhaps their mistakes in game one?
Yeah, thinking about that, right, it reminds you of wiping up your dandruff as well. Don't let your match become a mess because of wet and itchy dandruff. Ew! Move on to Head and Shoulders Gatot Kacha and be 100% confident because wet and itchy dandruff will be instantly wiped out. Do you want to test drive?
No thanks.
You sure?
No, please.
It smells so good.
Arashi, you're here.
It smells so good.
Ooh, what is that, mint?
I don't know.
Don't stop squeezing. Stop squeezing, bro. Where did you pull that out from?
I thought it was more full and I could splash it on his face. Come on. But it didn't work out, ladies and gentlemen, but still.
Just like Alter Ego.
Wait, what?
It didn't work out.
Aww.
Too soon?
Well.
Wait, is Alter Ego on a lose streak now?
If they lose this match, yes, they lost their first match.
It isn't. It really isn't at all.
He had a lot of expectations, man. They were like, yeah, Rect is an aggressive roamer.
I mean, even Udil was saying in the comment, right? Like, I have great hopes because Rect is here now. Let's hope that things will start looking up for them, man, because this is a very tough situation to be in. 1-0 against Bigetron. We've seen teams able to actually turn it around before, right? Mirko calls it the Bigetron buff, or debuff, let's say. When they win one and then out of nowhere, they just go. So we'll see if Alter Ego can make something happen, because their coaches are no pushovers for sure.
I think the key to Bigetron right now, if I was their enemy, I know it's not easy, but force them into the mid game, force them into that late game, because I feel like that's when they make the mistakes. The game plan in that early game, it's so straightforward, it's so calculated. After this, we do this. After this, we do this. And if it goes to the game plan, that's what happens, a 12-minute game. But if they're forced into a mid-late game kind of where they have to think about the Lord Dance and like the macro, that's when I feel like it starts to falter.
I think that's the big issue with Bigetron, right? In my opinion, when they start improvising, right? We have seen them try and do things in a split second, right? When the time is of the issue. And usually, when they don't have time to set up, when they don't have time to come up with a plan that's solid, that's structured, they really fall fall apart when it comes to those instinctive plays. And that's exactly why in the win condition, we're talking about how Alter Ego, if they can force Bigatron into those situations, the late game where the death timers have to be thought about, the wave management, the Lord Dance, like you mentioned, Eterna, that could be something that Alter Ego can definitely take advantage of.
Let's take a look at this Pro Build series though, Arashi, right? While it's on screen, Super Vin picking up the floor in the first of MPL ID Season 12. And this was his talent choices, right? So he goes in for the general... What? Yeah, cooldown reduction. I was going to say the support emblem first.
Yep.
And then he opts for the fighter core talent instead. Why?
Well, see, he goes for a bit of cooldown right there, right? And he goes for the tenacity to ensure he won't get one shot. He has a Purify, but he's afraid of the burst damage. So, to supplement that, this Brave Smite, right? It allows you to regen 5% of your HP when you hit a spell, right? When you hit any spell. With Florin, you have a targeted spell, so that's a guaranteed 5% HP boost every 6 seconds, by the way. So that just, again, increases the survivability of this Florin, because usually the solution to a healer is to just jump on and burst down the healer. Like an Estes, for example, same kind of solution. So Vin completely denies that and just completely spins the expectations of everyone who thought he was going to go for something more aggressive. And in fact, Rek did the same thing by going for something aggressive instead of his usual Angelas, Rafaelas.
Let's open up a discussion about that, right? You mentioned about Brave Smite, and for all the viewers out there who aren't as knowledgeably gifted as I am, why would you go for Brave Smite over something like Impure Rage, let's say?
As a
Florin?
As a Florin. Or not Impure Rage. Let's say Thrill. The Deathal talent.
Oh, well, I think it depends, right? I think the idea for the Florin right here, you can of course go for a bit more like an Impure Rage, for example. Let's use that example. Or you can go for a Bargain Hunter, right? There are all these options available, but what is the main way that you are countered, right? If you can get more mana regeneration, if you can get a bit more cooldown reduction, yes, it makes you a bit more, it gives you more advantage in the Land of Dawn, but does it deny your opponents? Because I feel like this is how Bigatron Alpha, I guess Coach Aldo actually, in that sense, that's how he operates, right? He doesn't really particularly mind not getting as much advantage as long as he's able to deny your advantage from your composition. So going for a bit more of tankiness, right, allows him to just not get one shot. So he might not be able to heal as much, but that's why there is a Fire Mist, right? So there's no real urgency for him to be healing as often.
I love talent classes with Arashi. Thank you so much, Arashi, for that explanation. We'll get to more discussions, but before that, we have to focus on the drafts here for game number 2. This could potentially be the last game of this best-of-3 series if Alter Ego don't change something. But what doesn't change is the fact that Bigatron Alpha still on the blue side, Alter Ego with the red, and it feels like Bigatron Alpha, they're going for the same, I would say same plan that they did in game number 1, completely block off all of Rek's heroes. Full respect to Alter Ego's Romy here, the Angela, the Hilda, and the Uranus. And for the side of Alter Ego, do you think there are going to be any changes?
They should. Right here, they really need to think about perhaps banning that Paquito on, or they want to let the Paquito open, they need to find a counter, because that Uranus was banned, which I feel like Uranus can somehow soak in the damage from the Paquito. But with that out of the board, I think Paquito ban here should just be straightforward, and there you go, the Paquito ban comes through again.
With the Paquito banned away though, what will Bigatron go for? Do they still want to try and get something initially strong for the EXP lane and like reveal it and make it susceptible to just getting counter-picked for Pi? Or are they going to try and do something a bit different? I think with how Aldo operates, it's always something flexible, right? Not flexible, flexible. But it's going to be the joy that has been left open as a result of banning that Paquito. And we've seen how Super can, man. With this joy, he is just able to destroy everyone. For sure, Alter Ego will require some kind of suppression. They need to stop the mobility of Superken.
Yeah, player of the game yesterday, right? For
Yes.
that last game. And he was kind of gross, honestly. And like you mentioned, flexibility, and that's exactly what the Joy offers. It can also be flexed into the mid lane, people say.
Right.
In scrims, we've seen Joy mid lane, but more probably it could be flexed into the EXP lane. So, like you mentioned, Alter Ego, they need to think about this. They're going to go for Very interesting. Claude as well as the Kaja. So Kaja for the suppression, like you mentioned, but Claude into a Joy?
Taking it away in the hands of Super Saken as well. And I like the Claude going up against Joy. Why? It has mobility. It can't escape with the BMI. And Wenfo Sack is just so hard to catch the Claude. So again, the thing is though, Claude going up against Joy is that vengeance, right? So he needs to be careful when Joy is popping that vengeance off. You can't hit with basic attacks because it will bounce back. But then again, Grok here, so really asking the Claude a question, would you go Purify or would you go for, let's say, a Sprint?
Well, looking at the compositions, knowing that he's going to be chased down, a Sprint was something that Skylar was able to use in yesterday's matches, but I think for Nino, he prefers that Flicker or perhaps the Purify, depending on how the team fight is looking later on once the drafts have been completed. But this pick as well, Kaja and Claude, I believe RRQ were also a big fan of these first two picks. We'll see if they can round it out the same way though. Like you mentioned, Connie, against a Grok, this is definitely a big problem and they want to have someone that can still be a big threat, and that is a Kadita yet again.
Alright, so the changes, the Kadita can now be comboed in with all the other members, right? It synergizes a lot better. You have the Claude, you have the Kaja as well if you want to top it all off. But coming to the second phase, what are we looking at in terms of the bans? With the Kadita already an answer towards the Beatrix, what else needs to be added to solidify their picks?
Well, they have damage ready, but I think what they need is some kind of front line. Kaja can build in a bit more tanky manner, but in the end, we saw how Naomi was just a bit more squishy on the Kaja compared to the other heroes. So I think a bit of a front line, somebody can match the EXP lane pressure of Sorizo needs to be secured from Alter Ego as well. But looking at their bans, they're banning away mobility deniers like the Cho.
Do you think Bane is going to be another choice of ban here for Alter Ego?
Alter Ego, huh? It's a good solution to try and stop a dive. It's an option that they have explored, but I'm not sure where it will be flexed on. You're thinking jungle Bane, gold lane Beatrix, and then EXP lane Joy?
Yeah.
That could work, and it would allow Bigatron the same liberty to move around because that Deadly Catch will slow down everyone from Alter Ego, and that's where their advantage is, right? When they can move in and out of fights, Alter Ego.
Well, I think here, looking at the current situation, right, the main difference with this Kadita as well is going to be in the hands of Odil. So it's, I hope it's a better Kadita from Rex Kadita in that first game, because it's a very hard, it's quite hard, tricky hero to pull off. But then again, looking at this patterns of bans, Bigatron might ban towards the Martas here for that last phase. It's going to be the Faramis though, ban out, so they're still somehow having PTSD from the first game from Moreno.
Oh, we have a fun fact here. Okay, the producer's like, Eterna, translated. I'll try my best. They have a different name, but they taste the same.
Ooh,
both
bars.
Rex and Vin are both the roamers from the classical derby that are now, they moved to a different derby. They've moved to the Chaos Derby. So we usually see them in El Clasico, but now we call it the Classic Derby. But here they are battling it out once again. And so far, it looks like Vin is doing a better job so far. But here, coming back into the drafting phase, with the Masha being taken out, they're trying to protect, of course, the Beatrix a lot more here. Alter Ego, first pick. You said frontline. What kind of frontline?
Well, something that at this point I guess can dive in. The Yuzong could
I
be
don't
an
mind the
option right
Terizla.
here. Terizla makes a very good option as well. With the current emblems, you can build a bit more aggressively and rely more on your emblems for the survivability aspect of it. And seeing that it seems like Bigatron are that concerned about saving the Beatrix, that could be one of the options.
When I give the word.
Oh, Khalid!
It's going to be the Khalid though, debuting in MPL ID Season 12 as well. And now this is the question, right? Where the flexibility, because Grok can be roam, Grok can be XP, Joy can be XP, Joy can be jungle. Let's see what will they bring here to things.
Well, the Yeve is still open, by the way, so man.
Just a Minsatar work is my question here.
For who?
For Bigatron.
A Minsatar for Bigatron. gives catch, denies dashes, but I don't think there's enough dashes in the set of Alter Ego just yet. Maybe if they want to predict that Assassin last pick, that could be the case. Here's a comment from Aldo though. Bigatron can now be considered a team that is very young in terms of age and experience, so we need a veteran figure who can make a positive impact, and Vin definitely has done that. And with that note, on that note, we have a Yves and also a Kufra for good measure. So, Goni, that idea of denying the dashes, not a bad idea.
Seems like the Grok will be committed to that EXP lane. Joy Jungle now with this sort of composition. One hero to complete the draft. Going up against Kufra, going up against Grok. You know what? Go for Martus. Anti-CC has damage and perhaps securing the objective. Not too shabby going up against Joy.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it synergizes better with the composition that they built. They're going for more pickoffs for Alter Ego. And I think Martus will be able to follow up on that pickoff, especially with his ultimate, the true damage coming through as well. They want to avoid team fights. They can definitely go for the Martis. I hope they go for the Martis. Please go for the Martis. All right, so they go for the Baxia in game 2 instead, Arashi. So they were listening, but a little bit late. All right, they're going to be picking it up here in game number 2. And I guess it kind of has a similar strategy. Fast rotations in the early game. They want to avoid a Bigatron to snowball into that mid-game. But overall, what do we think about the drafts?
You know what? Overall here, I really still feel like Bigatron has the better draft. Why? It has crowd control. It's very straightforward. Execution-wise, it's more straightforward to be executed.
I think what's going to be a big challenge for Alter Ego right here is dealing with a combination of a Grok and a Kufra. Because right now, they have a lot of single target crowd control, but can you imagine, if they jump on the Kufra, Divine Judgment him, that's where the Grok's Wild Charge can just wreak havoc in the back line, and vice versa. Grok can nullify with the power of nature a lot of these single target value crowd controls, and that allows Kufra to just come in and destroy the back line.
But this could potentially be the last opportunity for Alter Ego. So even through all that, let's see if they have what it takes to force this to a game number 3, and already, wow! Bigatron!
Pi will not be able to survive that one. What a read! Bigatron read the rotation of Pi like a buck. 3 members already waiting in that bushes. And take a look at that. Supercan now will still be able to secure that orange buff with that retribution.
Mr. Pi, he wasn't ready, man. They knew the Khalid wants to be aggressive, wants to maybe wait in the bush for a bit of a cheese. But no, he gets cheesed instead. Bigatron Alpha just so aware of the situation. Looking at the emblem, still agilities for the side of Bigatron for sure. But look at this, Rekt has the Brave Smite on the Kaja, not the focusing mark. He's trying to make sure he's a bit more survivable, even though it means less damage from his teammates onto the main target being Divine Judgmented later.
That's very interesting. I think that's the first Brave Smite Kaja we've seen so far. And we see the same problem, right? Survivability. So let's see if this is going to work. Supervin already charging, but not to that side.
Supercan here trying to steal the camp there. He gets it, right? His experience is above Selly Boy for now, but now it's going to be the very interesting part here. 20 seconds to the Lord. Which rotation favors? I think Bigatron has the advantage in that sense.
I mean, let's take a look at the talents prediction real quick, right? Once again, 2 versus the world here, me and Papulong. Again, I'm representing Mirko. Mirko's not here. A lot of people are missing him, but Sorizo!
Well, charge on towards 2. Supercan will gladly secure the kill. Selly Boy now blocked, so it gives more space for that first neutral objective to be taken by the red robots.
Right before the turtle spawns as well. You can see even Super Moreno. He understands the situation. He flickered aggressively, not defensively, against a team like this. Against a Khalid, Baxia, Kadira. No, he goes aggressively because he knows there's value in picking off Udil in that situation.
Bigatron
Alpha, so strategic right now.
More yes.
More yes?
More yes.
Super more yes.
Super more. I'm sorry.
It sounds so weird.
Let's take a look at the equipment here, the items so far. For the gold laners, right, there's not much of a gold disparity, but you can see here that the Beatrix has opted for a little bit more damage in the Fury Hammer. But for Claude, what is he going for here?
Well, interesting enough, he has the physical defense boots, so he's a bit concerned about the matchup, right? Getting poked down by the Renner coming in from Super Saiyan. But that also makes him a bit more vulnerable to the real-world manipulation gags, to Super Ken just diving him under the turret, so he needs to be a bit more careful here. Alter Ego, they don't really have a lot of defensive solutions, but Vin goes in.
Oh, Vin catching two.
Oh!
Rex Brickers out of the way. Selly Boy disengaging with the puissance as well. No clear casualty. Both teams wasting resources here. But again, no kills confirmed.
Yeah, they're rotating together here. Looks like Alter Ego want to put up a fight. But there it is. Udil barely gets out alive with the damage already coming in from Super Ken as Super Vin goes in for another pick.
Yeah, Vin here with the bouncing ball, trying to harass Rex. Divine Judgment is online though, but he's very, very low. No flicker! But he is able to survive that one still. Bigatron Alpha still with the heavy pressure.
Without a proper front line, they can just walk into and engage into these bushes. You can see that Bigatron Alpha, they're getting advantage here just because Super Vin is always able to clear lanes first, right? Help out with the lane clearing and position inside those bushes. And he's always able to get a bit more of a first step against Alter Ego. Udil has not been able to ambush anyone. Rekt has not been able to just trap someone with the Divine Judgment. He's looking for it, but Bigatron Alpha are positioning so well to deny that possibility from him.
They don't have the catch yet. That's the problem. Rekt hasn't been able to shut down a Super Ken here as both of these teams. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Cerezo jumps in. Oh, take a look at that. Khalid jumps in as well. Super Vin falls, but Super Ken gets taken down as well. So that's a clear 2 kills for the 3 masks. And again, a neutral objective, they have equalized.
All right, and here it is. Alter Ego finally finding their rhythm. 2-0, plus they get the objective, and finally Bigatron Alpha, they're left thinking what they should do in terms of that rotation. How were they able to win that team fight?
I'm pretty sure Super Moreno didn't have, well, he didn't use the ultimate. I don't know if it was available or not, but that was a very hasty engage in the split second. And like we said, for Bigatron, split second sudden changes, sudden plans, this seems to be their weakness.
We do have a fun fact here by Grab onto Claude on Nino. So Claude is known as his hero power. He's used it 1 million times in MPL ID Season 11, and he's trying to replicate the same here in Season 12.
Ooh.
So far, he's put up a really good fight here. But Saken, Selly Boy?
Well, remember, Blazing Duet has been used prematurely. Will they commit to this? Pi, though, jumps in very aggressively. Vin now will be taken now, killing spree for Pi. But take a look at top side. Grok will safely secure that turret. So it's a kill for a turret.
Good adjustments from both teams right here. Alter Ego, they're committing more. They have more tools available to go for these dives. But as a result, Bigatron Alpha, they still know how to adjust. They avoid those fights. They clear the ways before the play is initiated. And so far, no objectives just yet. But look at Moreno. Very low here. This is a dangerous spot.
Yeah, right with the flicker as well. Super Moreno will not be able to survive that one. Super Saken trying to clear, but not survive that one. Right now, getting jumped on, a wild charge as well. More damage falls through to him, and he gets taken out. It's a 2-for-1. Still favoring Alter Ego.
Definitely. Super Saken's the one that gets taken out, and Nino already just farming up a storm here. He had a level lead above a Super Saiyan before he was taken out. You can see that the real-time win probability is shifting back and forth between these teams. It couldn't be more even as they now collide on the next neutral objective. With Super Ken at level 2 and Selly Boy at level 9, this should be in favor for Super Ken. Let's see what they can do!
Oh, catching 2. Take a look at the combo. Super Ken gets the turtle. Selly Boy now trying to survive as Rex gets taken out. Selly Boy now caught with the puissance. But no! Nino, bot side off camera, gets taken out, gets soloed by the MVP or player of the game back in game 1.
Cerezo, what is going on, man? What a menace. You just can't leave him alone. He's cutting the waves right here again. The pressure instantly built up again from Bigatron Alpha. You're taking control all across the map, and Alter Ego are the ones now just scrambling to try and stabilize the situation.
I remember 2 or 3 seasons ago, everyone was like, nah, Cerezo, skill diff, don't play. He's not a good EXP laner. But look at him now. Look at the impact he has. And he's really grown his hero pool. He's not only having the same impact on the Bakito, he not only needs the Esmeralda or the Uranus, look at what he's capable of on the Grok even. Being able to solo kill a gold laner, how is that even possible?
Here's Silly Boy. Stuck. Oh, gotcha Sue again! And good night, Silly Boy. Right now, flickering away defensively. Super Kendo wants to kill, finds it. Another two-man kill for BTR 3 minutes ago with his alter ego with the economy div. But take a look at the situation now. It's Bigatron Alpha with 2,000 gold lead.
You just don't beat this team unless you ambush them. Pi goes in aggressively. That could be a mistake.
Oh, Pi, 4-man rotation. Super Vin with the charge does not commit. They will though commit that inner turret bot side. Bot needs to be careful because all eyes are on this guy. Nope, Nino will not be able to secure and defend his turret.
Oh, that was so close. It was a little too close for comfort there. I was kind of worried, and Nino is going to be very aggressive as a gold laner. I thought he would BMI forward or do something crazy like that and get picked off, but there is still a level of, I would say, discipline coming in from Alter Ego here in the first 9 minutes of the game. But look at this, Bigatron Alpha already on to the next neutral objective.
Man, Pi is 4-1, and the bulk of the kills of Alter Ego are in his hands, but he's just getting completely denied. And now, look again, Bigatron trying to make things happen before they can even react.
Divine Judgment on towards Kufra there. That's a wasted resource. No kill confirmed even. Oh my god, Bigatron with the safe lore take. It's looking bleak now. Bad to worse now, item-wise.
Well, remember, right? The longer the game goes, the more it favors Bigatron Alpha. They have the more proper composition, they have a good front to back, they have long range to play with during sieges and lore dances. Looking at the items, already a Sea Halberd being built for Super Sorizo as well. So that's a lot of damage, man, with, oh, the Malefic Roar even. The items kind of rival the items of Super Saiyan. That is just completely absurd, man.
So much damage.
Well, later on, Super Ken as well, already with the Holy Crystal. It's only going to get worse from here for Alter Ego. They have to bank on that late game and maybe use their higher pick potential to get someone and play around those death timers. That could be one of the only ways that they can try and get an advantage now.
I guess that's what they were trying to do, Arashi, right? Right before they were able to secure the Lord, they used the Divine Judgment, Rekt used the Divine Judgment on a Kufra, and so nobody really wanted to commit onto that. So I don't know what's going on. Is it communication? Is it targeting error from Rekt right now? Oh, Super Vin!
Quicker rage, take a look at the damage. Silly Boy barely escapes. Nino will not be able to be taken down. Oh, there you go. So we're getting securing the kill. It's 2 men from the side of Alter Ego taken out. Bigatron with the successful siege.
This is a disaster.
You have to feel for Pi, man. In that fight, he knew what he had to do. Use your ultimates, burst down the backline. Look what happened. Wild charge, full focus, full crowd control. He couldn't do anything. He could even pop his passive and he got just deleted.
Oh my god, and they're going for more here, going for the siege. With the fact that they have the Beatrix to poke at the inhibitor turret there, already at half health. It's looking bleak for Alter Ego here. They need to find a solution, and a solution fast. How are they going to make this happen, right? Bigatron Alpha, they've been rotating as 5, trying to utilize their pickoff. How? With how they're grouping up together.
Characteristically, one of the only ways these kind of situations have been overturned is by mistakes, and usually, right, it's Super Vin getting a bit too overeager, getting a bit too aggressive. But in Bigatron Alpha, he's been so calm, so cool, so calculated. I haven't seen him really overextend in any extreme manner at all. So if it's not him, Alter Ego needs to look for someone else. And the front is always going to be Super Sorizo and Super Vin though. So Bigatron Alpha are making it very difficult unless Alter Ego maybe flank around, do a long flank, and like hide in the bushes, you know. Udil in particular, with the Kadira, if he can land on Super Saiyan, there is no Purify. There's a chance he can go for it, but that is such a slim chance with how well Bigatron Alpha has been clearing out these bushes and these jungles as well, with the waves pushing in the bot side as well. Huge wave building up. This is most definitely going to be a free lord for Bigatron Alpha.
Arashi, it looks like Udil as well as Rekt, they were planning on something, but somehow Super Vin, he's always able to know where they are on the map.
Yeah, usually, right? Usually, someone would come down to the EXP lane, to the far side of the Lord, to try and set up the wave before the Lord take. But for Bigatron, they just saw that the wave was already built up. They didn't bother sending anyone down there. So Alter Ego, they were trying to set up an ambush, but unfortunately, Bigatron Alpha just didn't see a need to be in that location.
Well, looking at the current situation now, it's Alter Ego behind 7,000, and this is why. I mean, Nino, Season 11, he's very comfortable on the Claude. He seems comfortable as well, but this particular game, 0-2-2.
Oh, come on.
Not comfortable at all.
Oh, come on. Moreno can. It's early in the season. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's really embodying Mirko there. Jeez.
You can tell why Mirko likes them, and now with the turret going down, they're going in!
Oh, wild charge connecting all towards one. Pi looking for the kill in the backside. Super suck and flickers away, but in front side, Rex gets taken out. Nino now will go back to the bases. Pi will not be able to soak in the damage. He gets taken out. Lord now still. He needs to be taken care of. Silly boy, take a look at the damage he's receiving. Gets taken out by the barrier, and this is looking like it's gonna be 2-0 for the Red Robots. Bigatron clean sweeps.
Bigatron
Alter Ego
Alpha. Another 2-0 that we see for the second time. First it was RRQ, and now a Bigatron have done it. What an amazing match for the Red Robots and all of the Bigat Troopers out there. Execution was on point. I would say draft was also interesting, exceptional, and it worked.
I mean, for the drafts, you can't really be surprised. It's the architect that we're talking about here. We all expected something crazy, but not like this, man. Not like game 1. And in game 2, like you mentioned, Eterna, the usual issues, the usual problems just ain't there. They were playing so cool, so calm. Not a single time were Alter Ego able to shake their mental state. And as a result, it's a very bitter 0-2 for Alter Ego to accept. But for Bigatron fans, it's a great day. And for Mirko at home, I think he's having a great day as well.
He's having fun. He's having fun at home there. Did you see Odil's face? Oh, he looks so disappointed. I mean, after the remark that he mentioned, it's like when he's like, you know, with Rec coming in, we have a good feeling. And it's not aging well.
Hey, it's early in the season, Eterna. Like we mentioned earlier. Let's not count them out just yet.
Okay.
There's still time for growth. There's still time to experiment. So we'll hope the best for them. But Eterna, I hear we need to have a Q&A.
Yeah, let's see what's going on over on the stage. Clara Momstar, take it away.
Dengan lebih memukau dengan 2-0, Moreno kamu bermain hari ini juga menghasilkan 2-0 juga nih. Akhirnya bermain di season 12, Moreno.
Iya, kenapa?
Kenapa? Akhirnya kamu diturunkan khusus kau untuk melawan Alter Ego?
Kan minggu ini BTR 2 match. Kalah sweet aja sama Hengki. Hengki lebih milih lawan Ki, katanya nggak mau lawan Pai. Jadi aku yang main.
Oh gitu, jadi sweet aja kamu.
Iya.
Oke, tapi ada kekhawatiran gak sih kamu ketika bermain melawan tim Alter Ego hari ini?
Nggak ada ya. Nggak ada kekhawatiran sih.
Nggak ada?
Nggak ada.
Tapi gimana tadi permainan dari Alter Ego, mungkin kita lihat dengan adanya satu tambahan pula dari Rek. Apakah ada sedikit mungkin dari kalian juga, kalau boleh diingat di season lalu pada saat di playoff kalian juga kan sama Alter Ego kan. Apakah ini ada misi balas dendam juga? Lebih panaskah untuk melawan Alter Ego?
Biasa aja sih sebenarnya.
Cool banget ya. Cool banget. Tapi kok tadi ada kayaknya jempolnya di recall tas terus tuh berdua sama Super Ken. Ada apa kalian berdua tadi di tengah?
Biar kayak Sans saja. Recall.
GWS Sans, GWS. Oke, dan kita ngeliat juga bahwa tadi kita melihat permainan dari Sorizo. Begitu ganas, mic-nya sampai 2 karena hero-hero yang dia mainkan begitu memukau. Ada apa denganmu di season 12 ini terlihat begitu panas kayaknya nih?
Soalnya kita mau target kita M series kan, jadi harus panas.
M series adalah target. Tapi kita ngeliat kalau kamu tuh kayaknya hero di XP lane itu banyak banget yang udah kamu mainin dan begitu pula dengan kualitasnya juga sangat baik. Apakah ada hero-hero lain yang bakal kamu mainkan, kamu bawa nanti ke EXP?
Banyak lah, tergantung coach saya ngasih gua apa.
Oke, dan ini menarik juga ya karena kita akan melihat bersama-sama kira-kira match ini dengan 2 game saja yang mereka mainkan. Siapa player of the match? Jadi kira-kira siapa? Siapa? Langsung aja kita lihat bareng-bareng player of the match. Sorizo. Super Sorizo, apakah nama super melekat pada Sorizo sekarang?
Iya dong.
Iya dong. Sorizo, boleh diceritain gak sih ini kamu bisa dibilang player of the match. Bagaimana sih mungkin jalannya permainan di matamu di match kali ini? Dan mungkin peran teman-temanmu sampai kamu bisa dapat dari player of the match.
Apa udah?
Bagaimana match hari ini dan gimana tadi peran teman-temanmu juga sampai kamu bisa jadi player of the match?
Pasti yang penting peran kerja tim lah. Gak mungkin aku doang yang kerja.
Gak mungkin dia yang kerja, tapi gimana sih kamu melihat mungkin EXP lane di season 12 ini? Siapa yang mungkin paling menantang di mata Sorizo?
Boots sih.
Boots? Ada sesuatu yang spesial kah? Ada alasan yang spesial? Kenapa Boots?
Pengen lawan Boots saya.
Pengen lawan Boots, oke. Dan ditunggu tentunya untuk untuk dari Bigetron melawan Onyx dan spesial untuk Vin juga Vin. Super Vin, kamu ngelawan Rek di Derby SM ini. Tentu berbeda dengan Derby Klasik. Bagaimana kamu dengan di Derby SM dan di Derby Klasik, Vin?
Ya seru aja sih, karena kan dari dulu kalau main ketemunya dia terus. Akhirnya dia balik main lagi. Jadi kayak seru aja.
Seru aja? Seru banget? Seru aja?
Seru aja.
Seru aja. Tapi Ken, gimana tadi? Deg-degan gak sih kalau dikejar-kejar sama Rom seperti Rex?
Biasa aja sih.
Biasa aja. Kamu kalau dari jungler apa sih yang paling kamu takutin dari Rom musuhmu?
Takut dihildain doang sih sebenarnya, makanya di ban kan.
Makanya di ban. Dan mungkin kata terakhir dari Saken untuk BK Troopers yang dari tadi nyanyi terus. Saken dong.
Apa?
Untuk BK Troopers, Saken.
Saya selalu aja lah.
Sehat selalu. Kalau untuk Alter Ego?
Saya selalu juga.
Sehat selalu Alter Ego. Oke, kalau gitu inilah dia Kak. Mari kita beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk Bigetron Alpha. Dan caster yang bertugas silahkan kita akan kembalikan kepada kalian untuk membreakdown match hari ini di match pertama. Silahkan.
Their 2-0 clean victory against Alter Ego with the player of the game being Sorizo.
Super Sorizo.
Super Sorizo, Eterna. And again, he displayed what every strong EXP laner should do. He clears the wave, rotates, and towards that mid, towards that, always constantly looking for the right picks, looking for the mages, or if not, the marksman, right? When he was on that Paquito, he was a monster. When he was on that Grok, he displayed the same consistency.
I guess one of the main differences that we see from Sorizo and how he's actually developed as a player is the fact that before people would say Sorizo's like playing Brawl in the EXP lane. So he only sticks to the lane, he stays in the lane, he focuses on clear, but he doesn't really involve himself in the team fights and so on and so forth. So you can see a level of adjustment from his gameplay as well, right? He was able to 1v1 the Claude even. And what else do you think happened?
Along with that, I think he's also a lot more wise in deciding when to roam, right? Sometimes in previous seasons, we've seen that sometimes he overextends. When there's nothing going on, he gets caught out, right? Because he's the one constantly pressuring, right? But now whenever he pressures, it seems like it's the right time, the right moments as well. And I think that kind of, that kind of improvement was just so massive when it comes to the macro gameplay of Bigetron, because the rest of the team has so much freedom on what to do because everyone's getting pulled over to Super Sorizo. They leave him alone, they leave the gold lane with him, they get taken out. It's the second time so far, right? I believe in yesterday's match, there was also a situation where they sent a Claude against his Paquito and he got instantly beat up. So I mean, this is not the way to go, man. On the Grok, by the way, he was going with the Quantum Charge emblem as well, so he was speedy in that Land of Dawn. Although in the early game, it looked initially just a bit shaky due to the early game pressure that Alter Ego was able to draft. And again, Bigatron was forced to react to avoid all these fights, and they have to sacrifice one member just to ensure that their structures are not taken down. But on the flip side, with the turrets still standing though, it means that Alter Ego, see, the wave essentially being cleared, intentionally or unintentionally, it means they cannot go for the objectives. We'll take a look at the objective rate later on, but there was just good adaptations to play defensively from Bigatron Alpha for sure. Afterwards, it's just all these engages happening. The combo that they've been setting up with the Beatrix, with the Grok and Kufra, and that was a solo kill we were talking about from Super Sorizo.
And this is where I feel like Alter Ego just lost their control, right? Earlier, 2 minutes ago, 5 minutes 6, it was Alter Ego creating the tempo, creating the proactiveness. But after that play, it was just all blue side.
Look at that. Pi just goes in, gets instantly deleted. It's just not enough.
Man, it's just too much.
We're talking about adjustments, Eterna, and for Sorizo, right? Being able to play so defensively minded as well when he needs to be, that's also a hallmark of a great EXP lane player, and he's just showing it all right now. And who can argue with the results, man? 2-0, a clean performance, play of the match as well. Last season, like you mentioned, no one would have predicted that this was going to happen.
No, nobody. No. Wow. It's a shocker to us all. Even from the scrims, when we start seeing these other tournaments happening, the fact that Bigatron Alpha have been able to dominate really, really well, it's insane. Coming back into the second game of the match, 14 of 14. Still, a very quick game from Bigatron Alpha against Alter Ego.
All things considered, still very quick, and look at that. I can see that 0, no turrets in the end, even though they get taken very low. For Super Moreno, in this game as well, he knows what he needs to do. He didn't go for any mana regeneration, and that's due to the help of the emblems. So that's why the emblems are so important right now. He goes for the Ice Queens, the Glowing Wand, with a bit of a brute force respite, just to ensure that the Khalid will not be able to just jump on him and stick on him. More movement speed, more kiting potential. And for Rekt, on the Kaja, he just went for this tankier, more sustainable, more regen-heavy build, relying on his first skill to just trigger the Brave Smite with the Queen's Wings as well to try and survive in these big fights, but it really wasn't enough at all. For Bigatron Alpha, they can just constantly output that damage and slow you down. They don't have to rush at all because Super Moreno, right, he's right there, and look, he has the Tenacity emblem as well. Not the Weapon Mastery, because his role isn't to be doing damage. They have plenty in Super Saken, in Super Ken, but his role is utility, his role is to survive when they jump on him. So that Tenacity pickup is also such a value thing.
And looking at Kufra as well, right? Super Vin here, all in tank emblem, the firmness, the tenacity, but he opted for that concussive blast to just ensure that extra bit of damage when he basic attack. Then it's clear that his Kufra here, even from what, season 10, season 11, very, very strong. Yet again, season 12, very reliable again. So let's check out the post game here. What does turret damage again? 0, basically, right? 1,000 towards turret damage from side of Alter Ego. It's basically 0.
Yeah, it's almost the same story that we saw in game number 1, but clearly in this particular game, Alter Ego had a little bit more fight, a little bit more to say in that early game, even though it kind of fell short. And I'm wondering, is Super Ken just, you know, sick of being the rich guy? Will he ever get sick of being the rich guy? How does he jungle that effectively?
I don't think so. Why would he? He is just so efficient. He just paths everywhere while farming, and he can farm the heroes as well. And on that note, by the way, talking about Super Sorizo being more teamfight orientated, he is tied to Super Vin when it comes to teamfight participation. So shows you again how much more team-minded he is. At this point, man, it's not Bigatron Alpha anymore, it's Supertron Alpha.
Oh, Supertron Alpha. So Big is smaller than Super, so Super is bigger than Big?
Presumably, yes. We should consult Mirko on this maybe tomorrow, but for now, the keys to success, Super Sorizo here. On point 5-man team fight, the draft, the compositions they've gone with, both in game 1 and 2, are just so intelligent. All the counters are available, all the strong points are accentuated by the execution as well. And of course, Super Sorizo's movements as a strong alternative pickoff. We talked about this being a potential problem in the drafting phase. You go for the Kufra, the Grok goes in. You go for the Grok, the Kufra makes the plays. And this multi-angle approach from Bigatron just makes it very difficult for you to see the setup, right? And in game number 1, it allows Sorizo to just get multiple pickups on the Paquito. In game number 2, it means that when they're thinking, oh, Sorizo's looking for a dive in the backline, Khalid goes in, gets wild charged. You just never know.
Yeah, it was very difficult for Alter Ego to implement their pickoff potential. But man, yeah, Bigatron Alpha, they've just been farming in gold.
They've been balling.
So much gold. They're balling. They're rich.
Investing.
They're investing in all these new players that are finally finding a lot of success on the tournament stage. Like you guys can invest in UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 12 with prices starting from 500,000 rupiah, and you also get a free MLBB skin. So if you guys are interested, yeah, free. You guys can check it out at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, as well as Blibli UBS Lifestyle. But back again, I don't know. Do you guys think that Rekt is a good addition to Alter Ego?
Well, as of yet, it doesn't really show. But then again, it's just 2 matches, right? Out of the, what? I think they will face around 18 matches in total. So 16 matches to go. We need more data.
For sure. I mean, we've seen a glimpse of brilliance when he was playing the Edith, right? It was a strong Edith, great, great engages and peels. But for now, we'll never know, right? We have to wait and see.
Well, I mean, technically, it was 2 games of full Rekt bans. So
True. Hey.
So, cut him some slack. And with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head to a break before we head into match number 2. Oh, stay tuned. Because, no, not yet. I miss you guys. I miss you guys.
What a next match, though. That's also going to be
I want to talk to the audience right now.
Talk to the audience.
Yeah, I miss you guys so much. Going on a break between Season 11 and Season 12, how long was that? A month? 2 months?
3 years.
3 years. It felt like 3 years.
Excuse me?
Felt like
And
3 years.
it feels so good to finally be here and talk to you guys once again. But with that, the players can't wait any longer. They want to play as soon as possible, unfortunately. So we got to give them some time there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a break now. We'll see you after the break. Stay tuned. Me, Arashi, and Gani. We'll see you after.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Halo sobat Land of Dawn, gua KB. Di sini gua akan memperkenalkan emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3. Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif, tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia, banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality. Dan yang paling aku suka, ini dia, Rapture atau penambah adaptive penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya Inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini Firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini Season Hunter. Buat para jungler-jungler tank, jungler-jungler damage, ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama. Karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat. Karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord, kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga Tenacity. Tenacity juga jadi pasif. Dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar-penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu, itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah, ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp. Bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya, dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah, terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru, kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker-gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada dua hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari sini teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian gak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya. Dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri. Kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minthithar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Udah pasti kayak musuh kaget, kayak tiba-tiba kelempar HP-nya gara-gara kaget, kalian flickerin sambil ngilang gitu. Halo guys, gua Samuate dan selamat datang di Project Next. Hari ini guys, gue mau ngasih tahu kalian guys soal update PES emblem terbaru guys. Update-nya itu gampang banget guys buat dipelajarin ya guys ya. Dan yang coach gue bilang guys, coach Adi ya kan, ini tuh gampang dan sesimpel itu guys. Oke guys, untuk yang pertama nih, sekarang langsung aja kita coba ya kan. Buat ini sekarang hero yang mau gue pakai itu adalah Kaja guys ya. Buat kombinasinya guys, ini yang pakai agility guys. Nambahin 5% extra movement speed guys. Terus yang kedua gue bakal pakai pull yourself together ya guys ya. Dan yang terakhir guys ya, focusing mark guys. Jadi oke guys, ini udah gue setup. Langsung aja guys ya, kita cobain ya guys ya. Oke, let's go. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja nih guys ya. Kita ada 1-1 nih guys di mid nih guys ya. Cooldownnya kan 80 detik guys, karena kita pakai emblem pull yourself together jadi cuma 68 detik guys. Kalian bayangin guys, kita bisa langsung flicker, langsung ulti guys. Nah, gila. Kurang OP apa guys? Dan kalian lihat guys, tadi kan ada mark tuh guys ya di badannya 1-1 tuh, lihat noh. Itu focusing mark guys, efek focusing mark. Jadi ketika kalian ada efek itu guys di musuhnya guys, nah itu bakal nambah 6% damage guys. Jadi damage yang dikeluarin sama tim kalian tuh bakal lebih sakit lagi guys. Nah gitu guys, untuk kombinasi pertama kalian lihat kan guys seberapa bagusnya kalian jadi inisiator dengan movement speed dan juga cooldown reduction yang luar biasa. Sekarang kita bakal lanjut ke kombinasi talent yang kedua guys. Nah ini tuh lebih ke arah untuk yang nge-burst ngegeng yang suka main di ambush sendirian tuh nggak sih guys. Nah di sini tuh ada yang namanya guys ya emblem nih guys. Yang pertama itu ada Trill guys. Dia nambahin itu 16 adaptive attack. Dan yang kedua tuh ada Bargain Hunter guys. Romer kan beli item rom lah ya guys ya. Kalian nggak bakal dapet farming ya kan. Jadi kalian tuh cuma beli dengan harga 95% guys dari harga aslinya guys. Sekarang ada yang ketiga guys ya. Itu ada Lethal Ignition guys. Mungkin nggak jauh beda guys dengan emblem AG yang ngebakar ya guys ya. Kalau misalnya kita biasa sebut ya guys ya. Dan ini soalnya ngasih efek burn juga guys. Sama persis guys. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja masuk ke in game. Kombinasi emblem ini the best juga guys. Karena posisinya guys ya, kalian tahu kan guys, harga Blood Wings itu harganya 3.000 guys. Kalian cuma perlu bayar 2.850 guys. Murah kan? Nih guys, gue bakal kasih lihat efek dari Lethal Ignition ya guys ya. Nah guys, kalian lihat ya guys, ada aura-aura biru yang keluar dari badannya Novaria guys. Nah itu tuh efek burn yang bakal keluar dari emblem ini guys. Jadi itu bakal ngasih kalian tuh damage lebih guys buat nge-kill musuh ketika kalian mau nge-game, oke guys. Nah jadi kayak gitulah guys ya, kalau misalnya kalian mau main tipikal damage dealer guys. Oke guys, buat yang terakhir nih guys ya, ini kombinasi dari gua buat kalian tuh yang suka main tipikal yang tanky guys. Kombinasinya guys ya, yang pertama dari emblem Vitality guys, dimana kalian tuh bakal nambahin 225 ekstra maksimum HP guys, oke. Yang kedua tuh ada Tenacity guys, ketika darah kalian tuh di bawah 50% ya kan, kalian tuh bakal nambah armor sama magic defense. Bisa juga kalian tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys, dimana ketika kalian nanti ngedeal damage guys, nanti dia bakal ke pop up dan itu tuh bakal ngeluarin kayak efek meledak gitu guys, dan itu bakal ngasih damage ke musuh guys, oke. Nih guys, gue bakal kasih kalian contohnya nih guys ya. Karena tadi gue pertama itu kan pakai Vitality ya guys ya, dan itu nambahin maksimum HP guys, dan gue sekarang tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys. Kenapa gue bilang itu bagus banget guys? Karena Conclusive Blast itu kan dia dari maksimum HP kan 7% ya kan. Jadi nih, ketika posisinya kalian dapat Vitality ya kan, tambahan maksimum HP, jadi damage dari emblemnya juga nambah guys. Nah kalian tuh guys, ada di bawah kakinya Hylos kan, kalian lihat tuh guys, ada efek-efek gitu kan guys, meledak guys. Nah itu guys efeknya guys, jadi ada damage tambahan guys ya. Dan Tenacity itu yang bikin kalian tuh bakal tebel banget guys, oke. Ini the best combination banget buat kalian yang suka main hero-hero tanky guys ya. Nah guys, jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu guys, kalau gua yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu tuh kombinasi agility, pull yourself together, sama focusing map guys. Nah buat kalian tuh gimana guys? Cukup well kah? Langsung terapin ke gameplay kalian guys kalau kalian mau main roamer kayak gue, oke guys? Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Yuk langsung update project next dan langsung kalian cobain, oke guys? Nah tapi guys, buat kalian yang main role selain roamer, tenang aja guys, MLBB sudah merilis video yang ngebahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lainnya, oke guys? Nah jadi jangan lupa like, share, dan juga komen videonya ya guys ya, oke? Gua Samu HT, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn. Bye.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Ayo, dukung tim jagoanmu di turnamen MPL Season 11 dan dapatkan diskon 40% untuk pembelian minuman berikut di Point Coffee. Gunakan kode diskon berikut di aplikasi Indomaret Poinku. Caranya mudah. Pertama, download aplikasi Indomaret Poinku, lalu klik tombol icon kado di kanan atas, masukkan kode dan dapatkan e-kupon diskon. Kemudian, redeem kupon diskon 40% di outlet Point Coffee.
Makin jadi Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded! Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Once she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Halo sobat Land of Dawn, gua KB. Di sini gua akan memperkenalkan emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3. Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif. Tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Ini mana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia. Banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality. Dan yang paling aku suka, ini dia, Rapture atau penambah Adaptive Penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya Inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini Firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin Adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga, dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya Subtalent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini Season Hunter. Buat para jungler-jungler tank, jungler-jungler damage, ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama. Karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat. Karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord, kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga Tenacity. Tenacity juga jadi pasif. Dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar-penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu, itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah, ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp. Bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah, terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Bravesmith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Bravesmith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker-gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada dua hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari sini teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian gak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya. Dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri. Kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID, pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Udah pasti kayak musuh kaget, kayak tiba-tiba kelempar HP-nya gara-gara kaget, kalian flickerin sambil ngilang gitu. Halo guys, gua Samuate dan selamat datang di Project Next. Hari ini guys, gue mau ngasih tahu kalian guys soal update PES emblem terbaru guys. Update-nya itu gampang banget guys buat dipelajarin ya guys ya. Dan yang coach gue bilang guys, coach Adi ya kan, ini tuh gampang dan sesimpel itu guys. Oke guys, untuk yang pertama nih, sekarang langsung aja kita coba ya kan. Buat ini sekarang hero yang mau gue pakai itu adalah Kaja guys ya. Buat kombinasinya guys, ini yang pakai agility guys. Nambahin 5% extra movement speed guys. Terus yang kedua gue bakal pakai pull yourself together ya guys ya. Dan yang terakhir guys ya, focusing mark guys. Jadi oke guys, ini udah gue setup. Langsung aja guys ya, kita cobain ya guys ya. Oke, let's go. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja nih guys ya. Kita ada one nih guys di mid nih guys ya. Cooldownnya konsil kan 80 detik guys, karena kita pakai MPL Position Together jadi cuma 68 detik guys. Kalian bayangin guys, kita bisa langsung picker, langsung ulti guys. Nah, gila. Kurang OP apa guys? Dan kalian lihat guys, tadi kan ada mark tuh guys ya di badan one tuh, lihat no. Itu focusing mark guys, efek focusing mark. Jadi ketika kalian ada efek itu guys di musuhnya guys, nah itu bakal nambah 6% damage guys. Jadi damage yang dikeluarin sama tim kalian tuh bakal lebih sakit lagi guys. Nah gitu guys, untuk kombinasi pertama kalian lihat kan guys seberapa bagusnya kalian jadi inisiator dengan movement speed dan juga cooldown reduction yang luar biasa. Sekarang kita bakal lanjut ke kombinasi talent yang kedua guys. Nah ini tuh lebih ke arah untuk yang ngebers ngegeng yang suka main di ambu sendirian tuh gak sih guys. Nah di sini tuh ada yang namanya guys ya emblem nih guys. Yang pertama itu ada Trill guys. Dia nambahin itu 16 adaptive attack. Dan yang kedua tuh ada Bargain Hunter guys. Roamer kan beli item rom lah ya guys ya. Kalian nggak bakal dapet farming ya kan. Jadi kalian tuh cuma beli dengan harga 95% guys dari harga aslinya guys. Sekarang ada yang ketiga guys ya. Itu ada Lethal Ignition guys. Mungkin nggak jauh beda guys dengan emblem AG yang ngebakar ya guys ya. Kalau misalnya kita biasa sebut ya guys ya. Dan ini soalnya ngasih efek burn juga guys. Sama persis guys. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja masuk ke in-game. Kombinasi emblem ini the best juga guys. Karena posisinya ya guys ya, kalian tahu kan guys, harga Blood Wings itu harganya 3.000 guys. Kalian cuma perlu bayar 2.850 guys. Murah kan? Nih guys, gue bakal kasih lihat efek dari Lethal Ignition ya guys ya. Nah guys, kalian lihat ya guys, ada aura-aura biru yang keluar dari badannya Novaria guys. Nah itu tuh efek burn yang bakal keluar dari emblem ini guys. Jadi itu bakal ngasih kalian tuh damage lebih guys buat nge-kill musuh ketika kalian mau nge-gank, oke guys. Nah jadi kayak gitulah guys ya kalau misalnya kalian mau main tipikal yang damage dealer guys. Oke guys, buat yang terakhir nih guys ya, ini kombinasi dari gua buat kalian tuh yang suka main tipikal yang tanky guys. Kombinasinya guys ya, yang pertama dari emblem Vitality guys, dimana kalian tuh bakal nambahin 225 ekstra maksimum HP guys, oke. Yang kedua tuh ada Tenacity guys, ketika darah kalian tuh di bawah 50% ya kan, kalian tuh bakal nambah armor sama magic defense. Bisa juga kalian tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys, dimana ketika kalian nanti ngedeal damage guys, nanti dia bakal ke pop up dan itu tuh bakal ngeluarin kayak efek meledak gitu guys, dan itu bakal ngasih damage ke musuh guys, oke. Nih guys, gue bakal kasih kalian contohnya nih guys ya. Karena tadi gue pertama itu kan pakai Vitality ya guys ya, dan itu nambahin maksimum HP guys. Dan gue sekarang tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys. Kenapa gue bilang itu bagus banget guys? Karena Conclusive Blast itu kan dia dari maksimum HP kan 7% ya kan. Jadi nih, ketika posisinya kalian dapat Vitality ya kan, tambahan maksimum HP, jadi damage dari emblemnya juga nambah guys. Nah kalian tuh guys, ada di bawah kakinya Hylos kan, kalian lihat tuh guys, ada efek-efek gitu kan guys, meledak guys. Nah itu guys efeknya guys, jadi ada damage tambahan guys ya. Dan Tenacity itu yang bikin kalian tuh bakal tebel banget guys, oke. Jadi ini the best combination banget buat kalian yang suka main hero-hero tanky guys ya. Nah guys, jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu guys, kalau gua yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu tuh kombinasi agility, pull yourself together, sama focusing mark guys. Nah buat kalian tuh gimana guys? Cukup well kah? Langsung terapin ke gameplay kalian guys kalau kalian mau main roamer kayak gue, oke guys. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Yuk langsung update project next dan langsung kalian cobain, oke guys. Nah tapi guys, buat kalian yang main role selain roamer, tenang aja guys, MLBB sudah merilis video yang ngebahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lainnya, oke guys. Nah jadi jangan lupa like, share, dan juga komen videonya ya guys ya, oke. Gua Samo HT, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn. Bye.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Ayo, dukung tim jagoanmu di turnamen MPL Season 11 dan dapatkan diskon 40% untuk pembelian minuman berikut di Point Coffee. Gunakan kode diskon berikut di aplikasi Indomart Poinku. Caranya mudah. Pertama, download aplikasi Indomart Poinku, lalu klik tombol icon kado di kanan atas, masukkan kode dan dapatkan e-kupon diskon. Kemudian, redeem kupon diskon 40% di outlet Point Coffee.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded! Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Once she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
So it all all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, 请send me that. Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The two underdogs collide in the next upcoming match in Rebellion Zion versus Dewa United. We are going to see their performances today, but on the caster desk, it's once again with me, Eterna, alongside Gani, as well as Arashi here. Now, before we get into this match, right, a lot of people are speculating as to how this match is going to go. Some people say 2-0, some say 2-1. But what I'm certain about is our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 would not be here if not powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, our official sponsor, Head & Shoulders, official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel, official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports. We have Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. And of course, our official broadcast is on a Maxstream as well as Teferi Sports. We have our suppliers as well, Indomart, Mineski, and Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by Pebe SE. Now, back again. Do you think it's going to be a 2-1 or 2-0? Real quick.
Looking at the current data stats here, I feel like it's a close game.
2-1.
2-1 is where my money is.
Okay, what about you, Rashi?
I think it's a 2-1, man.
2-1.
Both teams are doing really good, but they have shaky, inconsistent plays right now, and I think it becomes a bit of a coin flip.
What about you, Eterna?
Me?
Yeah.
I think 2-1 as well. 2-1. Seeing their performances yesterday, right? Because there are so many different players that the outcome relies on. And one of those players for the side of Dewa United in particular is Watt. We were talking about Watt from day number 1, the way that he is a veteran who has come back to the MPL ID stage. And looking at his performance, it wasn't disappointing at all.
Definitely, he was able to position really well. He was able to move around danger zones in the middle of the game. And of course, we still haven't seen the full extent of the 16 unique heroes, the highest pool of heroes for the gold lane in MPL ID Season 7. And what a time for him to be back, because this meta completely suits him. We've been yapping about so much about this topic right here, but the man really is a bit of a phenom.
The man really is, right? And again, in case you missed perhaps day 1, I'm sure you have covered it. He was the finals MVP back in MPL ID Season 1. So let's see the keys to victory.
Yeah, let's see the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And it is going to start with Leo Murphy.
Well, optimizing his pick-off potential seems to be a great way for them to secure an early lead. And being proactive in the early team fights allows them to get, more importantly, the laners ahead as well. We've seen Keys and Watt do really good if they have the damage, the gold to back it up, to purchase those items. So if they can use Leo Murphy initially, that could be a great solution, because on the side of Rebellion, they also have someone that's quite highlighted right now, the new roamer that has opened up new possibilities for that team.
Audi CS,
Audi
previously known, but he changed his name to Audi TZ. He wants to join the TZ family, trying to have the same impact. But what are the winning conditions for the side of the Blue Bulls?
For the Blue Bulls, keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S-Series. Winning matchups in the gold lane, of course, shutting Watt down, great value. Getting highs ahead, even more value. If Rebellion can manage to do so, this already shuts down the playmaking potential from Dewa, from multiple angles to a bit more of a linear approach. Afterwards, contesting the mid lane priority heroes, right? There's so many good ones right now. The Yeeves, the Valentinas, both Swaylo, as well as, what's his name? I'm blanking out.
Keys?
And Keys, yes, I just mentioned him. Both Swaylo and Keys, just very dangerous, given enough damage, given the burst attempt, the crowd control as well. They can both do close range mages as well as long range artillery. If they can secure one of the heroes they would prefer, right, over their opponents, I think they will swing the balance in the mid lane, and that will also impact the roamer as well as the jungler.
So simpler terms, basically the flexibility of these players should kind of be utilized properly, right? Because we saw in the keys to victory for the side of Rebellion, they're centering on highs. Why highs? Why is winning the lane priority important? It's because highs has such a flexible hero pool. But what isn't flexible is the fact that I keep running out of quota. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't want to have the same problem as I do, go ahead and check Adunia Games with a Telkomsel as well. Because when you're watching your favorite team play, you must feel like you want to kind of play too, right? So make sure you guys look cool using your favorite heroes and skins, and don't forget to check your data quota before playing so you don't run out in the middle of the game. Because Dunia Games as well as Telkomsel, they are going to give additional items or extra savings and additional quota for every purchase in-game that you make. So don't forget and hurry up and check it out at duniagames.co.id or through the Dunia Games app.
Again, I really want to touch on the head-to-head in the jungler position here. Again, Eterna. Is it going to be Ray or is it going to be the Lion? Because I prefer Lanaya in that jungler position. But Ray's performance has not disappoint me yet. Going up against Vincent, a very strong jungler here. It's a tricky test for the young guns here, for young Ray to win that head-to-head.
Yeah, a lot of people have said, well, we all know Vincent is very highly mechanical as a player. He's very gifted with the assassins, especially now coming back into the meta. And who can go head-to-head with him in terms of mechanics is Lanaya, or so they say. But Ray apparently has a better, I would say, head, like a mental... What's the word for it?
Mental fortitude?
There you go.
There you
Mental
go.
fortitude. And I think that's what's really important, especially coming into the MPL ID stage.
Well, there's a lot of people right here. If you can see right behind us, there's definitely a lot of pressure. But a lot of people have also been talking about Lanaya and the fact that he is just a bit more sound in the macro department. Fortunately, we have to see later on if he does make an appearance. Doesn't seem like it, but welcome to the stage.
Well, Anak Dewa has gone crazy in the building. Let's welcome Dewa United Esports.
Dewa United Esports coming into MPL ID as the underdogs, as the newbies, as the rookies. And they're coming in with a bang. Already winning it 2-1 against an MPL ID champion. But this next match, it's not going to be as easy facing the Blue Bulls.
The Blue Bulls, please welcome them with Audi Tizzy. Yeah, as they walk into the stage with the swag sunglasses. Let's welcome Rebellion Zion.
They have a style, they have a stage presence, is basically what we have seen from yesterday. Yesterday they pulled out the cool...
The Katsuki pose.
Yeah, that. And now they're bringing in the cool shades.
I love it. They're just saying, hey, we're gonna win. Deal with it.
Confidence is key here for both of these teams. Hopefully Dewa United have what it takes. And confidence, more or less, it starts with both of the coaches. And even the coaches, they're rocking it. Chico as well as Vivi.
No way.
I love it. I love it. I love that this team has this personality. And of course, going up against Jack Lee and Paddington, it's a question, right? Will they prevail or will the newcomers win? Exactly.
Well, it's going to be a tough test, but like you mentioned, there are opportunities that Dewa United can definitely take advantage of. Is it the roamer? Is it taking advantage of Leo Murphy and his insight? He has been in the scene for quite a long time. Experience pays a lot. Unfortunately, in the previous match, we haven't seen that really shining from Rec, from Alter Ego, but maybe Leo Murphy here can make something happen. I mean, his statement is, we're not here just to appease the crowd. We're here to actually have a good time ourselves.
Yeah, have a good time, and I guess he's having a good time, right? It was his birthday yesterday on the 14th. His 19th birthday, such a young player. And he's already quite gifted, showing a lot of promise here.
The birthday boy.
The birthday boy.
The birthday boy. The B-boy. The Vincent. B-boy.
I heard that Arashi thinks he's cute.
Oh,
yeah.
Arashi. Really? He looks like you.
Yeah, he kind of does, actually.
Does he?
With the glasses. What do you think, folks?
We'll see if the comment section agrees with you. Right now, you have to wonder what exactly is the strategies these coaches are making. Coach Chico actually has been very good at drafting, but against a team that's as new, as unpredictable as Dewa United, it's completely reasonable for him to be a bit more confused. And on the other hand, Coach Paddington and Coach Jack Lee, they've been actually doing a great job just getting good prio picks for his team.
Now that's the question that I really wanted to bring up in this upcoming match, right? With Rebellion Zion especially. Talking about the drafting phase, it feels like Coach Chico, he's still hiding a lot of pocket picks, honestly. Like in moments where we would think, okay, Lunox is such a good fit here, he actually doesn't bring it out for highs and picks up something like the Beatrix instead. Is this a wise thing to do?
In that situation, was the team able to pull off that draft, that Beatrix draft?
I'd have to check.
You have to check,
ladies and gentlemen.
Because, well, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps here, the situations, again, the MPL ID season 12 is very early, of course. People have their trump card, they lost, okay.
Yeah.
So it didn't work out for them. Again, this is just a this is the first week, right? So perhaps experimental, hiding their trump cards, perhaps could be the way to go, but let's not forget Leo Murphy.
Yeah, let's not forget. You were talking about mentality, and what is the better way to attack someone's mentality by recalling in their face? And that's what Leo Murphy was most famous for.
Born to do.
Whoa. Born to recall in the enemy's face.
Well, he popularized the whole concept of taunting recalling to taunt your opponents in a way. So talking about mental fortitude, that is something that Leo Murphy can try and bring to the table, right? Some kind of psyop, some kind of mind game. But Rebellion, they've been in tough situations before. They've always pulled through, Coach Chico included. So let's go straight into the drafting phase.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it. Game number 1 between Dewa United and Rebellion Zion here, with Dewa on the blue side, Rebellion on the red. And you can see here, wow, very peculiar ban from Dewa. We don't see this too often in this current meta, the 1-1 takeout.
You know what, it said something, right? Perhaps Scream-wise, they have done their research, and perhaps Highs has pulled off on this 1-1. So there you go, the Kaja banned away as well from the side of Dewa United, saying perhaps we have the first pick, we can pick up the Joy, so let's take out a suppression hero that can negate the mobility from that Joy.
Honestly, man, the fact that the 1-1 makes an appearance just makes you concerned, makes you start thinking, why are they doing that? What exactly are they trying to pick that is so dangerous paired up against a 1-1? So we'll have to see when the bans start rolling in afterwards. Whether the Valentina ban from Chico as well. It seems like Yves is the go-to prio mid laner that is going to be contested by both these teams.
For sure, for sure. That actually brings up the question, do they want to just ban it out in order to be able to contest a different hero, perhaps even the Faramis in the mid lane? Or do they want to let it go for Dewa to take? Here you can see Rebellion Zion going for the Fanny takeaway, really respecting Ray here. And honestly, Arashi, I don't know who's louder, the Dewa United fans or the Rebellion Zion fans, man. They're crazy in the venue.
We said that Dewa is a relatively new team, but the fan base in support makes it seem like they've been here for a long, long time. And I think the fans from Rebellion, they're trying to fight back. They're not willing to lose out in terms of cheering, man.
Both teams here share the same passion. Dewa United, it's still a very young organization as well here. It seems like in MPL, trying still to find their mark. But there you go. Wow, 3 roles banned out here. 3 different roles, 3 different heroes, right? 1-1 Kaja, and that Ling will be banned out. Putting up again the possibility of the Mage, perhaps the Joy, Arlet,
Angela,
Uranus, Glue. Options are all over the place right now.
Badang.
But looking at
Badang. He just got nerfed, man.
Looking at
Diablo.
Looking at the bans from Rebellion, though, it seems like they're trying to mitigate some early game aggression, early game mobility. As we mentioned, there's a lot of prio in that mid lane. Now, I'm curious to see what kind of duo mid roamer combo are we gonna try to go? Because right now with the Kadita banned out, that means there's no flex roamer technically available. But Dewa goes straight for the Uranus. We've seen that the Bakshek can counter it, though. How does Rebellion respond?
Let's see here. Let's see. With this Uranus first pick, right? It says something that Dixon here securing the hero that is very, very popular and very strong. Why? It can cut clear, and FYI, folks, in this current patch, Uranus does not need Enchanted Talisman, so he has that extra item to perhaps build more defensively or perhaps build more aggressively. That is also why Uranus is quite popular in this current patch.
Yeah, a lot more flexible in terms of that item build as well as the talents. Coming in from Rebellion Zion, they're gonna stick with the Farsa as well as the Claude. Picking up really good heroes right now, but Yves is actually left open.
I think if it's left open, there's no reason why Dewa won't take it. It has good synergy with the Uranus as well, slowing everyone down, right? Chasing them down or kiting away from everyone. I think it's a good pick, but for Rebellion, picking up the premier gold laner that has been contested, it seems to be the go-to marksman. It's definitely a good pickup, and Heis is known to be a good player of this Claude.
You know, Arlet has been left open.
Arlet still
Is it not a thing anymore? Honestly, right? 0% win rate so far. We don't see it getting contested too much. But in this matchup, it's not bad. Would they not pick it up? No, they're not going to. They're going to go for the Franco for Leo Murphy and the Hayabusa for Ray instead. And Leo Murphy was quite good on the Franco yesterday. Had a huge impact in terms of that pickoff. And Rebellion Zion will respond with a Paquito against the Hayabusa.
Oh, very smart, very smart. But here's a slight fun fact here. We saw a similar draft from Dewa United and Aura back in day one. And in second phase, they picked up the carry here. Let's see here, will Rebellion be able to locate that carry pick, or will they just let it go? Find the counter.
Going for a carry might work. Like we said, the box share is still available. And on that note, there's going to be a part. The Paquito can still go to the EXP lane and still contest this Uranus quite effectively. But that's a bit of a concern. We were talking earlier about the Arlet, and I do feel like it's unfortunate it doesn't make an appearance, because we saw, I forgot whose match it was, but it was very reliable in stopping the Blazing Duet. For the side of Dewa right now, they need some more crowd control, because with a Farsa, a Paquito, a Claude, these are all heroes with great mobility that needs to be locked down for damage to come in. The Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt might work, but it's only for one person. They're going to need a bit more.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough. Dewa United have not picked up the Arlet just yet here in their run of MPL ID. But I really do think it's a good idea. Who else can you utilize? I guess Terizla definitely is an option. Grok as well. Oh wait, but they have the Uranus and the Franco already.
Right.
Yeah, it's quite straightforward, right? Looking at the draft, the roam, the jungle, and the EXP has been filled. Meanwhile, this Paquito from Zed Rebellion is still a question, right? Does it fall to the EXP? Does it fall to the jungler? But then again, in this current patch, it's very popular that this Paquito falls into that EXP. The ban towards the Bane has come through. You know what? Right now, go secure a roamer. Makes sense. Kufra is good going up against Hayabusa and as well as Franco.
Ruby is definitely an option as well for Rebellion if they want. Honestly, I would really like if Paquito was flexed into the jungle. But I guess back again, it comes back down to comfort, right? Paquito, Cars is a power pick. So for Rebellion Zion, they're going to actually go for the Edith instead. Assuming that this is going in the roaming position, still flex.
Yeah, it's still possible to flex, and that is what Coach Chico is just so good at doing, man, confusing your opponents. I thought against a Franco, against a team like this, maybe the Atlas is something that comes to mind to try and get a big combo, you know, making use of the Iron Hook. We'll see for now. There's a comment from Pi. Leo Murphy is awesome. Now he's a skilled hook player. Nice debut, bro.
Oh, nice debut, bro, indeed. And
debut.
And the way I think they can pick up a Terizla and a marksman going up against Leslie, maybe? Leslie is good here, I think.
Yeah, I think Leslie is a good fit.
Whoa!
There you go. Wait, what? Brody and Lunox?
Lunox mid.
Oh, okay. Very interesting take here. From the side of Dewa United, they are going to have a little bit more flexibility in that mid lane as well. Can be quite an independent mid laner in that Lunox to kite away from all the damage and lockdown coming in from Rebellion Zion. But how does Coach Chico want to close this off? Do they want to go for a jungler? A roamer?
I think a fighter jungler works really well here. Like one more beefy frontliner. Because if you look at the composition from Dewa, they have a lot of burst damage. That's about it though. In a long drawn out fight, Rebellion has a big advantage. If they can survive the initial burst, then they can actually counter afterwards. And that's going to be a Fredrin. Very tanky. Good damage as well. Solid composition coming in from Rebellion.
Solid indeed. It's going to be very interesting. I never expected that Lunox could be placed in the mid lane in this match because of how fast-paced things are in the early game. Will she be able to suffice? Is there a change? Because before the patch hit, before the emblem system begun, Lunox needs quite a little bit more farm in that early game.
But keep in mind though, weirdly enough, Lunox being a late game hero actually has a very solid early game with the double dip benefit of being able to do damage and heal at the same time, which gives her quite the solid level 1 to 3 if the team can make use of it. So that might be exactly what Dewa United is going for, especially with a Franco and a Hayabusa. There's no way they're trying to just hold off and scale.
Well, looking at the composition, right, why I feel I'm leaning more towards Rebellion is they have more crowd control. With Edith, with the taunt from Fredrin and Paquito, it's going to be hard for them to look for a fight.
So let's see how both of these compositions are going to fare in the Land of Dawn as we enter for game number 1 between both of these underdogs.
Whew. Lethal ignition for both Ray and Watt, so full aggression, but will that be enough? Again, the front line of Rebellion, just so beefy right here. You can see the difference in clear speed. Not too apparent, but look at Suelo!
Oh, take a look at on HP. Kitty says hello. First blood falls to the side of Dewa United.
Well, I guess there you go, right? The prowess of Lunox in the mid lane, for sure it was facilitated by Leo Murphy there, but already a kill under 1 minute.
You just don't expect it, man. Lunox, late game, right? Needs items. That level 1 is devastating, man. That's gonna be a good first blood. Great start, but on the other hand, for the side of Rebellion Zion though, having a Fredin in the jungle means that they won't be as prone to invades as Dewa United is, so we'll have to see if they can just maneuver around it. There's 3 agilities as well, so you can see movement for Rebellion, penetration for Dewa United. There's a big difference in focus.
Damage. Oh, here we go, D2Z.
Ooh. Take a look at this. Leo Murphy now without Flicker will not survive this time. Vincent picks up the kill. And I do want to say here, right, eyes on that Purify. What it says is, I want to play it safe. Technically only the crowd control from the side of Leo Murphy here that can really lock Claude. But with that Purify, it forces Leo Murphy to target elsewhere. Perhaps the Mage, perhaps the Paquito, but now on top side, Watt taking a lot of damage. No spells, there you go. Even with the Flicker, Highs gets a kill now. Another re-engage Shadow kill with the help of Leo Murphy. Gets the kill as well. It's 1-1, but favors the side of Rebellion that time.
Yeah, 2-4-2 trade already here in the first 2 minutes of the game. You can see that both of these teams are looking for the pickoffs. Keys already being able to go up and rotate to pressure Highs. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get it.
Man, I think Watt was a bit too late on the flicker there. He could have done it a bit earlier. Maybe bought a bit more time for his team to come in and collapse on that play. But just like that, Rebellion secures a lead on the top side and also gets a neutral objective. Looking at Talon's predictions by the Samsung Galaxy S-Series though.
Even Stevens.
I just like being different at this point.
Eterna's built different.
I'm always the other...
odd one out?
Yeah, I'm always the odd one out, man. Again, I should swap over to like the Indo desk. Actually, no, that would be a disaster.
That'll be interesting
Never mind.
to see, for sure.
All right, first 3 minutes already can see here Rebellion Zion. They have a slight gold lead for the moment, but it doesn't mean that they haven't reached their power spikes just yet here. We can take a look at the items. Suelo as well as the Lunox, not yet on that COD.
You can see a lot of steel leg plates being built from the side of Rebellion as well. And the Clock of Destiny being stacked up by Suelo. So for now, it's still going to be a stacking game. But look at that. High is really going in aggressively.
Blazing Duet has been paused. Leo Murphy forced to use the Flicker, but Feather Airstrike there. Oh! With the Flicker, extra aggressive. And Vincent here does not have the range, but the hook finds the outplay. Vincent gets taken out here, minute 3.
What a statement by Leo Murphy there. He was nearly taken down by the damage coming in from the Feather Airstrike from Suelo, but he was able to turn it around because of how aggressive Vincent was on the Fredrin. Very unfortunate for Rebellion Zion here.
A lot of attention is being put on the gold lane right here, though. I think it's great, but that EXP lane is going to require a bit of attention to swing it in the balance, and that's what exactly Rebellion is doing. They go for Dixon, but he has a lot of resources unless Cars can make something happen here.
They need Dom, right? They really need Dom if they really want to commit this Uranus. Pre-Dom, let's just poke, let's just be a nuisance, but you can't really commit to on towards the kill, on towards Dixon.
Not just yet. He's really, really annoying Vincent in the jungle here. You can see Vincent just reached level 7. Ray was there first. Leo Murphy!
Oh, in the front side, has no flicker, will be taken out now. Keys perhaps has the order now. Oh, a lot of crowd control, so no time to pop the order there. Gets taken out as well. And now look at this. DRY United, though, has equalized on that turtle. Watts needs to be careful. It's a 4-man rotation, 5-man rotation top side. And they really want to take the turret here. Oh, another catch on towards Watt this time. Caught and good night. Watt gets taken out. Rebellion again with the proactiveness here early game.
Yeah, with no objectives on the board just yet. Rebellion Zion look for the second best, which is pressure onto Watt. Onto the carry of DRY United. That kill is going to put him in a little bit of a pickle, but meanwhile, you can see here Ray already getting some trades on the board, getting that tower on the bottom side as the audience prediction is slowly starting to favor DRY United here.
Right then, Rebellion just keeps pressuring right here, and that is the value of crowd control. DRY United, they're trying to move away from these threats, but they just can't do it. And even if you have outplay tools like the Brilliance, you're just not allowed to pop it in time. And Rebellion Zion, they're doing a good job at layering the crowd control. But if you look at the stats so far, it's still an even situation for these structures, and that is where it's important. Leo Murphy will need the vision game to augment his hooking game, and if he doesn't have that, it's going to be a bit more difficult with Rebellion Zion having 3 beefy members that are willing to just take that iron hook.
The agenda here, it seems like taking the turret bot side, and DRY United, again, because they lack in that crowd control, they're heavily banking on those hooks. Without those hooks, they can't really engage, and that's why they need to suffer another loss on that turret.
Yeah, they need to rely heavily onto Leo Murphy right now. And the way that Rebellion Zion have been positioning, it's not giving them an easy time as well. Because let's say he lands onto a hook. I guess there is burst from the Hayabusa, but what if the Hayabusa is still farming in the... Oh, wait a minute. Audi TZ!
Hot here to press, but Feather Airstrike is there to somehow deal damage. He gets taken down though, but take a look at the re-engage now. Keys flickering away. Vincent still on the manhunt. Dixon trying to buy time in the backside. Finally, with the recall. Oh! Another hook. Oh! But the Purify saves the day. Now Cars trying to deal damage. Vincent finding an angle, but does not connect just yet. It's still 4v4 now. Rebellion Zion still winning that trade because the mid side falls.
They get a turret as well as going for this turtle right here. You can see they engage onto Audi TZ, but that's fine. Everyone else can re-engage afterwards, and they are not getting the opportunity to try and threaten Sway Low as well as Highs, and so they are just relatively safe. And on the flip side, you have to wonder how long can Dixon just keep Cars under control. You're really seeing his damage starting to stack up, and now they're going straight for the purple.
Yeah, he was able to hook it, right? Right now, Leo Murphy on the Franco, his iron hook hit rate is 5 of 11, so 45%. But if he keeps hitting Audi TZ, that's actually the perfect gap closer for Audi TZ to use Earth Shatter onto his own members. So not really a good target for him.
That's the situation right here, because for both teams, when they're just waiting around looking for a pickoff, DRY United, they can like hook the wrong target, but for Rebellion Zion, you know, anyone that they jump on, right, can be bursted down. Even Dixon, because they can take him down before he can pop the Consecration. He is going Flicker, not a Purify.
Again, this is also why that Purify is key, right? Earlier we saw that Claude got hooked, but because he was on that Purify, he is still safe. So again, Yo Murphy was forced to find another viable target, perhaps that Mage, perhaps that Paquito, but then again, because they lack CC, that Purify is just so huge for that Claude, right? It makes Leo Murphy's job even harder.
Looking at the gold right here, Sway Low actually is a bit low in that department, but everyone else is doing good, so that's still pretty okay. And we talked about how the late game is where Keys wants to shine, but he is just not having a good time right now. 500 gold behind, and he can't really have the security to try and go in with the Chaos Order and burst down the beefier members because he just gets counter-engaged so much. And with that pressure, just like that, Heis gets a random tower out of nowhere.
He can BMI out, right?
See, Leo Murphy does not spot Heis just yet.
Doesn't even need to.
Does not need to. And take a look at the purple already invaded here. Hayabusa he might be late to the party.
We'll see, we'll see. Already hooked. It doesn't land. Vincent, is he going to use his retribution? He doesn't even need the retribution.
Wait, hang on. Did Dixon get it?
No.
Dixon got it.
What?
Dixon got the purple.
Oh yeah, Dixon got it.
Purple. He's saving the retribution for the Lord, so it's a wise choice, unfortunately. But it also denies the purple from Ray. No energy, no big amounts of outplay coming out, and they can't contest. Rebellion gets a free Lord.
Yeah, Rebellion Zion are outmaneuvering Deo United Esports here. They're able to just get more advantage. I guess the Claude, his mobility, being able to split the map has been really, really intense for Deo United Esports, that they can't find a way to handle it. There's a game of fun fact here by Grab. Very different to Season 11, where Lapu Lapu was one of his main heroes of 67 times pick rate. Season 12, he's picked up to the Paquito as well as the Uranus. So you can see that Cars has adapted to the new meta, exploring new roles, and the impact has been crazy.
He did mention that he feels like this is his true calling. So he's had a lot more confidence coming in into the XP lane compared to the previous season. Now Rebellion, they're looking for a chance right here. They have all the engages, the hook does not land, and now that means Rebellion can strike.
Oh, Dixon now trying to be the sandbag there, but does not succeed as, the mid lane turret tier 2 will fall. Lord Marcher still top side here. It seems like only 2 waves will crash down. The third, the bottom lane will not come in time. Oh, the hook flicker comes in. The damage though does not come through. Vincent still escapes. Audi TZ in the front side, taking a lot of damage. He gets taken out. Now with the shadow kill, does not really give significant damage, but then again, they failed to defend the top tier base turret. Again, Rebellion's out here. A man for a turret.
I mean, I guess in a way, it's worth it for Rebellion Zion for sure because they lose. Because Deo United had to lose that tower in the top side in an inhibitor turret. But if Rebellion Zion don't close this as soon as possible, Deo United Esports, they're going to hit that power spike. Sure, they were expecting some more of a presence from the Brody in the early game. But remember, Deo United, they have the Lunox who picked up the Weapon Master. So a lot more late game insurance for her. And I'm wondering if we can actually get to see the items, how far she's in. Does she have Clock of Destiny Lightning Truncheon built already? Does she have the penetration yet? Because when that hits, Rebellion Zion, they need to be careful.
Need to be careful, but they have a lot of crowd control to try and outplay around that. And even in the late game, a Farsa and a Claw, that's a lot of damage for Dewa United to be able to just survive through. So let's take a look at the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Initially, it was that hook onto Vincent, knowing that he's a prior member. Look at Audi TZ, comes in, stops the bloody hunt. As an exchange, they took his life out, but he saves Vincent's life. The jungler available for a neutral objective take, and still they were able to get that turret. So overall, great coordination from this team, from the new roamer, Audi TZ as well.
Yeah, he's been doing crazy. He's been getting a lot of good Earth Shatters even in the early game, being able to pressure Watt, who should notoriously have a little bit more damage than the Claude in the early game. Eventually, it was Heis being able to now have a level ahead of Watt. Very difficult. Does the Brody scale great into the late game?
Not as good as the Claude.
Oh, there you go.
Earth Shatter connects, and take a look at the feather airstrikes. It'll be huge, but Audi TZ falls in the process now. Dixon taking some heat, still surviving. It's 5v4 now. Rebellion, they need to somehow retreat and find a better angle.
Now they lost one member, but they have all the ultimates ready. There's only 2 on the side of Dewa United. This is something that Rebellion can try and take advantage of, but it's going to be risky. They go for it though.
Oh my god, no further airstrike here. Dixon, quarter of HP with the... Oh my god, he's now back to full HP. Man, now 5v4 Rebellion trying to delay the Lord take. Very, very smart. Now Audi TZ is in the building. So let's see, it's an even fight yet again.
Wait a second. Leo Murphy is going to be able to get a pick here. Dewa United Esports utilize their advantage. They're getting that tower in the mid lane.
Oh, suppression comes through. The damage is there. Feather Airstrike. Dixon taking some heat. Gets taken out. And now it's a 5v4. Take a look at Highs. Free hitting towards Leo Murphy. And now Dewa United, they are backing off. It's a free Lord for the Blue Bulls.
Dixon just walking up without the consecration, gets taken out. Dewa United, we thought they were going to be the chaotic ones, but they went into that fight unprepared. 2 members caught out in the front, and the backline just can't get close enough due to the CC and AoE threats. Finally, let's take a look at the items. Almost a full build for Highs. He might just go for a Radiant, an Athena, just to ensure that the Lunox gets put under control. Already with the Wind of Nature, he is no longer concerned about the torn apart memory or the shadow kill. And for Sway Low, man, with the Lightning Transient available, it's a lot of burst.
Take a look here. The connection comes through. Oh, Leo Murphy very low, but has the Immortal. Does not pop it just yet, but ties some more. Finds the base turret. Now Lord still marching top side. Still even 5v5. Rebellion will not commit on towards the fight just yet, realizing that their marksman is quite low.
Very, very disciplined here from the side of Rebellion. Zion. They should have been able to get that mid lane, but they didn't want to force it. Dewa United now having a little bit more space here after that siege, going to be able to get that purple buff for the side of Ray, picking up an endless battle. So he's getting to that item power spike.
Quite late though. Item power spikes at 15 minutes. It's not what you want to count on ideally, but it's good for Dewa United for sure. For Rebellion, they understand that the late game is in their hands, sort of. They have the range advantage, the AoE, teamfight advantage, the crowd control, and frontline advantage as well. So they knew that Dewa United were low as well as they are, but they know that Dewa United can just go back to their base, regen up, and join the fight again. So they back away. And that was a very wise decision because you saw that Leo Murphy was looking for the counter engage right after regenning.
Speaking of Leo Murphy, if you saw the hook rate cut by half.
Yeah.
40% earlier on, now down to 20%. But we saw that. We saw that the last time he picked up the Franco, right? It wasn't how he started. It's how he finishes. And so it all really just banks on him. If he can get a really good hook either onto Highs, which is very impossible because he has a Purify, or maybe even Sway Low, that definitely is an advantage that Dewa United Esports can exploit. Not saying it's going to be easy though.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned that the only proper engage is from that hook, right? That's why Leo Murphy is just spamming his hooks, looking for the fight, because if not, there's no crowd control anymore, any elsewhere from side of Dewa United. So again, they're really somehow banking on those hooks. So, you know, low win rate, a low percentage rate on the hook, it's okay.
But what if we go at it in a different perspective? Can Dewa United Esports capitalize over the fact that they can rotate around the map with Dixon maybe split pushing? Is that an option for them?
Well, Dixon split pushing is definitely a problem, but the issue, right, which is I think a solution a lot of teams are using for this Uranus, is that Cars is on the Paquito with the sprint, with more dashes than the Uranus. He can easily clear the waves and come back to the fights faster than the Uranus can. All the Uranus can do is just be more survivable, but considering that he's up against a sprint quantum charge Paquito, that in itself is a dangerous endeavor.
Now we can see here the Lord Dance starting to brew. The far lane is somehow favoring Rebellion. Zion slowly pushing. Brody cleared the mid side, forcing Rebellion to respond. Question mark. Let's see Highs though. Whoa, poking Dixon to a quarter HP. No problem. Lord, 30,000 HP on that Lord. Let's see. Ray positioning himself top side. Feather Airstrike has been popped. Whoa. Here, prematurely, Ray now reposition himself in that spot. Was he spotted? Cars now looking for that angle and opening. Lord, it seems like should be delayed here in this current state.
Bottom lane, bro.
Bottom lane slowly pushing, forcing Brody. Okay, they're forcing a fight now. AutoTZ finding Leo Murphy, has Immortal, has the flicker, gets popped though. Now say goodnight to Leo Murphy as he will go down for 40. Rebellion with the man advantage will surely take this Lord comfortably.
That wasn't a good Lord set up by Dewa United. They weren't controlling that bottom lane. And now, because they saw that, oh god, no. Audi TZ!
He's caught. Dixon, though, will be... Oh, take a look at the shadow kill. Force the Claw to use the Wind of Nature in time. Sway low, feather airstrike now. Careful, Audi TZ finds Ray. No shadow. Where you going, Ray? He's going very low, but he still survives in that certain state. Dixon now trying to deal the damage as Rebellion regathers with the Lord.
That wasn't great at all for Dewa United. Rebellion Zion, they were playing around, realizing that Watt was already in the bottom lane, and that's when they pulled the trigger. With a man disadvantaged without their main core damage dealer, it was very difficult for Dewa United to find anything across the board.
Well, now Rebellion are trying to crack open the base, but the Lord is left somewhat alone because they were overstaying in that fight. They will have an empowered minion wave to try and make the plays, to try and get this turret, and I think with the Iron Hook down, they're going to go for it.
Yep, feather airstrike now early to zone away Dixon. Oh, the damage is too much. 3 Dominance Ice in the side of Rebellion, but he's able to survive with the flicker as well. And now it's officially 3 base turrets taken out by the side of Dewa United, but then again, they survive to see another day.
For now, with the way things are going, Rebellion, they're just playing so patient. Right there, they knew that the wave was pushing, like you mentioned, Eterna, but there's nothing they can do about it. The base turret is no longer there. So Devil United was pressured to try and make a play right there, and it just didn't work out. At this point, I think it's late enough in the game that going for a fight, going for more death timers might be more beneficial than the Lord itself. But Rebellion Zion might not even allow that to happen. Immortals are still available, which means worst case scenario, someone gets hooked, someone gets picked off, they'll still be alive.
Careful, Dixon. Again, it's just Dixon. That's the opener here. No, Rebellion will, I don't know, committing on towards Dixon. At this point, I don't know if it's the right call. Let's see, though.
Let's see. I like that you brought that up, Arashi, because remember, now that all 3 base turrets are exposed, if they go for that kind of 5v5 Lord Dance, once again, Rebellion Zion have the Claude, right? He could definitely go in for a split push maneuver, head straight to the base. So Devil United, they need to be way more calculated with the way that they control the waves, or it might just be Rebellion Zion outsmarting them without even going for a team fight.
But this is the problem. You can say that Dixon can still be a nuisance, can still clear in relative safety. They can't burst him down even if they use 3 ultimates, like they're trying to do right now, actually.
Forcing to use with the flicker very aggressively. RTZ now, quarter HP, but Leo Murphy flickers away. Highs with the blazing duet. Does not find anyone just yet. Oh, with the re-engage now, Leo Murphy very low, gets taken out as well. And now it's a 5v4. Watt forces to use the Wind of Nature. Very low. Will he be taken out? But it seems like RTZ will fall first as Dixon, 1 HP, still surviving. But Keys forced to use the Winter Truncheon. But Paquito is there to secure the kill.
Oh, now,
Ray looking for an angle, does not quite get it. At the end of the day, it's a 3-4-4. 2-for-1 rather, but 3-man 4-4 is still standing.
It doesn't feel like Keys is able to target the damage properly because of how much disengage that Rebellion Zion has. And in the end, Keys, without her ultimate, gonna be able to get taken down really quick here. I think Ray's gonna go for a 50-50. He needs to be careful.
He needs to be very, very careful now. Lord Dance, oh, highs! Wind of Nature, blazing duets. The damage isn't really there. Immortal pops, but take a look at Hayabusa gets taken out by the one and only Cars. Lord will be secured, and this might be it. With the Lord, this might be the final push.
That 60-second cooldown on Ray.
That's way too long. It's the beginning of the end for sure. Rebellion using all their resources to rush through the Lord and as well as zone everyone from Dewa United behind, away from the Lord. Cars, man, against the Hayabusa, against a Paquito, you do not want that smoke. With the Hunter Strike here, he didn't even go for the Bloodlust Axe. He's not here to try and regen, to try and survive. He's here to just tank damage and beat you up with the Lord marching in right now. Rebellion, go for the final play.
2-wave crashing down. Vincent trying to find an opening. Oh, take a look at Cars in the backside. Dealing a lot of damage on towards Watt. He still survives though. Dixon has the immortality. Now Lord focusing on the base and say goodnight to Dewa. Game 1 goes to the side of Rebellion Zion.
The Blue Bulls strike first. showing their fearsomeness against the newcomers, baring their teeth, kicking them out with their horns. But of course, this is a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. There is still one more game to be won. But what a performance by Rebellion Zion.
Everything, man. Even in that final fight, you saw that in the top side, near the base, Sway Low was able to anticipate moves towards him and dodge it with the flicker. So they have just such good awareness in how they want to play out the fights. The game plan since the beginning was just so good as well. I think it's going to be a very tough time to try and recover from a game like this.
Rebellion Zion displayed
Amazing.
a magnificent macro play in that Lord dance. You know what, from the traps as well, I really like the side of Rebellion Zion.
How so?
The lack of crowd control. Only Franco, you rely on Franco. Sure, you have a strong Uranus, but they exploit it. They add Edith, they add Paquito, and to top it off, they add Fredrin, which has a lot of crowd controls, a lot of angles to find the right engage. And that is, you can see where it's just 4 members following Leo Murphy, hoping for a hook to land.
On who?
On who? The question is, again.
Exactly.
The next question is on who? Claude has a Purify. There you go. The only viable target on that roster is just the Farsa. And Farsa, well, Suelo rarely shows on the map.
That's why there's a brilliance in how flexible the drafting phase for Chiku in the first phase was, right? We didn't know where Paquito was gonna go, and then he picked up the Edith, and we're like, okay, we have an idea of where this is going. But then he picked up the Fredrin, and then we're like, oh, okay, so this is going there, this is going there, this is going there. But for the side of Dewa, they were really quick to pick up the Franco and the Uranus. And so, like you guys mentioned, they committed onto the lack of CC, and unfortunately, Leo Murphy's hooks, despite the low win rate, even if he was like Naomi, who would he hit, right? It was very difficult, but I guess the game highlight for that particular game was Karsa's map control on the Paquito.
He just had his build as well. He wasn't trying to just duel 1v1, right? His build wasn't meant to just outlast a Uranus. It's meant to just get into a fight, survive, and get out. So the adjustment in how he builds this hero is just really, really good. And I think that also is a bit of the reason for how Dewa was just so stuck, because the only person that can actually stall and take some damage and open up the map is the Uranus, but he wasn't allowed to do so because he's pulled into these team fights. He just can't push on the sidelines, and Kars is definitely one of the big reasons for that to happen. So this is going to be your player of the game.
POTG.
POTG.
POTG PKT. Oh.
What?
Paquito.
Oh, okay. Pot G, Paquito Kars, right? 2 Paquito games today. Initially, last time it was Sorizo. This time, it's gonna be Kars again, showing that why Paquito is so prio in that EXP. Sure, you got the Uranus here. Let me counter with Paquito. Why? Because it has fast clear and it can rotate faster. And there you go, 403 on an XP laner. Shows that.
So does this mean that Oracle is a permanent build for Paquito? Because we saw the Oracle being built by Sorizo, but it was because there were a lot of healers, right? So even without any healer or regen support heroes, is this a permanent item for Paquito?
That's a very good question. Because
It is.
If you look at Dewa United's composition, right? There's only a Hayabusa and Brody as a source of physical damage, and Hayabusa won't target the Paquito, whereas everyone else does magic. So if he goes for the Oracle, it also augments his Festival of Blood emblem, and that is one of the reasons why he just does not need to build the Bloodlust Axe. He was having a very healthy amount of regen even without it. It all begins in the early game right here. There was that misplay, Leo Murphy just making that value hook, but the longer the game goes, the more difficult it was for Dewa United to find something of that nature. Afterwards, seems like they are able to get damage, they are able to get pickoffs, but at what cost? Every time they do so, they use so much resources to secure the kill on that tanky member, and that is where the counter engages begin. And then when the mutual objectives are starting to be contested, you can see Kars' impact, man. He does not need to be aggressively engaging. As long as he's in the area, he's already just a big threat that everyone needs to be concerned for. And of course, there's that synergy, right, between Audi TZ and Vincent. He just knows who to sacrifice at what moment, and cutting your losses like that is just so beneficial. And it seems like, as we mentioned already, there's just no hook available, and slowly but surely, once you're out of position, once you've used the iron hook, there's not much you can do. And even here, look, everyone, even the Farsa, did not have the wings to kite away, but just by walking backwards, Suelo was able to just avoid all that damage.
Yeah, it was very difficult. And even if, let's say, Leo Murphy does get a hook, there's no one to kind of bridge it onto. Like, there's no combo coming in from Dewa United.
Man, Cars, really good. With that Lord, there's just not much they can do. They lack the shred to try and damage the Lord. Even Keys was just really bursted down, pressured away. That was the end of it. It seems like it's a bit too much one-dimensional play coming in from Dewa United, and Chico, like we said, is so good at just, putting up a smoke screen and hiding his true intentions in the drafting phase.
Yeah, I agree. That
again,
flexibility.
To add to that, right, we personally know Chico, right, the coach of Rebellion.
Do we?
He knows how to counter Dewa United, and that is to target what?
That's true.
Specifically.
That's true. And you know what's also true?
What?
There's so much opportunity for Mobile Legends out there.
Tell us, please.
Like from Pebesi, Garudaku, right? For Mobile Legend players who usually play alone and want to participate in national level tournaments like Arashi, now there's a way for you. You guys can register yourself and find your dream team in the National Esports League solo path and win a total prize of 200 million rupiah plus a slot to the National Esports League Level 2 if you succeed as a finalist in the National Esports League solo path. So there you go. If you guys think that you guys can top the pro players, there's now an opportunity for everyone out there, and it's free to register, by the way. So it's open for everyone, public.
Exactly. So try your luck, try your skills. Perhaps you can be Arashi, because Arashi is aren't you the richest caster?
The richest caster?
No, that's Mirko, sorry.
That's Mirko, buddy.
Mirko.
That's
He's the cutest
fact.
one.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
Cutest caster, Arashi.
Cutest caster.
Smartest.
Caster in the world, by the way. EIT Dubs.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to check that out. It's called Liga Esports National 2023. I'm sure a lot of the idols that you follow on a lot of social medias have actually posted this as well. So it does give an opportunity and a way to, facilitate your skills and open up more opportunities. And with that, we are going to go for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because game number 2 is just beyond the horizon. Let's throw to the break.
Where?
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan.
Did you find it?
Where?
You didn't find it?
Man, I'm not seeing it. What?
You didn't the match beyond the horizon.
Yeah.
You didn't find it?
Is it behind us?
Well, it's upon us right now, ladies and gentlemen. Back on the caster desk with me, Eterna, Arashi, as well as Gani. Why do I keep swapping you guys? I keep mixing
I
you
like
guys
being
up.
Arashi. Not sure if I enjoy being gone.
You guys should
Real
like
with you.
cosplay each other.
How? We have the same outfit.
You don't know? You can cosplaying skins that you guys can get for free.
Okay.
On the Blee Blee.
Okay.
It rhymes. So don't forget to
Bars.
check out Blee Blee, guys, because now you can play with confidence. Use Blee Blee to purchase a game vouchers and top up more efficiently with a 10% cashback. So for those of you who are like me, don't really have much in the wallet, it's okay. It's okay. You can use Blee Blee to get that 10% cashback to make it more value. And for those of you who want more information, you guys can tap your screen a little bit to scan the QR code. I think it was below Arashi.
Yep. And again, it's 1-0.
1-0.
For side of Rebellion, which displayed, I feel like this guy here displayed a
This guy?
mean Paquito.
The Paquito is definitely a big factor, a big problem right here. And I do feel like the arenas right now, you can kind of adjust to. There's no real need to just match the kind of pressure playstyle because it also relies on the rest of the team doing enough, having enough advantage, right, to take advantage of the roam. If you did what Dewa United was doing right there, and you have only a Franco, that's the issue. The Franco can't face check these bushes the same way the Uranus can, and as a result, you just don't get to use the Uranus to its full potential. So I think composition-wise, teams that pick the Uranus need to understand it's no longer a pick for all situation. It's very situational, and that is what the current meta is about.
Very flexible. You pick something up, and there's always going to be something to be able to counter it in a way, right? Paquito now, I would say an S-tier EXP laner. What's the potential counter towards this Paquito? Esme? Is Esme good against the Paquito?
In theory, not bad, because he does have shielding, right? The shielding can be taken advantage of by the Esmeralda. That is one way of doing it. If you want to go for something with a bit more gank potential, we've seen before that, at least back then in the last season, Fredrin and Paquito is quite the okay matchup. The Fredrin can really set up the over-aggressive Paquito for a gank, do enough damage, right? And the way Paquito works, he goes all in. It's not exactly DPS, so there's time for you to build up all your stacks, use the Praiser's Wrath, outplay it that way. It's definitely still a skill matchup. I don't think we've seen anything that's a clear-cut hard counter for this Paquito. It's just way too flexible.
One hero perhaps that can somehow counter the Paquito, right? But isn't really meta, it's Mincetar, I feel like, right? With the King's Calling, with the hooks as well, it can deal damage, but it's ult reliant. So without his ult, perhaps this Paquito is still somehow okay. There you go.
Yeah, and to add to that as well, you go with the Mincetar. You see how these Paquitos are building these days? Quantum Charge, Sprint, you use your ultimate, he's just gonna walk away. So this is why the emblems just make some heroes seem a bit overloaded. So we'll see if he makes an appearance yet again, because for right now, Kaja 1-1, this is the same two bans for Jack Lee in the first game. For Rebellion, it's still that Valentina.
Yeah, we're going straight to go into the drafts here for game number 2. Dewa, though, still on the blue side, Rebellion on the red. And I hope we finally get to answer that question, right? What can beat Paquito in lane? Is it Esme? Is it Mincetar? Is it something else? But so far, looking at the bans, quite the same. Kaja taken away 1-1. Now the Paquito. So that is the change, the adaptation coming in from Coach Jack Lee here in the first phase. Rebellion Zion, are they going to stick with the Kadira? They don't as well. They go for the Uranus ban.
Very similar from match 1 earlier, right? So Rizzo picked up the Paquito in game 1, got the MVP, and game 2, insta-ban in that first phase. So the theme here in this current match is different, but still it's the same. Now, Dewa United, what are they going to pick up here? What are they going to try? Kadira is open, like you mentioned here. Will they go for it? Nope, they will go for the Joy. But then again, perhaps the Franco? I don't know, Franco pick here kind of iffy, so I prefer the Claude. And still, I think, you know what? Arlet and Claude.
Arlet and Claude?
Or Fredrin Claude.
Fredrin could be a good solution. The AoE taunt is just quite reliable in stopping these very mobile heroes. You mentioned the Franco, that's usually the go-to with the suppression, but unfortunately, picking it up in the first phase is a bit, I would say risky, right? But I mean, Dewa United, they picked Franco second in the first game, so it's not impossible. Depends on what Coach Chico wants to try and play around with. It's going to be the Angela, though. We haven't seen it for a while. It's finally here.
Oh, that's not good because Ling is also open to pick up. There's a lot of combos that you can utilize with the Angela to gain an advantage and create miscalculations when the Heart Guard comes in. How is Dewa going to respond to this? They already picked up the Joy, so I think picking up the Esmeralda would be a little bit too difficult to counter the Angela.
Especially because the Joy if it's moved into the EXP lane, we haven't seen it that much. It's always generally in the jungle. That said, they go for the Cult Altar in the Faramis with the penalty zone of the Terizla as well, shaping up to be quite the heavy engaged team. But against a Arlet, that's dangerous. And here we go, we are finally getting that Angela lane combo that's been always denied again and again. Can Rebellion secure one more tanky, beefy member to complete that trinity, right? The Ling, Angela, and high pressure, tanky lane bully.
I mean, Rebellion should ban the Franco out here in this regard, and there you go, they banned the Franco out because last time around, where the comp has the Terizla in the side of Dewa United, they pick up the hero for Leo Murphy for that Franco again. So it seems like trying to ask Leo Murphy a question here, what are you going to play? Dewa United, they opt for a very straightforward ban here. They will commit to a Melissa ban, realizing that Highs is also very, very prolific in using that Melissa. So let's see here, Chico, one more ban.
With Melissa being taken out, it actually does help answer the sustain coming in from the Faramis, right? They want to allow that sustain to come through in these team fights. And if Heist picks up a Melissa with that AoE damage that she has, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Dewa to take advantage and the utmost potential of the Cult Altar. Now, Rebellion Zion, they're going to go for the Brody ban. What do you think is going to come out here? What's good against the Ling in lane? I would say, oh, Harris taken out.
Seems like Dewa United is trying to limit the gold lane, but so is Rebellion. But with being the first pick in the second phase, they have a choice here to, if they want to try and get a particular kind of gold lane. With everyone already being so selfish, right, as a hero, Ling, Arlet, and Angela, someone a bit more independent might be a good option, which is why the Harith, the Brodies have been banned out.
Oh.
It's going to be a gold lane Esmeralda, hang on.
It's going to be gold lane Esmeralda, right? No?
I think so, I think so. There's no reason not to.
I mean, I guess Arlet can go to the Roam.
So Angela mid, Arlet Roam, okay.
That's still a possibility.
Okay.
We've seen that.
All right, but we do have a comment here by the gold laner himself. Keep the hype and don't be too afraid of any opponent, because in MPL, everyone is the same. We'll see if this comes through. I mean, if they lose 2-0 against Rebellion, doesn't look like everyone is the same. But coming back to the drafts, Dewa need to think about this, right? Because now it looks like this is going to be a Joy jungle. With the Terizla being picked up, they do still need a lockdown, honestly, for Ling, as well as a reliable gold laner. And there you go. Cho and Beatrix is their answer.
I thought the answer was going to be the Kufra, but they opt for the Cho instead. I think I prefer the Cho, right? I think, yeah, it makes sense. Cho can really lock one hero, and if that hero has the Angela, perhaps they might kill the Angela as a bonus. So a very good pickup, and as well as that Beatrix. Yeah, it's not really independent, but it's a very formidable marksman still.
I have a feeling that Esmeralda is gonna go. Oh
EXP.
No, EXP against Terizla.
I think this might be a roam pick, and they put the Angela in the mid lane. I feel like that makes so much sense. It's in line with Chico's personality as well, being so crafty all the way to the final pick. Let's see it, man. The final reveal.
Atlas, I like Atlas.
Oh, it's Glue. Yo.
Whoa, wait, okay.
Into a Faramis.
That's so risky.
Yep, Cars, Suelo. You know, I still like Rebellion side here.
That's so risky though. That's so risky. Glue against a Faramis. What do we think here, Rashi?
I think there is risk involved, but if I was on that team right now, I think the idea is that the Glue will never even get close to the Faramis anyways. Right now, they have an Esmeralda, they have a Glue, right? This is perfect to go for a double side push strategy that cannot be easily caught or shut down. While in the meantime, having the Angela just clear the mid wave and having that Ling as well as that Arlet just do work, but it's a mid Arlet. It's a mid Arlet.
It is a mid Arlet, right?
Wow.
In the hands of Suelo, TZ here will use the basic common emblem as an Angela. Okay, 3 basic common emblems here from side of Rebellion and Zion.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if these 3 basic common emblems are going to have an impact in game number 2 as we welcome you into the land of Dawn. The potential last game between Dewa United as well as Rebellion Zion. But coming back into that mid lane matchup, right? It could be just a double roam strat, no? Between Arlet as well as Angela.
That's definitely it. And usually the Angela gets put in the mid lane, right? Serves as the actual mid laner with a bit more gold income. But actually putting the Arlet, who is in a way a bit more item reliant, will get less assists in the mid lane, might just be the better idea. Looking at the items, the emblems, sorry, there's 4 Tenacity emblems, which means that Rebellion Zion, they're trying to play a bit risky. And Dewa United, they are all banking on that late game. Weapon masteries on 3 people, ruptures on 3. They're going for damage for that late game boost in damage.
Yeah, that's so much damage as well. Penetration, late game insurance as well from the side of Dewa United. But here you go. Vincent is going to be able to secure that lethal wander away from Dewa United. And they're understanding the prowess, the potential of damage coming in from Dewa United in this early game, right? And Angela going against a Faramis. A Faramis who, in the early game, already deals quite some damage, especially when he already gets at level 2.
Well, Eterna, we have a question here. Why have you switched sides? It's going so well.
Well, Dixon here foresees the flicker. Vincent still on that manhunt. It's a 4-man rotation. Dixon falls. First blood falls in the hands of Rebellion Zion. It's a play pop now. Ray will not be able to find the trade. Rebellion Zion here still with 1-0 lead.
To answer your question, Arashi, one, I wanted to make a good content for Papulung.
Okay.
And second of all, I am trying to utilize my curse. I'm testing it out. Because up until now, I think I have the worst prediction rate so far.
We'll see. But so far, it seems like...
Well, it seems like... we have Dragon connecting onto his ODTZ, force him to use the flicker. Ray, quite low, highs more now on the Esmeralda. Forcing the Faramis to use the Call of Altar as well. Leo Murphy recalling in the middle of the way there. Take a look at Arlet with the final slash finding. So Dixon gets taken out. Rebellion Zion again stepping in the gas. Now, what I wanted to mention here, Vincent, on his first talent, he opted for a Fatal. Now, we rarely seen the Fatal, right? 5% critical chance, but 10% extra crit damage. Why? Because this Ling will build Berserker's Fury. So with that in mind, it will add more crit in his kit.
That's definitely the case, and he is actually on track to just snowball so hard right here. For Rebellion, the fact that they all went for agilities, this seems to be the current best way of playing out of the game. Having so much more movement speed, rotating faster, we can see it's the same idea. They move fast, they out-sustain the bulk of your damage, at least for now. For Dewa United, they're getting their options cut short right here. They need to try and find one of the lanes to try and make an impact in.
Taking a look at the items here for the first 3 minutes of the game, you can see, right, even in the gold lane matchup between the Esmeralda, Beatrix just going full damage here. Fury Hammer, you can already see the steel sword as well. Whereas from the side of Esme, more defense. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh my god, Ray caught, low HP, no chance to survive. Dixon wasn't able to somehow cover for his jungler. Now it's a 2v1 Cars with the cutting rotation. He's able now to perhaps rotate mid-side, and that is what they're going for here. Angela Glue will rotate. Oh, nope, never mind. They will not commit to it because they see no opening.
Back to that point, right? What is the lane matchup looking like between this Esmeralda and Beatrix?
I think the Esmeralda has a bit more sustainability for sure. More power in the early game, but wait a minute, that's a play!
Oh, we have Dragon. ODTZ was a little bit too overextended there. Punished by none other than Leo Tastas Murphy.
Back to the point, right? For Esmeralda, you don't really get poked down, you have good sustain, you can cut the waves. The only real aspect you lose out in is the DPS, but in the late game, depending on how the fight breaks out, you might actually do more damage than the Beatrix. And keep in mind, with the right item build, if the situation really calls for it and you have enough gold and enough damage, an Esmeralda can one-shot a Beatrix. We've seen it happen before. So I think Watt needs to be very, very careful here.
Oh, wait. That's a 2v1 situation in the bottom lane. Mid lane getting a little frisky as well.
Leo Murphy here is still able to hold the final flash, catches Leo Murphy off guard, but no clear follow-up damage, though he still's in it. Now with the turtle quite free, it should be for free, but Vincent finds it. Leo Murphy with the weight of dragon connecting all towards one. The follow damage is there. Suelo caught, but take a look at the call alter now from both teams. Well, not from both teams, from side of Dewa United. And there you go. Remember, get taken out. Leo Murphy will be the only casualty now. Suelo looking for a defensive maneuver. Finds it. Oh! Dixon finds the kill there. 2 members taken out. It's 1-for-1. But remember, Rebellion Zion got the turtle.
You can see that's why it's so dangerous going up against Terizla. You never know if you're already dead until it's a bit too late, but Dixon now might be the one in trouble. Almost gets tangled right there, but fortunately he's able to escape. Look at how Rebellion Zion, they're playing this out. Especially take a look at Cars, he's just untouchable. He's too sustainable with the Brave Smite and the Glue's own Slam Stun passive. Something that Dewa United needs to try and find a solution for.
They're pushing the pedal here. Dewa United looking for a trade back in the bottom lane, looking to get that tower. Not going to be able to get it just yet, but it is at 1 HP. For the moment, Rebellion Zion, they're holding on the dominance over the economy. And that's why I felt like the Arlet pick from Suelo, brilliant in a way. Super great against the Cult Alter coming in from Keys. The displacement is so valuable in these team fights, and they're going in again.
Yeah, it's a 4v3 now. Let's see. Oh, take a look at Watt taking a lot of damage. Cult Alter place. Watts gets taken out. Tempest of Blade now popped to Leo Murphy, soaking a lot of damage. Will not survive. Dixon a little bit late to the party, but he will not secure a member just yet. Ray with the electrifying beats here. Highs Amor. Goodbye, me Amor, says Dewa United. That's the trade. A 2-for-1 still favoring Rebellion Zion. Take a look at them pulling the trigger in the mid lane again. Ray trying to clear the wave. Vincent focusing on the turret. Car zoning them out. Rebellion Zion again with the favorable trade.
Cars was going aggressively. They're trying to get something more. Overall, they're able to take out Watt, which is one of their win conditions, making sure Highs goes in a good dominant lane, but fortunately he falls as well. But I call some notice to Suelo and how he was able to just tank the turret and he barely survived with a sliver of HP. That is coordination, but now Cars is the one getting jumped on.
On towards Glue though, is this the right move? He gets taken out though, but now it seems like Azamor looking for a flank. Oh, Vincent in the backside finds a kill with the help of ODTZ there. Ray looking for the electrifying beats. Highs Amor trying to soak his damage. Suelo comes, and there you go. ODTZ with the secure kill. 2-for-1. Again, Rebellion Zion extending their lead.
What is Suelo on? Everyone was dissing him because they said that he could only play. Oh, wait a minute.
Way of Dragon again. Also ODTZ. Now Dixon is not quite connected. First skill. Keys though will be the only casualty for now. Leo Murphy looking for another engage. Gets stunned. Heizamore with the help of Hardguard now trying to deal damage. Leo Murphy forced to back away. Dixon giving damage. The Furious Passion does not really connect with him. Backside, Esmeralda gets taken out. Tempest of Blade will not be able to escape as Dixon finds the shutdown. Dewa United, minute 8, finds the reverse pedal.
A little overextension there by Rebellion Zion. Losing 2 members, 2 of their core members, Vincent as well as Highs in trade for 1. Not sure if that was worth it for Rebellion Zion, but back to my point. Suelo here. Everyone was dissing that he could only play the Yi, but look at him go on the Arlet in the mid lane. This is the first Arlet flex mid that we've seen so far, and it's been quite effective.
He's definitely making it look very, very good. But for Rebellion, I think the penalty zone's pull is a bit disorienting for them, but now Suelo, the man himself.
Suelo, final slash on towards Alter popped early. Suelo gets taken out by Watt, but Tempest of Blade is there as well. 1-for-1, 1-for-2, and there you go. 1 by 1, Dewa United trying to retreat as it seems like Rebellion Zion still in for the fight. Heizamore, very low, gets taken out by Leo Murphy. It's 2-for-2. Rebellion realizing that they have the Lord, they will retreat and focus on objectives.
Look, this is a Vincent who is 2 levels above a Ray. So even if they wanted to go for a neutral objective contest, They truly are at a disadvantage here.
And for now, there's still time for Rebellion Zion to just set up that split push strategy. In the team fights, they're still solid, but I think that Heis is a bit too overcommitting. He needs to be a bit more in line with his teammates. Early there, if Kars was the one tanking the bulk of the damage and Heis comes back in leader, maybe that would have been a bit different, but no. He just goes in, all in, just commits since the beginning. But with the Lord here, they've already managed to set up the wave on the top side, and they're waiting for an opportunity here. Dixon is the one that can try and screw things around for Rebellion Zion. We'll see if he can get, yet again, another high-impact penalty zone.
One thing for sure here, why Rebellion Zion is forcing these fights? Because they don't have a marksman. They want to end the game fast, and now Dixon is soaking a lot of damage. Swaylo jumps in. Oh, Way of Dragon. Will there be enough low damage? Flickers defensively highs. Vincent dove on towards the backside. Watts gets taken out, and now it's an all-in fight. Cars now next on the chopping block as well as Vincent and AudiTZ will be slain as well. Leo Murphy finding the shutdown, and there you go. 2 minutes ago, it was Rebellion Zion with the control, and now Dewa United Esports with the response. Way low, finding the final slash on towards the turret, but calmly by Dixon. Calm move there. He retreats. Lord now falls to the hands of Dewa United Esports.
3-for-1 trade, a Lord for free here for the side of Dewa United. Despite the disparity in EXP, they're going to be able to outplay them. What?
They're not done. They're not done. They're invading. Sway low there, a little bit overzealous. He thought that he could take on 3 now. Leo Murphy finding the right free up. Leo Tastas Murphy is back in MPL Season 12.
We asked, what can Leo Murphy play without the Kaja, without the Franco? And I don't think anyone was ready for the answer. His Cho has been impeccable, getting all the right pickups so far. And look at this real-time win probability where the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G start to fall in favor of Dewa.
Rebellion Zion, they're just tunneling so hard onto the marksman, but look at that. That's a solo pickup. That is the beginning of their macro play. This is what they should be doing in the first place. Why are they going for all these team fights when their composition is built for macro play, for split pushes, with global ultimates like the Hard Guard? They kept going in and they were able to take out Watt, but as a result, they suffer full damage from the penalty zone, from the Cold Altar sustaining everyone, and Keys just spamming out his spells, and particularly Ray on that Joy. So if Rebellion Zion really wants to even stand a chance right here, they really shouldn't be going for all these team fights. Even if the Lord is in question, I feel like they should somehow maneuver around and maybe, for example, use the Angela as a split push tool, which is what is one of the main strengths of this hero.
I mean, right now, it looks like they're sending the Esmeralda to slow push that top side, right? Seeing as that is the far lane into the next neutral objective. They're playing to that. But last time when we saw the split push happening, it seems like Ray was the answer. But they were still able to get an advantage over Rebellion Zion, despite the fact that they could roam around the map.
Well, we saw earlier, when it's a 1v1, especially with a Hard Guard involved, Vincent just destroys Ray in that situation, but usually Ray chases Vincent down after the huge fight where most of his skills are on cooldown. So this is the situation that Rebellion needs to avoid. Now with the Lord down, this is the chance, the opportunity for them to abuse the Esmeralda pick, to abuse the glue pick that can escape so handily from multiple people. There is lockdown in the hands of Dewa United, but I don't think it's enough to reliably seal the deal for a glue or Esmeralda, especially Heis with the Purify.
Again, it's a set, it's a reset, right? Both teams looking for the momentum shift. One thing that Rebellion has as an advantage is they have that sling, they have that constant far lane push. You can see here already Ling taking the turret bot side as well. Item-wise, item check here, full items from both gold laners here supposed to. Yeah, gold laners, of course, Starlium scythe built from the side of Esmeralda, so building hybrid here is the answer. Oh, take a look at the river here. Will they commit to this? Oh, Flicker! Wave Dragon on towards Cars. The damage is more than enough as he gets taken out by Watt. Tempest of Blade now popped as well as that Hard Guard. Sway low, Flicker defensively. Cray, though, looks for the kill. Immortal hasn't been popped here, has the cover is there. Immortal pop now, but Dewa United says good night, sway low. Mega kill will be secured as it's a 5v3 in the Land of Dawn.
Oh no, Vincent. You're in a 1v5. You don't want to commit to this. It looks like Leo Murphy's going to give him a hard time. He looks to find some trade on the board, but what's going on there?
Oh, Leo Murphy here. Is this the right call? Ray gets the Lord. Vincent now, quarter HP, flickered by Keys. Vincent!
Oh my god!
Energy is there. Let's see his face. Tempest of Blade defensively as he has survived. My goodness, that runner shot almost takes him down.
Well, the Lord was secured by Dewa United though. And honestly, why did Cars just get taken out right there? He was caught in the open, alone against multiple opponents, and he just did not want to pop his ultimate until it was too late. He popped it like a half second before he got taken out. He's got to be a bit more willing to use that ultimate. That's the whole reason why this glue can be a bit slippery. With the Lord in tower for Dewa United right now, they can just play it slow. They can deny all that potential split push for the side of Rebellion Zion.
Oh, that's a 1v1. Joy is dealing a lot of damage already there. Vincent's forced to recall. He can't split push. He can't penetrate the lane.
Not with the Lord in tower like that as well, be right behind Ray. Ray is doing a good job escorting this Lord, ensuring that it does reach the right target.
Leo Murphy now, quarter HP, still has Immortal. Oh, the final slash caught him off guard. Immortal popped. Very low penalty zone to give some space. No casualties just now, but it will be Lord taking the base turret bot side. And now Rebellion trying to somehow recollect themselves here in the mid. Dewa United will not force a fight just yet here, realizing that Dixon is low, Leo Murphy is low. It is not wise for them to look for an opening.
I have a question here, right? Because High's built hybrid, do they have enough damage against Dewa United?
Well, they won't have the same kind of damage that Dewa United has. This is why this composition isn't meant to just win out in a team fight and duke it out with DPS. They have enough damage to take out the key members, like what we've seen, but not to win the fight afterwards, which is why they have to try and pick their fights as carefully as possible, instead of just going for full-blown fights. And with the Lord spawning in 50 seconds, that will be the next window for Dewa United to force the members of Rebellion to engage them in a full 5v5 team fight situation. Otherwise, this is the window that Rebellion Zion can go, but without the turrets available, without the vision and the wave priority, you can see that Vincent is very reluctant to just start split pushing alone.
It's too difficult. I mean, now that Ray has full item at this point, right? You can see his damage dealt as well. Even the Ling was forced to pick up the Sea Halberd to try and counter the sustain and the damage from Ray at this point. How are they going to force it? How are they going to make it messy for Dewa United?
We talk about that though, but Cars is the one getting jumped on again.
Oh, Way of Dragon, good juke. Highs though catching to the backside. No follow-up more. No follow-up more.
Ooh, so much damage.
No damage there from side of Dewa United Esports. It's definitely evident now, right? Rebellion here trying to somehow reset. But it's very tough to find that angle here in minute number 18.
There's got to be a way to bait the resources from Dewa United, even if they want to go for a full 5v5, right? Because if the Cult Altar is taken out, if the penalty zone is gone, and Leo Murphy has already utilized the Way of Dragon, then Vincent can come in. Because if he goes first, there's just too much damage for him to sustain through with it. Oh, God!
On towards Cars, though. That's a waste of Flicker and a Way of Dragon. I don't know if that's the right call, but it seems like Dewa United, they're still confident here in poking the Lord. Take a look at Vincent, waiting for that opening, saving his energy as well. Let's see the engage.
Leo Murphy and Keys, they're protecting Watt so well. Look at that.
Dewa United doesn't have to do anything too crazy. Watt is quite self-sufficient against one or two people. It requires a whole team effort for him to require any kind of backup, but Sway low gets forced to back by Ray. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Highs off-camera kill. I saw that he was gang there, 3v1. The damage was just a little bit too much there for Highs to sustain. It looks like a free lure. Let's see what happens though. Cars now slowly but surely trying to open the map. 5,000 gold. Vincent almost gets it, but it will fall to the hands of Ray. Rebellion Zion full retreat.
There's just no way about it, man. You can't win a big team fight. Dewa United now with the better situation, with the better... when they're more willing to go for a team fight like that, they can just stay with 3 people in the bush. If you are the one trying to avoid a fight, now you have to ask yourself, like, if you send the glue, if you send the Esmeralda towards the bush to try and get some information, try and get a potential flank, can you survive the initial burst? Vincent now going 1v1 against Dixon though.
Take a look at the damage there, right? Oh, Joy is there. Is this a solo kill? Well, not solo kill. With the help of Terizla, force him to use the Tempest of Blade. Hardcore is there. Oh, will this be an outplay? It will be an outplay. Vincent's an ODTZ. Tickling mid-side though. Cold Altar now popped. Watch is going to be targeted, mounted by cars. Victor is there. High is low HP. Suelo second down as well. Watt will not survive this one, surely. He has the Immortal. Lord is in the front side. Now Leo Murphy, it's Dewa United looking for the end as he will be able to take down, and Watt gets taken down. The Lord is still there, and the base is the target as Rebellion Zion got wiped. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see a game 3.
1-1, back to a best of 1 between both of these teams. What a turnaround from Dewa United. I don't know, Esmeralda gold lane 4 highs. Doesn't look like that's it.
Man, this team is known as the comeback legends, right? Not in that meaning like Mikro mentioned, but they are living up to that nickname. Every single game that gets so intense, you somehow feel like Dewa United will come out on top. Their execution is just so good in the middle of those team fights. The rationing of peel, the rationing of crowd control for the side of Dewa to ensure that Rebellion never gets a good fight. That was just so good. Now Rebellion is the one that has to adapt and find something else. In a full-blown team fight, they're just not gonna get it.
And my curse prevails.
Oh, you're right.
Connie.
Whoa.
As well as Arashi. Maybe that's why Aura just never does well. Because I always vote for Aura, you know? What's the deal there?
I don't know, but there was outstanding team fight. Helped them equalize the score 1-1. And I feel like for the most part, Leo Murphy did his job here, finding pickoffs after pickoffs. It seems like his Ray of Dragon was never on cooldown.
Well, whenever it's off cooldown, you know Leo Murphy is just looking for it, sniffing around for that one lone straggler. So we'll have to see, can they find a solution for this? Because, man, that was dangerous. And in combination with that, the damage that Ray was doing, man, even against the tankier members, even against highs, that Joy is just so dangerous. And you're seeing now why a lot of teams just opt to just ban it out.
Joy jungle is scary.
Yep.
Joe EXP can be mitigated, I believe, but jungle, with how much sustained damage as well as mobility that she has, it looked a little too difficult, especially in the late game. And what was crazy was Ray was so far behind on farm, but then they were able to like push it to the late game and finally equalize with Vincent.
Yeah, again, I feel like, again, in hindsight, game 1, it was Dewa United lacking crowd control. Game 2, it was actually Rebellion here with the lack of crowd control, banking on that split push, right?
Yeah, I guess they had the final slash and the Falling Star Moon, but it isn't as
Falling Star
crazy.
Moon, I don't count Falling Star Moon as a crowd control. It's just a 0.3 stun.
Yeah, it's not like as heavy as like a Terizla.
True, and the chill, right? The sure lock that Leo Murphy was able to provide was very evident in that sense, right? And again, it's because that Angela here, right? Angela, a lot of first phase spans, but it seems like Rebellion couldn't pull it off.
I think it was really good. I mean, you saw that if it did go to a split push situation, even Ray, who was doing such insane damage, could not 1v1 Vincent. Well, 1v2 technically.
Yeah.
But this is what they should be playing around, right? The possibility to just force those weird 1v2s onto your opponents. And they were just unable to do that.
Yep.
And I think there's a bit of miscoordination there, because occasionally you also see Cars go in aggressively and somehow he gets left alone up in the front. So for now, the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S series is going to be Leo Murphy on that show, man.
He's back.
Man himself, making it happen for his team, and he is dangerous. Blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, he's not celebrating just yet, though. I mean, look at his face in the player room. He needs one more game to secure a win streak for Dewa United. But this is it. 4-11 KDA, 75% KP on the Cho. And he fully respected the damage coming in from his team, looking at his emblem choices and his talents.
And take a look at the item mid-game, right? He built a Hunter Strike.
Yep.
Mid-game.
Because he's trying to get a bit more pick-off potential, a bit more damage. But in the late game, he knows his team has it, man. Ray, Watt, Beatrix, and Joy in the late game 6 items. He doesn't need to do any damage. Anyone he puts gets served on a silver platter, and the carries will just eat him up. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the man himself. Early on, it was looking quite tough because of the tankiness of the side laners. It just facilitates those dives so well, and yet, Dewa United were able to just find some kind of exchange in the middle of that. They were losing out in the turrets, but that's a given, dealing against a Ling and an Angela. Later on though, look at how these fights keep playing out. Everyone dives in, they try and get Watt, but at what cost, right? Pun fully intended. Vincent just keeps getting taken out. The Cult Altar starts becoming more and more of a very valuable tool. And in these big fights, you can see that the side of Rebellion just completely lacked enough AoE damage. And I keep saying it in the middle of the game, but Dixon on the Terizla, you don't really see his impact, but that's a lot of damage coming in from all his skills. Because in the middle of a huge fight, you don't notice that you're tagged by his second skill and you get taken out after you've left the fight. And that's just so difficult to maneuver on top of the penalty zone. It just drags everybody back, and especially with a hero like Esmeralda, a hero like Arlott that is so mechanically intensive, having that weird pull on you from the penalty zone just screws over your combos and your timings.
Wow, Dewa United bounced back in game 2. And again, Rebellion Zion here, they weren't able to, I guess again, they don't have a marksman in this game. And that is why it's towards the late game, it heavily favors towards the side of Dewa United with Watt on that Beatrix.
Taking a look at the items right here, you can see in the late game, what can you do? Even Sway Lo, who was doing so well, right? He was popping off in the mid game. He's forced to go full tank. I mean, of course, he intended to be a bit of a secondary roamer and allow the Angela instead to build more magical damage. But overall, having 3 tanks just like that and not being able to actually deny Watt from actually participating in the fight, that's why it's so difficult. If we replace one of these tankier fighters like the Esmeralda, Glue, or Arlott with a Paquito, for example, then there's a bit more threat towards the Beatrix that cannot be ignored. But as it stands, it's only the Ling that can just dive in unhindered, and that is just not enough. Even with all the physical defense, the blade armor, the dominance ites as well, Beatrix in that late game just shreds through all of that. That's due to the weapon mastery and the rupture, and on top of that, the assassin emblem that also gives you about an extra 14 to 15 adaptive penetration. Your items get ignored, man. Watt was just absolutely lethal. And the same thing can be said about Ray. That is the secret why they're able to deal with all these really tough, really thick front line members of Rebellion Zion.
Even Terizla went for rupture, right?
He did, yep. He wants to be a bit more aggressive. He did go for all the sustain items, and he went for the fighter emblem instead. But the fact that he went for that rupture, he was planning on going aggressive in that lane.
And like with so much weapon master on the side of Dewa United, you can even see that kind of difference in damage for both of these teams. And it's so crazy because Rebellion Zion, each and every one of the members built respect towards the region of the Joy, and yet they were still unable to take Ray down. So looking at the post-game stats here, with Vincent 878 already as a lane, but still they couldn't close the game.
It's just not enough. There's just not enough damage to provide for everyone, right? They can take Watt out, and then Ray will just wipe everyone out. If they take Ray out, then Watt is still there, and he is a big problem. So the Cult Altar, I think, was one of the big factors that just denies Rebellion Zion the kind of fight they want. I don't think they should be fighting in general, but if they are fighting, they really don't want to have the Cult Altar when they need to delete one person. And by the way, just saying, 80% kill participation on Dixon. I'm just saying, he is so annoying in those fights. If you were on the side of Rebellion, he has to be one of the characters you're just like, bro, like leave me alone.
Do you want to look for him now?
I think he's on. Is he not on the stage?
No,
I guess
he's
not.
out. You can look for him now and tell him.
Well, I'm not a Dewa United player, so I think I'm cool.
No, I think Rashi wants to talk to
Yeah?
Dixon.
Why am I
We'll give them. We'll give him some time.
Yeah? Definitely.
Agree?
Agree.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back on a short break. We'll see you to finally see the result and the outcome between Dewa United and Rebellion Zion. And with that, stay tuned. Me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Arashi. We'll see you in 5.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan
We're back to a best of one between the United Gods and the Blue Bulls. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on the caster desk. It's once again me, Eterna, alongside with Goni as well as Arashi. And we have a lot to talk about. Now that we're back to a one-to-one, what do both of these teams need to work on? What do they need to grab the victory?
Prioritize on grabbing their prior heroes, seems like.
Grabbing their prio heroes and grabbing the discounts that, of course, Grab has to offer. And with that, don't forget to use the promo code MPL ID XGrab and get a 50% discount on Grab Food and a 90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car if you guys want to head to the venue. And of course, this is available for new users only. But if you guys want to get diamonds or MLB hero skins for free, don't forget to stay tuned for Grab's challenge. For more details, don't forget to check the grb.to/MPL or scan the QR code down below. Arashi.
Arashi Araso?
Arashi. Arasa. Arashi Araso.
What is that?
Araso means okay, right? I think.
Does it?
I don't know.
What language?
I don't. It's Korean.
It's Korean?
I don't watch. I don't watch enough.
You play Yisun
Korean dramas. Yisun is Korean?
Yeah. Wait, do you not know this?
No.
The more you know, guys. Well, we're back at it for the final game, though, of this match. And man, Rebellion, it seemed like they had such a good draft. And somehow, some way, the comeback legends made it happen yet again.
It seems like in the mid-game especially, right? Leo Murphy was just, he knows that he needs to drive his team, find the right pickoffs, and at the end of the day, exactly that, right? He needs to drive his team. And Rebellion, they got outplayed. They were driven by the play, by the tempo that were set up by the side of Dewa United Esports.
All right, so with that being said, what does Dewa United need to work on? And what does Rebellion Zion need to work on? What do they need to repair to be able to take this final game?
I think for Dewa United, it's about providing more security for your carry, right? They did so with the Cho earlier, and they did so with the Faramis, so that already makes sense, but they need some more pressure in the Land of Dawn if they want to make sure that the members of Rebellion can't just rotate around freely. Now, on the flip side, for the side of Rebellion, I do feel like the draft was okay. It was working, right? It's the late game execution where they kind of took a wrong turn and ended up in the middle of nowhere. So I'm quite worried for Dewa in a sense that I believe if they're able to actually, if Rebellion can get the same drafts and they just execute differently, they can still come out on top. And if Dewa doesn't respect that, right, knowing now the potential for them to go for this Ling Angela strategy, that could be exactly what will spell their doom.
Do you agree with this?
I concur.
You concur. Thank you for that valuable insight, Connie. But yeah, I agree. And do you think that the flexibility from Chico in the early game should be something that Dewa United need to work on? Because I feel like a lot of people, once again, they keep saying that Dewa United has quite a predictable draft, especially for that first phase. They always want to secure a hero for keys. And I don't know why. Is it because his hero pool is limited? Does he not do well on other heroes?
I feel like the way Dewa drafts, right, is that they want tools. They look at it like, okay, I want DPS, I want crowd control, I want security, right? I want split push. And then once they have the tools, it doesn't really matter for them how those tools stack up against their opponents, because they feel like with the proper execution, with the proper game plan, they can always come out on top. That's the tone I'm receiving from the drafts, right? Members of Dewa can correct me if I'm wrong, but
let's just call them real quick.
I represent Dewa, and I agree with Arashi fully.
Well, it means that they can always come out on top, right? They have all the tools necessary, but it also puts so much more emphasis in the execution, which is why their late game team fighting has always been so impressive all the way from game number 1. So match number 1.
Shut down Watt, and it's GG.
Shut down Watt, and then don't give him resources, because in game number 2, I recall distinctly seeing that Rebellion traded a 7-0 or 7-1 Vincent to try and take out a 1 and 2 Watt. That is not value, my guy.
No, especially with the shutdown, right? The shutdown goes onto Watt, and that's what really allowed and facilitate him to have an impact in that late game on the Beatrix. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the final game between Dewa United and Rebellion Zion. Once again, Dewa sticking to the blue side, Rebellion on the red. Paquito, Kaja, Wanwan are going to be the choice and no changes for Dewa. Meanwhile, for the side of Rebellion Zion, also still the exact same. We have the Valentina, the Fanny, and the Uranus. Is it going to be a Joy first pick, or are they going to go for a different pick this time around?
You know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I think Joy should be the proper answer here. Yeah, nothing left, no?
Well, they go for the Joy. Like I said, if it leads to the same series of drafts, right, exactly like game number 2, I feel like they're in a bit of trouble. But for the first pick, I feel like the Joy, there's nothing wrong with going for the Joy first, but afterwards, right, what can they get, especially in the EXP lane? Dixon has shown that he can actually make plays happen.
Oh my god.
And he can match up with cards in the EXP, but for Dewa, they want to get that link for themselves.
All right. All right. I mean, it broke. It didn't break, I mean.
If it ain't broke, still fix it.
Still fix it. So Rebellion, what's their choice now? Do they want to let the Angela go? Give Dewa the Angela Link combo and try to replicate the success from Dewa? Pick up the Joy? The Faramis?
That's a bit risky. I think the Angela is going to be a bit too costly. But a bit of a silver lining for Rebellion at least. We've heard rumors that Ray is very skilled mechanically, but he doesn't do a lot of macro strategical plays, right? Dewa has always been a very team fight heavy team. So with the Link that relies on a lot of maneuvers around the map, this might be something that Rebellion can take full advantage of. They go for the Fredrin and then Angela though. These two heroes alone seems like such a pain to deal with.
Yeah, I can imagine. Just going against Fredrin and Angela already. But remember, both of these picks are flex. I'm not really sure who's going to be the pilot behind it. But with the opening onto a really strong mid lane mage in the Heave and the Terizla once again, that's the route they're going to go for here.
Wow, it seems like Dixon really likes the Terizla, right? He favors the Terizla even from day 1 of MPL ID Season 12. Now though, it opens highs to pick up the Claude here. Let's not forget the combination of Angela and Claude can also be very, very lethal going up against any composition here.
I agree, and that is going to be the choice. Claude here, and that actually leaves the Arlet as well to be banned out for Dewa as we do enter the second phase. But for Rebellion Zion, they're going to go for the Franco takeaway. Once again, they're trying to limit the heroes from the side of Leo Murphy.
The 9 picks from Leo Murphy, that's great, but keep in mind, Dewa United, they want to go for fights, right? So you can't just tunnel on pick-off heroes. You have to be careful about engage heroes as well. And for now, there's still a few available. And if Dewa wants to try and take it away from the side of Rebellion as well, they can go for this Kufra, and that's a nasty combo along with the penalty zone.
You know what? I like the Kufra. Oh, I thought Rebellion might have picked up the Cho for themselves, but no, it seems like they just still respect the potential of the show from the side of Leo Murphy. But Dewa United, will they commit to another roamer ban?
If it's Kufra, all right, Farsa. Because I was going to say, if it's Kufra, what answer does Rebellion Zion have for the Ling?
Well, here's the thing, right? They don't have an assassin on their team yet, but they're banning all these assassin-locking heroes for Rebellion, so they must be looking at some kind of assassin. I just don't know what, and I have the feeling Coach Chico is about to pull out the ace up his sleeve yet again.
Give me Jawhead.
You know, something simple as Lancelot, honestly.
Oh, Lancelot
could still be a viable choice here for the side of Rebellion Zion.
Vincent's Lancelot is actually still pretty solid.
Yeah, okay. Esmeralda here, the somehow counter from Angela as well, right? Can take the shield, so a very good pick from side of Rebellion. They were able to locate that.
I don't know. I mean, like, Dewa already has the Terizla. Do they really want to put it on to Watt. Oh wait, I guess Watt has like a crazy hero pool, so that does make sense.
Taking
And
towards
plus,
the gold.
the Esmeralda can also be the counter towards the Eve, right? The Eve does generate shield when she goes in for the real world manipulation. But look at the way that Dewa United actually go and close this draft off. They pick up the Arlet as well as picking up the Leslie. So a really reliable source of damage against the Claude in lane should fare well. Plus, the Arlet is so good at displacing the Claude.
And this composition, they have a lot of peel for the backline. Like we said, penalty zone, and now a final slash as well. So they have everything in their composition to try and siege and poke and whittle down the members of Rebellion while they let potentially Ray just move around and take objectives. So there's a bit of synergy here, but the final pick is going to be Lunox, Goni. Good call.
Yeah, I think no more mages left here. Lunox is the only viable option. Going up against the Terizla, going up against Arla here, who might build tank later on. Lunox can definitely be an answer.
Who do you want me to curse this time? The producer's like, prediction talents. And I'm like, I like both of them.
Are you going to curse both?
How do I curse both?
I mean, you vote for both? Show like a split logo in the predictions.
Oh man, let me think about it. You guys go ahead and take the conversation.
Well, for Dewa, right, like I said, they can just poke back and forth. And this combination of Yves and Leslie is such a nuisance in the late game. We've seen it a lot. And in a big team fight, the penalty zone paired up with the Yves, crowd control, slow, and extra bits of lockdown with utility and the real world manipulation. It's going to be very difficult for Rebellion to win in a upfront team fight, but maybe the Lunox can swing things in their balance.
Let's hope that is the case, Arashi Goni, as we enter the Land of Dawn for the final game of this best of 3 series. Dewa United, Rebellion Zion, who is going to come out on top?
Whew. Already everyone just going for the jungle clears, but you can see that Watt was assisting a bit, making sure that Ray gets a very early clear. You look at the battle spells, the Purify on high is just to ensure that he does not get picked off. He knows Dewa's targeting is on point, but Cars is going for the sprint as well, trying to be so annoying because there's no solid lockdown on the hands of Dewa United as well.
Oh my god, there's so much sprint.
And look
There's
at
so many boots from the side of Rebellion Zion.
It's full agility.
Full agility indeed. Oh, take a look at the mid side now. Suelo forces usually quick call. Auto TZ here stunned, but no follow-up damage. It's well, from the side of the Dewa United Esports, I wanted to add that spells. It's a flicker party.
Yep, all flicker except for the retribution, but look at Suelo.
Yeah, he has no flicker. Definitely here. Dewa United Esports has that information. Leo Murphy caught. Oh, Ray jumps in with the pinch voice and puts the blade. He's already level 4, and there you go. First blood falls in the hands of Dewa United Esports.
We can already kind of feel the tempo starting to shift in favor of the Ling, especially that most of the heroes have not yet reached that level 4 power spike, but here it is, a full 3v3. Let's see if the curse prevails.
The curse. Well, if you look at the emblems earlier, by the way, Ray and Watt both went for the Fatal. So extra crit damage, and with the Leslie, that's a good synergy with her passive, man. The true damage late game is gonna melt right through the frontline tanks. And most likely it's gonna be Vincent, so he has to mentally prepare for that. He does stack HP, so that's a bit of a silver lining. But later on, there's gonna be a lot of damage coming in from Keys as well as Ray, so he's put in a very tough spot.
But how's it gonna go in this early game, right? Because now both of these teams are centering around the next neutral objective. You can see Ray level 5 from the side of Rebellion Zion here, Vincent level 4, so Dewa does still have a little bit of an advantage when it comes down to the damage on that retribution. Looks like they're actually not gonna commit onto it. Ray back on the orange buff.
Just dancing around it, and Ray is still actively farming. This is the value of a very high mobility jungler. You can just keep farming, and then when they need you there, you just slide in, no problem. So he has the higher level advantage now by 1 level, but seems like Vincent here trying to get frisky.
Here, Dixon and as well as Leo Murphy. Leo Murphy pops the final slash. Penalty zone, caught 2. Hard guard though is still there. Dixon taking a lot of damage. Turtle falls in the hands of Ray. Now take a look at the Ling. He's in the backside looking for the kill onto it's Vincent. Leo Murphy, no mana though. Take a look at the 4 members of Rebellion. Leo Murphy soaking a lot of damage, gets taken out. So it's a turtle for 2. Which team wins that trade?
I feel like Rebellion Zion could use a bit of an early advantage. Taking out 2 members, it's great for them, but they're unable to use that timing to try and get anything. Taking a look at the items right here, you can see that defensive items are prioritized for both these teams, especially the ones in front. It's the Arlet for the side of Dewa, and it's the Fredrin for the side of Rebellion.
But both of the gold laners are going straight to damage and attack speed. But wait a minute here, Cars.
Ooh. Goodness. Very, very, almost there, but it seems like Esmeralda was able to sustain there. No clear action just yet here. Both teams playing it rather safe after that first turtle take.
It's not as easy for Rebellion Zion to deal out the damage in the early game, seeing as most of their heroes are kind of reliant on the items, right? Suelo, even though he already has the ultimates ready for the Lunox, still needs that combo to dish out that burst of damage that he was intended for. So we can expect kind of a slow game, even for the side of Dewa United. What? Only on the Berserker Fury so far.
Well, looking at the difference, the main difference here, I think, is the fact that there's an Angela in the hands of Rebellion Zion. But wait, Highs gets jumped on, but it won't be enough. But like we said, the Angela is great in the early game, can heal Highs up right now, but in the late game, it's going to be a bit too direct, too fast for him to do anything, I feel like, and that is something that could be an issue.
Well, Papa Tring there forced Leo Murphy to use the flicker. No clear engages just yet. Keys trying to find perhaps an opening to pop the real world. But no, Rebellion Zion with the quick disengage.
Oof. Both these teams are just looking for advantages here to go for the turtle, but it's a bit difficult considering the amount of counter-engage available for both these teams. On paper, at least, it seems like Rebellion wants to take the back foot right here, but if they do that too much, the Yves and the Leslie will start being a big problem right here. You can see Keys walking up aggressively, knowing that Rebellion doesn't really want to take the first step.
Okay, Leo Murphy and Dixon again trying to harass Vincent with that turtle take. The flag side though, Cars with the help of Hard Guard harassing Keys. Say bye-bye to Keys in that mid-side, but another mage falls as well. A sway low, it's a 1-for-1. Turtle falls in the hands of Rebellion, and it seems like they want more. Dixon now looks for a fight. Good cover by Leo Murphy. At the end of the day, Dixon still falls though, and it's Rebellion Zion again winning in that trade.
2-for-1 trade here for the side of Rebellion Zion, despite the disengage coming in from Leo Murphy with the final slash. Taking a look at the audience prediction, 80% for Dewa United as Blazing Duet opened up. Ray?
Oh my god, no Purify! Highs gets taken now with the help of Ray. His killer instinct has been turned on, and Sway Low is the next casualty. That was unnecessary. Dewa United punishing top, left, and right.
Wow, they just weren't respecting the damage potential right there. What just sneaks in and takes that shot. That Leslie is just very crafty, but as a result though, they did lose a turret in the top side, so not all sunshine and rainbows, but they do get a bit of a trade down here, and they might have spotted Vincent.
Oh my god. Dewa United here, minute number 6. Very, very even, but I don't know, in the late game, I feel like it favors Dewa United Esports solely because of that Leslie.
For sure, because even if you want to rely on the Lunox, the fact that her range isn't as huge, and you can kind of say that the crit damage coming in from Watt is going to be burst anyway, so in that 1v1, if Suelo can outplay it using her skills, then maybe there is a slight chance for Rebellion Zion, but it's going to be very difficult to close the gap against all these frontliners coming in from Dewa United, right? You have Dixon with the penalty zone. You have Leo Murphy with the final slash as well. How are you going to get into the back line? Other than, of course, the Esmeralda.
You're also forgetting about the Yves. That's going to slow you down while you do all that. And that is going to be a big problem for sure. For now, though, that Esmeralda-Angela combo is just so good, and it really forces everyone back, almost like a Yutong ultimate that we saw last season. So that could still be something that Rebellion Zion can use repeatedly. But you have to take notice that Ray is already a few levels ahead. He's been farming really, really fast.
Now Dixon again harassing Vincent, taking the backside. Clarks burst it down. He gets insta-bursted and he gets insta-punished. ODTZ now forced to be out of the body, gets taken out as well. Highs in an awkward position, still has to be MI. Sway Low getting slow to pop the order 2 for none now. It's Dewa United controlling the mid game.
A lot of damage, a lot of true damage already showing for Watt right there. You can see that Cars just wasn't ready for that kind of burst. And that was the rotation advantage, but Vincent here is still able to get his orange buff, but at what cost?
Final slash, Tempest Blade. Vincent will be taken out. Oh, traded back though by Leo Murphy. Now Cars, oh, Suelo again! Caught by Ray, double kill for this guy now. He still wants more. Is this the wise move? No. Rebellion Zion, oh my god, with the ultimate snipe. Not be enough there as Audi TZ is there to cover. But then again, they sacrifice another turret.
They just keep fighting, but Dewa United, they don't have to do a lot. They put themselves in the right position and they just counter-engage as necessary. Penalty zone, poke damage. You can see the Rebellion Zion are the ones that are pressured to try and make a move, because if they just wait under the turret, waiting for an engage, it never comes. It's just poke damage coming in from both Leslie and Yves. And Dewa United, they're getting to that point where the Leslie is getting to be a bit of a problem. It stopped the Blazing Duet as well. That is why it's such a good counter against this Claude.
2-2 on Watt. So he is having an incredibly great time. He's just secured the golden staff, so maybe there is going to be a little bit more to say from this guy. Suelo as well with the Divine Glaive. But here we go, Cars. Oh, nice flicker out.
That seems to be the default move from Rebellion Zion. Send Highs to just jump onto Keys. No, Highs, send Cars to jump onto Keys and zone him away, cancel out the real world manipulation, absorb his shields. But right now, there are other problems they have to worry about. You focus too much on Keys, more damage comes in from Watt.
It's not good. 5,000 gold lead already for the side of Dewa United. Vincent, does he really want to risk it again?
Let's see here. The orange buff will be secured by the hands of Vincent. Seems like with the Lord up now, Dewa United has more opportunity, has more setup in this. Yeah, in the setup now, Rebellion Zion now looking for an angle in the top side. Dixon forced to use the flicker. That's a recall as well. 5v4 if and only if Rebellion Zion perhaps wants to go for it. The time is now, but no. Both teams disengage from that Lord dance.
They don't want to. Rebellion Zion, they just want to be able to reset this as much as possible. I feel like they aren't too confident in that 50-50 coin flip, especially Vincent being level 12, Ray 3 levels ahead of him. They're just buying enough time for all these other members to find that moment where they get that power spike. But here you go, Leo Murphy forcing the issue.
Falling Star Moon as a defensive maneuver there. Leo Murphy also popped that flicker. That's information if Rebellion Zion wants to exploit that as well. Again, take a look at Watt, take a look at Keys. Nowhere near on the map, right? No show whatsoever. Perhaps that is why Rebellion Zion is a bit hesitating when they want to pull the trigger.
And look at this adjustment from Rebellion Zion. They're sending Audi TZ on the Angela, just deal with the waves, and they're taking their time. They don't really care because the waves eventually will favor them. Dewa are the ones looking for a bit of engage here. Look at Vincent.
Vincent now sandbagging. Cars looking for the... Oh, forced Watt to use the flicker as well. Dixon now caught. Is this the right call? Ray looking for the kill. Also, it's Suelo. Order. Watt gets taken out. Good move. Suelo, though, will fall in the process. Cars next on the chopping block, as Dixon will fall as well. It's a 2-4-2 for now, as Rebellion finds another kill, and that is Keys. And that's massive, as Rebellion Zion might grab the Lord.
Huge power grab coming in from Rebellion Zion. 2-for-3 trade, and Cars did what he was built for. He was able to zone Watt and eventually take him down in the back line. And no member from the side of Dewa United Esports actually went in to cover him. So that was a move and misjudgment, honestly, for the side of Dewa United in that team fight. And look at Highs just farming up a storm. He's dealing so much damage there.
Leo Murphy, oh my god, with the hard guard comes into clutch. Is this enough though? But Ray with the critical link finds it. It's almost futile there. Audi TZ, I thought it was clutch, but never mind.
There's a lot of damage coming in from Ray. He's 6-0, but he is going to reach a peak at this point, and he needs to try and end this game before everyone else catches up in items, both defensive and offensive. You can see that he now cannot just move in as aggressively as he wants to, because there's damage coming in from Rebellion Zion. eventually he'll be forced to just wait in the sides and really, really wait patiently, which might be a bit too late, depending on his team composition. Take a look at the build setup comparison here for both Cars and Highs. You can see that Esmeralda going for the tankiness and the sustain, making sure that she can just stay around for as long as possible. Highs is going for a bit more of a damage-oriented build. That is just the difference in priority and focus.
Still a Lord dance here, it seems like. But Dewa United Esports still able to take the Lord here. It's still the first one, but they look for the war here now. Leo Murphy, quarter of HP, penalty zone has been popped. Final slash on towards Zul. Let's see Leo Murphy gets taken now. No! It's Watts, free hitting. Oh, take a look at the order flicker. Watt will survive as Swaylo gets taken out. An overzealous move by Rebellion Zion. Now it's 5v3. Not looking good for Rebellion Zion. Blazing duets. Ontourus Dixon. Not enough damage though. As oh my god, Auditizi, what are you doing? Gets taken out instantly as Rebellion Zion suffer another loss. Wind of Nature though will find the trade. It's a 4v1. Not even Rebellion Zion still with a massive loss.
All right, a little aggressive by Rebellion Zion. They're going in one by one and still committing to the fight, realizing that Dewa United Esports still had a lot to utilize in their arsenal. And you can see here that now Dewa United, they just have a huge window of opportunity to continue their dominance over the game, with now Rebellion Zion lacking a orange buff stolen away by Ray.
They just got baited, man. They used the Falling Star Moon, not on Watt, and that's a big mistake, but Cars now gets very, very low.
What the heck? Leo Murphy with the right engage there, but thankfully for the side of Rebellion Zion, they were able to escape that close call. Again, now Rebellion Zion still on the defense. Will Dewa United force an opening? No penalty zone though. So it's just a siege. Sway low. Order for defense. That's information.
There's a lot of damage being traded around Rebellion Zion. They just have to make sure that whenever they use their ultimates, they use it together, and they need to use it to take Watt out. He's not on a hero that's as safe or as flexible as he was in the previous game. They have to take him out, and now it's gonna be a free Lord with an extra member on the map. Dewa United Esports will be able to siege even harder. And Rebellion Zion, if they're not careful, they might just get sniped out when they're trying to clear out this Lord.
Yeah, this is not good at all. They need to repair that. They need to repair their decision making. Honestly, 6,000, 7,000 gold lead already for the side of Dewa United. A Lord marching in the bottom lane. And even if Rebellion Zion want to look for a flank, the fact that Watt has his ultimate to open up vision, to open up these bushes, it's going to make it a little bit more tricky for Rebellion Zion to look for that opening.
Mid lane's gonna be pushing in right now. The bottom where the Lord is at though, they're gonna rotate there right now, and you can see it's all on Cars. Cars is the only one that can really zone Watt out, but look at his positioning.
Blazing duet, gambling move. It's not enough damage. BMI towards the backside. Penalty zone onto it. Highs gets taken out. Vincent now trying to soak in the damage. The Grace Might does not do this work, as now it's only 3-man defending. Swaylo now the next target. Flicker for Auditizi. Things are not looking good here as Dewa United, they're starting to knock on Rebellion Zion's base. One by one, the base turrets will fall. And this is not looking good as they look for the end now. Falling Star Moon, they're trying to clear. But take a look at Ray in the backside. And no minions though. Thankfully, Dixon gets taken out as Winner's Truncheon. Will this be the saving grace? No! Dewa United Esports wins this one in a reverse sweep fashion. 2-1, Rebellion Zion was unable to find the victory.
The comeback legends finally making another statement on a win streak as the new kids on the block. What an amazing run, what an amazing journey by Dewa United.
Wow.
What is going on with my curse?
It's just too strong. You just
it's not
can't,
normal.
bro.
Can I opt to not vote next time? No prediction?
No worries. I think Mirko is still sitting almost at a 0% as well.
Is he?
He's not though.
Almost at a 0%. So close. I think he got a game or two.
Man.
Yeah, Dewa United 2-1. Wow, I have no words. I thought Rebellion got in the bag from the drafts. but that outlet roam again, that Brave Smite, I think it really comes into clutch.
It's just crazy that they will be so behind, so pressured by all these different teams, right? I say that, but it's only been like 2 teams, right? But every single time, they're on the back foot, but off the back of a great team fight, they can always find their footing. They can always get some gold in the pockets of Watt, and that is all they need, it seems. It kind of reminds you of how our Q used to play, right? Always behind and out of nowhere, boom, 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 shutdown, 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 end of the game.
No tilt.
No tilt at all. Yeah, they keep so relaxed and calm, despite the fact that on paper or at a quick glance, they're just not gonna win it.
Man, the coaches must be so happy, and even the fan base here. 2-1 against Rebellion Zion. A Rebellion Zion that really has stepped up in all of their roles. It's incredible to see their mentality coming into MPL ID. Things just got a lot more competitive, and with that, let's see what Budak Haram Mongstar is doing on the stage.
Dengan luar biasa kalian mendapatkan kemenangan dua-duanya di match perdana kalian di MPL. Dan spesialis comeback nih kayaknya ya. What happened? Ada apa setiap game 1 ini kalian? Leo Murphy?
Game 1 ya kurang pede aja sih mainnya.
Kurang pede. Apakah masalahnya sama dengan yang kemarin?
Ya mirip-mirip dikit.
Mirip-mirip. Dan bagaimana sih kalian bisa untuk menjawab tantangan yang mungkin kurang pede itu di game pertama. Lalu di game kedua kalian bombardir semua tim.
Ya kita belajar dari game 1 sih sebenarnya kan. Kita kurang pede kan. Dari game 1 kita kurang pede, ya game 2 kita harus lebih pede lah.
Gimana cara biar makin pede nih?
Ya nggak usah mikirin game yang sebelum-sebelumnya sih. Kan habis kalah kan. Ya kita reset aja, nggak usah dipikirin.
Oke, apakah ada kata-kata yang mungkin dikasih sama Awat ke teman-teman, atau Leo Murphy ke teman-teman, atau Dixon juga mungkin? Apa yang Dixon lakukan ketika setelah game 1?
Di game 1 ya, apa ya? Kalau pesan-pesan dari aku buat anak-anak sih ya main jangan takut kalah aja sih.
Main jangan takut kalah,
Ya.
itu yang paling penting ya?
Ya kalau main takut kalah udah pasti ke pressure.
Sudah pasti terpressure. Dan kalau ngelihat tadi juga, ini mungkin banyak banget yang bertanya-tanya perang objektif. Gimana sih kalian bisa memenangkan perang objektif juga? Mungkin dari Ray, objektifmu kan bisa dapetin pula ketika melawan tim Rebellion.
Hoki aja sih.
Hoki? Bener, pada percaya nggak kalau itu Ray hoki?
Hoki.
Enggak, apa gimana?
Jago sih buat dia.
Jago tuh, temennya bilang jago loh. Ray emang humble ya.
Hoki doang.
Hoki doang. Tapi Ray nge-build hoki itu gimana sih?
Apa?
Nge-build hoki. Hoki kan gak cuma hoki doang dong.
Berdoa sama percaya diri.
Berdoa dan percaya diri. Dan ini menarik ya. 2 tim sudah kalian babat. Kalian kemarin menjawab Onyx menjadi tantangan selanjutnya. Kalau kita melihat nanti Onyx juga akan bermain nih. Untuk perdana akan melawan tim RRQ. Dengan ini Royal Derby. Menurut kalian sendiri, siapa yang bakal ngedapetin game nanti?
Kalau dari aku sih Onyx 2-0.
Onyx 2-0, wah cepet banget jawabnya ya. Ada yang punya pendapat lain?
Sama, Onyx.
Sama, ini sama semua nih?
Onyx 2-0. Ya.
Sama Ina jawabannya. Belum denger? Leo Murphy belum ngomong nih kayaknya ya? Habis suaranya. Kenapa? Ada apa di ini? Coba, ada yang bisa ceritain gak sih kondisi dengan kalah terus menang. Apakah kalian teriak-teriak semua?
Iya, kita teriak-teriak semua. Karena aku suruh teriak-teriak semua.
Biar apa? Biar apa tuh?
Biar semangat aja sama dapat hype-nya gitu.
Semangat dan hype. Dan mungkin itu yang bisa menjadi mereka percaya diri. Dan karena hype mereka juga sangat luar biasa, kita akan nge-hype bareng nih. Siapa yang akan menjadi player of the match? Langsung aja, inilah dia, siapakah? Deng. Player of the match dari Dewa United. Awat Super Supriyadi dengan blackan tengahnya. Hari ini black tengah loh. What? Ini banyak banget pasti yang pada heboh. Kamu di gold lane. Bagaimana di season 12 ini sih gold lane menurutmu?
Ya pasti lebih beda lah daripada season-season sebelumnya kan.
Apa bedanya apa?
Ya beda gameplay pastinya.
Beda gameplay. Oke, kalau gameplay sekarang mungkin bisa dijelaskan apakah ini sesuai dengan gameplaynya awat banget?
Sebenarnya nggak cocok sih buat aku ini.
Oh gitu. Tapi kamu selalu player of the match nih.
Ya nyesuaiin aja sih sama meta-meta yang sekarang sih.
Ada nggak mungkin player yang benar-benar menyokong, mendukung kamu sampai bisa menjadi player of the match dan mungkin jadi supportmu, support system ataupun support dalam bermain di dalam in-game menurut Awat?
Ya, dalam in game ya udah pasti satu tim semua sih nge-support.
Satu tim?
Ya kalau nggak ada mereka nggak bakal ada MVP kayak gini.
Wat, coba sampaikan sesuatu buat timmu, Wat.
Buat apa?
Buat timmu sendiri.
Ya kita bakal berusaha yang terbaik lah buat kalian semua, anak-anak Dewa yang di sana. Ya semoga kita bisa kasih yang terbaik lah buat kalian.
Semoga bisa kasih yang terbaik. Awat 2 kali menjadi player of the match. Satu pertanyaan lagi, Gold Lane yang betul-betul pengen kamu hadapin di MPL Season 12, Wat.
Ya cewek lah, kan dia habis juara.
Cewek. Nama yang sama dengan tim playernya pun juga dinantikan oleh Dewa. Sekali lagi kasih tepuk tangan untuk Dewa United. Dan kita bakal langsung lemparkan dan breakdown lebih dalam lagi tentang game mereka, match mereka. Langsung saja kita lemparkan kepada caster yang bertugas, silahkan.
Is basically what makes Dewa United shine. They're not afraid to lose because if you are, then they said that you'll feel the pressure and you don't play as on point. And I think that's a really great mentality coming in, and I'm quite surprised. Like, it's so easy to say, but in order to implement that, then that's like a different story. And what, being the player of the match, the leader of the group, the anchor to his team, has been proven really effective.
I like that interview, right? Because it shows that Watt also has that depth. And yeah, you're right, in his leadership role. And there you go. He is the player of the match, presented to you by, of course, by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Nothing else I can say. 3 games, very reliable and yet consistent.
You can see he respects still the potential for burst damage to go his way. He built the Athena in that game and he was just doing a lot of damage, but more importantly, he was dodging from a lot of damage. And like we said, I think it comes down to the fact that he is so gutsy, right? He doesn't fear all this damage coming in. He dodges it by like a very slim margin, and that allows him to be a lot more efficient. Taking a look at the highlights right here. In the beginning, like we mentioned, it's really a tough situation, but the Ling was able to actually get a lot of value, but the issue for Dewa United is the fact that Cars, along with the hard guard, is a bit too tanky for the whole team to burst down reliably, at least in the mid game. And that is something they kept abusing all the way until the later stages. And of course, mistakes like this did happen for the side of Rebellion, and Dewa were very quick to capitalize. But look at this, in the late game, doesn't matter, bro. Hard guard, full tank, well, not full tank, but like item built Esmeralda, it doesn't matter. True damage cuts through all that. And in the end, it's the execution, it's the movement right here. You see that maybe because of that one moment, right? Cars doesn't feel confident diving into the back line anymore. And Watt was able to just be relatively safe. Right here, as you can see, when Cars is able to just get on him, eventually Watt does fall. But otherwise, it's just not enough. And almost like deja vu from game number 2, you focus too much on one person, the other person still does a lot of damage. There was the one moment where Rebellion had a bit of a swing, but afterwards it's all calm, consistent, objective gameplay being done by Dewa United, despite the fact that Rebellion Zion still had that Angela to try and make macro plays with. Overall, with the way they are playing, it just didn't matter. No minions right here, no problem at all. They just keep going for the kills, cycle the death timers, and go for that end.
An amazing end as well. What a statement once again from the side of Dewa United. And I gotta say, there were so many weird moments from Rebellion Zion. Again, in terms of their decision making as a team and individually, that led up to the 17-minute game. But look at how far the kill score was, 20-11, the gold gap as well. And the conclusion of it was Dewa United, once again, able to turn things around.
It's not a fun game for Suelo as well, right? I mean, 3 seasons ago, it seems like Lunox was his go-to hero, but this game in particular, not a fun stat.
275.
275, a lot of dives. order brilliance not as an offensive as a defensive, and that's already waste.
Like they're just confused on if they, like for example, if it's Swalo, right? Are you supposed to use your ultimates to try and burst down Watt?
Yeah.
Are you supposed to use it to outplay Ray when he goes towards you? There's just so many problems that Dewa United throw at you all together, and dealing with it at the same time must be a complete nightmare, man. Looking at the bit of the emblems right here, Dixon, you gotta give this guy a bit of a shout out, man. He is one of the main engage tools. He is the guy that separates the whole team of Rebellion using that penalty zone. Goes with the Brave Smite, the Festival of Blood. He went full tank, right? And he just relied on that to sustain him through the fights. And so far, that seems to be a working formula.
And you know, looking at the differences in talents, right? It's also kind of a representative of how things are. It's okay to go slow. You know, you don't need to do it too fast. Sometimes being slow, you know, anticipating the late game can also be the way to go.
Oh, by the way, just saying about the emblems, right? The support emblem is what Kars was using right here on the Esmeralda, and I think that's quite interesting. It's a creative choice. Gives you more healing on yourself, gives you cooldown reduction and movement speed. So on heroes like the Esmeralda, it might be quite the okay alternative, but we have to see because it didn't really come out on top. But if you look at the stats right there,
Whoa, that's the
Ray,
highest.
That's the highest so
That's
far,
the
is it
highest
not?
we've had so far.
Wow.
992, almost 1,000 GPM.
I mean, if they say Lanaya is a million times better, what's Lanaya like?
Right, people have been saying
What?
that.
3,000 gold per minute.
Excuse me, how? Well,
so huge.
Vincent as the Fredrian, like we said, was going to be the main front line, and he did his job. It's just that everyone else, they just get completely zoned out, completely targeted by the composition of Dewa United. And if you look at the stats, I think the damage taken just tells you there's 140,000 damage difference right here, and that is due to the long range difference and how Dewa is just so good at just pulling you towards those objectives. You can tell that at some situations, Rebellion don't really want to do that, but against Dewa, it's almost like they leave you with no choice.
I have no words.
I think, again, I don't know who's shot caller. Rebellion Zion shot caller Swalo, right?
Is it?
That's what because he's captain. Swalo's captain of Rebellion Zion right now. But Audi TZ, maybe is he the main shot
I think
caller?
two shot calls, but like, yeah, I think decision making in the grander scheme should be Swalo. Maybe mini shot calls could be Audi because he's the roamer. He sets things up.
We have to double check. We have to double
triple
check.
check even maybe.
Because there were, oh man, I don't understand. They were being too hasty. They were getting overly greedy, overly zealous in these skirmishes.
Just too much of a split-second situation, and that is part of the keys to success for Dewa United here. The man that's being highlighted is Dixon. We gave him an honorable mention earlier. He completely deserves it, man. Well, first of all, the misplays, right? The hastiness of Rebellion gets completely taken advantage of by Leo Murphy using his pick of picks. And Dixon, man, aggressive, defensive. It seems like these EXP laners, the better they are at just changing up their approach to a team fight, the more dangerous they get.
And it's an interesting addition to the meta right now, Terizla. Something that we need to keep our eyes on. Is it a Dixon specialty or is Terizla coming back in the meta? Because we've heard a lot of things about Terizla being something of an S-tier pick in the EXP lane.
It might be, right? I mean, if we're talking about Terizla, I think Terizla has caffeine in his arsenal.
He does?
He does.
Penalty zone caffeine.
Caffeine, right?
Is that why he slams so much? Too much energy?
Like so.
Like so.
Oh, he's drinking point coffee is what you're trying to say. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering what Gani is drinking over there, that is the coffee pandan, the pandan coffee. And it is brewed with specialty coffee.
Yum.
With a fresh quality coffee, international grade, 100% Indonesian coffee beans as well. And if you guys want to get your hands on it, you should, because get ready to make your game legendary. Better.
Legendary.
It's better, it's better.
You're in the middle of drinking, Gani.
It's better, it's better.
Yeah.
I'm practicing my legendaries.
I'm enjoying my caffeine. I'm enjoying my point coffee. I think I need a break.
Of course. I think we all need a break here,
That was an intense
Arashi, as
game.
well. Not only that was an intense game, but we have a huge match ahead of us. is going to be the Royal Derby between RRQ and the debut of our MSC champions, Onyx. And I'm so excited to get into that, but unfortunately we have to go to a break. It's quite small, so stay tuned. We'll see you after. Me, Arashi Gani. Bye-bye.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Halo sobat Land of Dawn, gua KB. Di sini gua akan memperkenalkan emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, bang emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3, Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif, tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia, banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality, dan yang paling aku suka ini dia rapture atau penambah adaptive penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini season hunter buat para jungler tank, jungler damage. Ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama, karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat, karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga tenacity. Tenacity juga jadi pasif, dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar-penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu, itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah, ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp, bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah, terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya nih, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru, kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker-gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada 2 hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari sini teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian gak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya. Dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri. Kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minthithar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Udah pasti kayak
musuh kaget kayak tiba-tiba kelempar HP-nya gara-gara kaget, kalian flickerin sambil ngilang gila. Halo guys, gua Samuate dan selamat datang di Project Next. Hari ini guys, gue mau ngasih tahu kalian guys soal update PES emblem terbaru guys. Update-nya itu gampang banget guys buat dipelajarin ya guys ya. Dan yang coach gue bilang guys, coach Adi ya kan, ini tuh gampang dan sesimpel itu guys. Oke guys, untuk yang pertama nih, sekarang langsung aja kita coba ya kan. Buat ini sekarang hero yang mau gue pakai itu adalah Kaja guys ya. Nah, buat kombinasinya guys, ini yang pakai agility guys. Nambahin 5% extra movement speed guys. Terus yang kedua gue bakal pakai pull yourself together ya guys ya. Dan yang terakhir guys ya, focusing mark guys. Jadi oke guys, ini udah gue setup. Langsung aja guys ya, kita cobain ya guys ya. Oke, let's go. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja nih guys ya. Kita ada 1-1 nih guys di mid nih guys ya. Cooldownnya konsil kan 80 detik guys, karena kita pakai emblem pull yourself together jadi cuma 68 detik guys. Kalian bayangin guys, kita bisa langsung flicker langsung ulti guys. Nah, gila. Kurang OP apa guys, dan kalian lihat guys, tadi kan ada mark tuh guys ya di badan 1-1 tuh, lihat no. Itu focusing mark guys, efek focusing mark. Jadi ketika kalian ada efek itu guys di musuhnya guys, nah itu bakal nambah 6% damage guys. Jadi damage yang dikeluarin sama tim kalian tuh bakal lebih sakit lagi guys. Nah gitu guys, untuk kombinasi pertama kalian lihat kan guys seberapa bagusnya kalian jadi inisiator dengan movement speed dan juga cooldown reduction yang luar biasa. Sekarang kita bakal lanjut ke kombinasi talent yang kedua guys. Nah ini tuh lebih ke arah untuk yang ngebers ngegeng yang suka main di ambush sendirian tuh gak sih guys. Nah di sini tuh ada yang namanya guys ya emblem nih guys. Yang pertama itu ada Trill guys. Dia nambahin itu 16 adaptive attack. Dan yang kedua tuh ada Bargain Hunter guys. Roamer kan beli item rom lah ya guys ya. Kalian nggak bakal dapet farming ya kan. Jadi kalian tuh cuma beli dengan harga 95% guys dari harga aslinya guys. Sekarang ada yang ketiga guys ya. Itu ada Lethal Ignition guys. Mungkin nggak jauh beda guys dengan emblem AG yang ngebakar ya guys ya. Kalau misalnya kita biasa sebut ya guys ya. Dan ini soalnya ngasih efek burn juga guys. Sama persis guys. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja masuk ke in-game. Kombinasi emblem ini the best juga guys. Karena posisinya guys ya, kalian tahu kan guys, harga Bloodwish itu harganya 3.000 guys. Kalian cuma perlu bayar 2.850 guys. Murah kan? Nih guys, gue bakal kasih lihat efek dari Lethal Ignition ya guys ya. Nah guys, kalian lihat ya guys, ada aura-aura biru yang keluar dari badannya Novaria guys. Nah itu tuh efek burn yang bakal keluar dari emblem ini guys. Jadi itu bakal ngasih kalian tuh damage lebih guys buat nge-kill musuh ketika kalian mau nge-game, oke guys. Nah jadi kayak gitulah guys ya kalau misalnya kalian mau main tipikal yang damage dealer guys. Oke guys, buat yang terakhir nih guys ya, ini kombinasi dari gua buat kalian tuh yang suka main tipikal yang tanky guys. Kombinasinya guys ya, yang pertama dari emblem Vitality guys, dimana kalian tuh bakal nambahin 225 extra maksimum HP guys, oke. Yang kedua tuh ada Tenacity guys, ketika darah kalian tuh di bawah 50% ya kan, kalian tuh bakal nambah armor sama magic defense. Bisa juga kalian tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys, dimana ketika kalian nanti ngedeal damage guys, nanti dia bakal ke pop up dan itu tuh bakal ngeluarin kayak efek meledak gitu guys, dan itu bakal ngasih damage ke musuh guys, oke. Nih guys, gue bakal kasih kalian contohnya nih guys ya. Karena tadi gue pertama itu kan pakai Vitality ya guys ya, dan itu nambahin maximum HP guys. Dan gue sekarang tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys. Kenapa gue bilang itu bagus banget guys? Karena Conclusive Blast itu kan dia dari maksimum HP kan 7% ya kan. Jadi nih, ketika posisinya kalian dapat Vitality ya kan, tambahan maksimum HP, jadi damage dari emblemnya juga nambah guys. Nah kalian tuh guys, ada di bawah kakinya Hylos kan, kalian lihat guys, ada efek-efek gitu kan guys, meledak guys. Nah itu guys efeknya guys, jadi ada damage tambahan guys ya. Dan Tenacity itu yang bikin kalian tuh bakal tebel banget guys, oke. Jadi ini the best combination banget buat kalian yang suka main hero-hero tanky guys ya. Nah guys, jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu guys, kalau gua yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu tuh kombinasi agility, pull yourself together, sama focusing mark guys. Nah buat kalian tuh gimana guys? Cukup well kah? Langsung terapin ke gameplay kalian guys kalau kalian mau main roamer kayak gue, oke guys. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Yuk langsung update Project Next dan langsung kalian cobain, oke guys. Nah tapi guys, buat kalian yang main role selain roamer, tenang aja guys, MLBB sudah merilis video yang ngebahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lainnya, oke guys. Nah jadi jangan lupa like, share, dan juga komen videonya ya guys ya, oke. Gua Samuate, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn. Bye.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu.
takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Perlawanan terakhir untuk malam ini di antara RRQ menentang dengan Onyx. Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Yes, hari ini sememangnya rasa sangat-sangat hebat. Stadium rasa sangat ceria. Semua orang depan ni, you guys look amazing. Love the energy. I love Indonesia. I mean Malaysia. You too. Why?
Why? No.
No? No. Hey.
Selamat datang tentunya di MPL Indonesia Season 12. We own this. Dan memang kita tahu ini adalah MPL Indonesia Season 12. Not Malaysia. No.
Clara, please. I travel long way here. I'm host for tonight.
Yeah, we
And you?
traveled. We traveled for like 2 hours. It's fast. But this is MPL Indonesia. Coba kasih suara MPL Indonesia. This is Indonesia. Di Malaysia tak ada Oni, tak ada RRQ.
Maaf ya. Clara, come here. Come here.
No.
Clara, come here.
Come
Guys,
here, Rose.
kejap.
No.
Please. Cameraman, stand here. Clara, come here. Okay? Look at this. She stand here. I this tall, she this tall.
Okay, Rose, let's go.
Kamu di atas
Let's go.
sini pun tinggi ni je.
Ignore Lavel. Amini. Goodbye, Lavel. Hi, Rose. How do you see MPL Indonesia?
Oh, I love MPL Indonesia, guys. The vibes here is legit top notch.
Luar biasa. Vibes-nya itu nyenengin banget dan rame banget. And you here with Lavel?
I actually
Come
came
here,
alone.
Lavel.
Okay.
Come here.
Since you asking to come. And Clara,
Yes.
hari ini I'm very excited.
Why?
My friends, Gideon, I see is with RRQ, Leo and Remar is with Onyx. This is going to be an amazing match.
It's super epic because it's Royal Derby. Kita bakal cek ombak untuk keduanya. Kita bakal langsung coba dengar dari keduanya yang akan memimpin sorak-sorai dari Sobat Onyx dan juga RRQ Kingdom.
Clara,
Call your friends.
You in the middle right now. Okay, you Indonesian, I'm Malaysian. She I don't know.
Yeah,
But-
I also don't know.
But whenever I watch live stream in MPL Indonesia, the hype from RQ is amazing.
Of course.
Di atas
Onyx?
langit katanya ada
Onyx.
Jadi I want to see the energy.
Let's go. Let's see it.
Viva RQ!
Viva RQ! Viva RQ! Viva RQ! Viva RQ! Viva RQ! Viva RQ!
Gideon is doing the best and that's RRQ Kingdom. Luar biasa. Tentu saja Sobat Onyx. Di sini ada Leo dan juga Renmar. Silakan Sobat Onyx. Oke. Call your friends. Panggil teman-teman kalian.
No. Hold on. Just a little bit.
Wait.
I feel like RQ can do better. Okay? Okay, last chance. Come on, RQ. You guys have to win. Don't let Onyx win.
Gideon.
Okay, ready. Let's give 3, 2, 1, okay?
Oh, okay. But, guys, come on. MSC champions takkan nakala. Can we hear it from the side of Onyx?
Wah, that energy luar biasa banget. Gideon, Leo,
Gideon,
and
come
Mark,
on here.
please come here, join us here. Kasih tepuk tangannya dong buat kita semua dan juga ini semua talent-talent yang sudah terbang dari jauh-jauh. How is the energy, guys, on Onyx side and RRQ side?
Even if I spent time with the Onyx family, the Sonics, I want to say, aku cinta MPL Indonesia. Terima kasih semua.
Kasih punya Leo.
I'm sweating. That energy was crazy. Just the vibe here in Indonesia, the fans, all of you are so awesome. Terima kasih everyone.
Kalian
Thank
luar
you.
biasa.
Thank you.
Itu di Onyx, gimana di RRQ? How's the RRQ?
Clara, I'm not gonna lie to you. During MSC, I made my predictions that Onyx was gonna win and I got it right. But today, when I hung out with these boys in the kingdom, they stole my heart. Viva RQ!
Ini spesial. Ini predik ya, mereka udah mulai di sini. But you guys are here. Of course, we are so happy to have you here, guys. Welcome to Indonesia. It is special match for you guys. You guys come here for the Royal Derby. What's so special for this match for you guys?
Oh, for me, it's very special. All of us bought ticket just to come here today, just to see this match. By tomorrow, maybe we go home. I don't know. But for this one, I feel like after this match, we will have a very good idea who's going to be at the top of the standings at the finals of MPL ID.
Oh, you gonna predict?
Bold
You gonna
statement.
predict?
Very bold statement, I know.
Very, very bold statement. But I agree.
Oh, so you guys want to predict the top 4 for MPL?
Wait, it's only week 1. You want us to predict the top 4 already?
You know what?
Okay.
You know what?
Okay. I'm not gonna start.
No. I feel like because we have a lot of people here, everyone can give at least one. Gonna give a quick shout out to my boy Mirko. I feel like BTR can be top 4.
BTR. Okay, that's level. How about you?
I think Onyx can go 3 juara. Back to back.
Back to back. Ada BTR, satu nama. Ada Onyx.
I'm pretty sure someone's already gonna say RRQ. So I just want to mention a team that I feel like is a dark horse. And, you know, they have a special place in my heart. I'm rooting for Geek Fam.
Kuda hitamnya, Geek Fam.
I'm just gonna say, it's amazing. She was speaking in Indo and Remar understood what she said. Yeah.
That's right.
Hey,
Thank
very
you.
good, Remar. You did good.
Luar biasa. Julian?
I think at this point it should be pretty obvious. I feel that, of course, I'm hoping that the kingdom is going to take it. I think that RRQ is going to reclaim the throne.
Wah, RRQ bakal mengambil kembali tahtanya. Rose, do you have any prediction or a favorite team in Indonesia, or you have some team that you want to see or players in Indonesia?
Okay, so personally for me, I would want to see Onyx in M5.
Onyx.
Yes,
That's
Onyx in M5.
okay.
And hopefully win the M5 trophy.
Oh wow. Buat Onyx, dia berharap Onyx bakal ke M5 dan menangin trofinya. Special. What, Lavel?
No, now I just want to see the match. I want to go behind. I want to see the match.
No, but predict first.
Oh, pretty.
Best of 3 series.
Okay.
What do you think about this Royal Derby? Or what is your insight for the Royal Derby, Lavel?
I don't think you want to
Oh
hear
no,
his answer.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Lavel.
No, no. Lavel.
Don't do it, don't.
Oh no.
Lavel.
Oh
I
no.
gotta go over to Onyx.
Oh,
I think
no.
Onyx gonna win.
No!
Yes.
Salah!
Okay.
Salah kamu! No!
Rose, where are you gonna go? RRQ or Onyx?
I'm gonna stay away from Lafel. I don't know him.
The
Oh, I'm not
kingdom will
confident.
protect Onyx!
Oh, Onyx. RRQ.
For Onyx.
No, not when you do it.
It doesn't work that way.
Jadi gara-gara Lavel ke Onyx, jadi lainnya pada kabur. Ini gara-gara Lavel bukan ke timnya.
bukan. I promise it's gonna be Onyx. I promise it's gonna be Onyx.
Score?
2-1.
2-1. The others?
2-1.
2-1. 2-1.
2-1.
2-1. 2-1. Everyone, it's gonna be 2-1. Bakal 2-1. Apakah akan menjadi 2-1? Okay guys, do you have any last message for the Indonesian fans?
Cuma mau cakap terima kasih banyak kepada anda semua kerana bagi semangat yang besar. Sayang anda semua and looking forward untuk tengok anda lagi selepas ini.
Semuanya pengen banget lihat kalian lagi dan terima kasih Indonesian fans and thank you so much for the talents here. We'll see you later and kita bakal sebentar lagi untuk ke Royal Derby saat lagi dalam Best of 3 series. Thank you, enjoy the show. Thank you. Bye bye, kasih tepuk tangan yang keras dong. Dan tentu saja acara ini begitu luar biasa karena kedatangan dari talent-talent internasional kita yang sedang akan bertugas juga di Indonesia nantinya. Tapi Budi Clara Monster juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada super fans yang luar biasa dan MPL Indonesia Season 12 powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, Halo Official Mobile Internet Partner Telkomsel, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold, dan juga partner ini sports ada Blibli, Dunia Games, Grab, OVO, dan YouTube. Serta official broadcast kita ada Maxstream dan TVRI Sports. Dan juga supplier kita ada Indomaret, Mineski, dan Samsung. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Sekali lagi kita akan kasih semangat untuk Royal Derby. MPL Arena, mari sambut, inilah dia Royal Derby.
For so many seasons in a row, RRQ and Onyx have dominated the MPL ID Top 2 stage, earning this matchup the Royal Bestie, the Royal Derby matchup. And here it is once again at MPL ID Season 12, just on the brink of perhaps amazing things that might happen here coming into this next match. On the caster desk, it's still me, Eterna, alongside with Gani as well as Arashi. And this has one of been the most highly anticipated matches. How has Onyx fared after winning the MSC trophy and what looks to be kind of the downfall of RRQ?
Well, again, it's a battle of the returning and the departing. Remember, Zen is back in MPL ID Season 12. Meanwhile, he has to say farewell to his former teammate back in Season 6. Remember, the Grand Finals, the 1-1 Grand Finals Season 6. Albert now has switched sides. Tonic, Arashi, your pillar has gone to my side. What do you have to say to that?
Oh, that is a painful situation to be in. I mean, you can see it earlier. The fans were chanting, "Hey, Albert's with us now. It's over." But you know what? RRQ has been doing pretty good. They're a team that understands what needs to be done, and I have
full confidence they would at least make a show, and I think there's a chance they are upset today as well. Remember, in Season 12, what you expect is usually what is not going to happen.
That's true, that's true. See the performance of Onyx last season. It was only RRQ who were able to break Onyx's win streak back at MPL ID Season 11. They might be able to do the same thing again because, wait a second, looking at the talent room, the player room, I don't see Sans.
You don't see Sans?
Where's Sans?
Where's Sans here?
In the
we do see
bathroom?
Keyboy, we see Albert. Well, let's see, right? Official team lineup has not come through yet. Let's see, perhaps he is in the bathroom right now. But again, Onyx, very strong lineup, champions of MSC. An addition, having Albert as an addition. It's just, you know what? It's just GG.
Well, at the same time though, right, he's competing against Kyrie. I mean, let's be real here. This man has he just set the bar so high. I don't know, in a way, I'm kind of concerned for him, actually, if anything.
Concerned for who?
Concerned for Albert.
Oh, why?
Well, the team has been doing so well, and that's your competition, right? The guy whose face is always on the screen when we're talking about records. So, if, Albert, great talent, but he has a lot to do before he just takes that role.
I mean, there's a possibility that he might be playing maybe in a different tournament, right? I heard there's one going on right now. It's the ESL Snapdragon. Don't forget to support your favorite teams in ESL, and there's a lot of Indonesian teams there as well, right? We have Evo's Icon, we have Evo's ID, Legends, we have Onyx, we have Bigatron, we have Aura. Am I missing any? I think that's it.
I think so,
right?
But we might be wrong. There
Yeah.
are also PH teams,
There are a
Malaysian
lot.
teams, Singapore team, if I'm not mistaken, one.
Yeah, we have Bren, we have RCSG,
Echo.
Brunex Flash, just a plethora of teams. So don't forget to tune in, right? You guys also can come over to the venue for the 3-day
Please
ticket.
come.
Only 63K IDR. Super affordable for all of you MLBB enjoyers out there. If you guys want more information on this tournament, which will happen next week, starting Monday, you guys can check out the bio at ESL_Indonesia on Instagram. Arashi, do you have your tickets yet?
Of course I do. What? What kind of question is that? You do not want to miss it, guys. There's a lot of insane matches coming up, but of course, that's after this.
It is. After this, back to this game, RRQ versus Onyx. Honestly, the outcome might depend on the lineup. So there's not really much for me to say just yet. I don't really have any predictions just yet.
We can speculate.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say Onyx.
Okay.
So Sans, Keyboy.
Wait,
There we go! Straight into RRQ's lineup.
Well, let's see here. Still their main five here. MPL ID Season 12. Let's welcome again, led by Naomi. It's Rex, Regim, Kaon.
Naomi, the insane addition to RRQ with Clay stepping in. So it isn't going to be Zin playing. It's going to be Skylar this time around. And this has got to be their main five. This has got to be their strongest five. And for the side of Onyx, ladies and gentlemen, Sans is nowhere to be seen.
Sans is nowhere to be seen. It is going to be Drian, though. And let's welcome the champions of MSC, the champions of MPL ID Season 11, Onyx Esports.
This team, man, they just perform so well, so crazy, but where is Sans? He usually plays on 5 phones. We can't even find him on 1 right now. What is going on?
Hang on, I'm getting some information from the producer.
Okay.
Oh, Sans is unwell. Sans is currently hospitalized, ladies and gentlemen. He's getting too tired from playing all those 5 phones. So the last Kage is going to step in his place. And of course, everything starts with the extremely talented coaches. We have RRQ, Zaya, as well as Rave. Onyx, we have Coach Yeb, as well as Coach Adi. The true masterminds behind the ingenious plays of both of these teams.
We've seen great drafting coming in from Coach Zaya, but Coach Yeb, he can hold his own when it comes to mind games, when it comes to crafting puzzles for his opponents. So I'm quite concerned, but we're gonna see it, man. All the way from the first pick and ban, there's gonna be a lot of action, but let's take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S Series. not too obsessed with trading the points. If they lose a member, if the Lord isn't possible, RRQ, it seems like they're just not willing to let go of an objective when they feel like they're ahead, and that sometimes puts them on the back foot. So unfortunately, they have to try and maintain their tempo properly. On the flip side, for Onyx, optimize the white hero pool with all the surprise picks that you have in the current meta and ensure that Skylar does not get clogged for the rest of the season. Not just
match.
this game.
Not this match.
The whole
The rest of the
season.
season.
And with that Claude, Skylar has been known to just play a handful of marksmen, and if those options are not available, RRQ sometimes they kind of slow down. That could be something Onyx can take full advantage of.
That is so hilarious. That is so hilarious. Not allowing Claude for Skylar. And it also points, just kind of picks on Skylar a little bit, right? If the Claude does get banned, which I'm pretty sure it might be, what else does Skylar have up his sleeve? If we take a look at the team head-to-head here, there is a significant difference in the first blood rate with RRQ 39%, Onyx 73%.
Well, let's remember here, right? This data here is based on mostly Sans in that filling in that mid lane position. So
Right.
without Sans here, my concern as an Onyx fan and as an enjoyer of this Royal Derby, it's how will Drian come in and fray the chemistry, the synergy, because usually Onyx, they rarely change their roster. Their chemistry has been so fluid and very hard to destroy or dismantle, but with Drian now, this begs the question, I'm quite nervous.
And matter of fact, right? Last season, Drian didn't play at all. So it was very different to the Aldo regime, where Drian still played a few games with Samo as well. But for Drian, we haven't really seen much about his performance. Do you think he can keep up with the new meta?
Well, he has a lot of experience under his belt, and he has, remember, before, one of the highest hero pools in the whole MPL ID. So this man definitely has attributes that really fit the current meta. But like you mentioned, it's not only about that, it's about the synergy, it's about the communication, the non-verbal communication as well in the game, especially against a team like RRQ. If you mess up, if you just misread your teammates' intentions, that slight mistake could mean the end of the whole game. So I think the pressure is absolutely on for Onyx.
But what do you think about Skylar's performance so far, right? The man that we've seen on screen, with him stepping in and Zin stepping out, can you consider Zin the better gold laner or Skylar?
I think Zin has, again, more experience, and he has more he has some more time doing all these weirder picks like the Esmeralda gold lane, like we saw earlier from Rebellion. In fact, that was a signature pick, actually. So I think he's a bit more flexible, but on the other hand, Skylar has just been so much more active. He's always been with the team as well, so I think when it comes to overall performance, Skylar should still be on top. I mean, otherwise, man, is it really that easy to just play on the MPL level? I don't think so.
I truly don't either. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafting phase of the Royal Derby. Onyx on the blue side, RRQ on the red, and the bans are coming through very quickly.
Well, again, we mentioned Claude. We mentioned the keys to victory. Onyx, even though they're on the blue side, they have the first pick. They still ban the Claude out. So it means that, yeah, they're not really contesting this Claude. They do not want to pick it. Let's see the response from the side of RQ. It's Valentina and Fanny. And perhaps you might see a Joy ban as well.
Usually the Joy is what they go for, and RRQ, they're notorious for not changing their bans, right? They keep going with the same bans, and then they'll adapt when it comes to the second phase or when it comes to the first 3 picks. So for now, it might be the Joy, but actually it's going to be that Ling. That is what they are really afraid of, and who can blame them?
All right. All right. Okay, Angela is available here. Arlott, Franco. Because the crazy thing about this matchup is both of these teams hold very specific power heroes. Like for the side of RRQ, do they want to respect Naomi here? Do they want to take it away earlier on? Or are they willing to let it go? Are they willing to just secure a power hero for themselves and try to outgun RRQ?
They might go for the Paquito, man. It has been one of the more solid heroes, even the worst matchup seems like a skill matchup with that hero, and that will not be what Onyx goes for. They go for that Faramis.
Whoa, Faramis early here. Doesn't really, it's not really the approach for most teams, but then again, Yeb and Adi, they're cooking some things up here. Perhaps letting go of that Paquito, letting go of that Angela as well. Are they going to pick it up though?
The Yves, all the Yves actually been banned. So that actually kind of answers the question, right? There's a lot, it's so limited, that mid laner hero pool. That is viable to utilize in this meta. So taking it away for themselves, plus denying the dual pick away, I think it's a solid move from Onyx. But how will RQ respond? Angela going to be picked up. Uranus is available too. And there you go, the dynamic duo.
Well, Angela and Uranus, with a link, this becomes the trifecta that Mirko won't shut up about. But now with the link banned out, what will they could do? They're still
Duroth, yeah. I was about to say Duroth because it counters Uranus in lane. And there you go, the inside Duroth pick, and the Paquito should fall into the jungler position in the hands of Kyrie. And that's nasty.
I mean, way back, there was a time where Paquito could be used as a roamer. I don't think we're quite there yet.
Drian? Paquito?
Actually,
no, never mind.
Actually,
they already picked up the Faramis. Let's not.
We'll see. I mean, for now though, having a direct will allow whoever is getting targeted, getting bursted down with the hard guard to just be secured by Onyx. So it's a good pick overall. But we haven't seen with the new emblems, right? Can the direct still be that big of a counter for this Uranus? But for RRQ, securing a gold lane for Skylar has always been a big priority, and they do so right here.
Yeah, he's forced on the Beatrix here, seeing as a Claude has been taken away. It's his second go-to hero when this occurs. But the thing is, I forgot my train of thought. I had a point. I had a really important point that I really wanted to make, and then I lost it because of the Beatrix thing. But here it is, the Kaja. Oh, what I was about to say is I don't think that this Angela is going to fall into the hands of Naomi. I think it's a Clay pickup. So be wary for a roam pickup here for the side of RRQ. Onyx feel similarly here. They're going to ban out the Kadita. The Kaja is also being limited. It's interesting that Franco is still up for grabs here. I think RQ could take it still.
They might be trying to throw off Onyx by just flashing out at Angela, but moving it to the mid lane. If they do so though, it's going to be a Faramis, and that's going to be a very tough lane to try and contest in the mid game. Early game, Angela has it in the bag.
And I really want to talk about the Paquito and Duroth pick again, right? Why? Duroth shreds armor. Paquito deals physical. So imagine the damage output that this duo can bring on towards not just Uranus, but the whole comp of RRQ. They need to be wary of this situation. There you go. A hero for Keyboy, a hero that can pick off the Beatrix. The insta deleted. But then again, I see Kufra perhaps for Keyboy. And I don't know. I think that it's not the right move as I'm asking. I don't know.
We'll have to see. I mean, just right now, it's going to be a Farsa ban. So the mid prio, are they just trying to hint that they have the Faramis in the mid lane? This could still be flexed out technically if they really wanted to. This is why it's so scary drafting at the highest level. First pick in the second phase for RRQ. Most likely going to be a roamer, I feel, at this point, right? And save a bit of the best for last kind of situation.
Franco is still open, right, Naomi? Yeah.
Yep.
There you go, Franco. The suppression comes through. A lot of engages, so perhaps that suppression, that Bloody Hunt, might just comes in clutch.
Is it going to be enough, though? Is that enough crowd control to stave off the kill pressure coming in from Onyx? That's the question. And with Drian stepping into the roster for Onyx, he does have a comment. Oh no, it's not a comment, it's a fun fact. The last time Drian played in the Royal Derby was in Leg 2 of MPL ID Season 10, or exactly 308 days ago.
How many
well
hours?
done, production. That's very, very specific. Where they lost, or was that 1?
Onyx 1-2-0.
Yeah, I believe they won 2-0. So not the best statistic, the best fun fact for the RRQ fans, but for the side of Onyx, it's gonna be the Harith, so not a marksman in the gold lane. Unless finally, it's gonna be a Kufa. Signature pick for Keyboy. Dangerous.
It's very dangerous again, and again, somehow put pressure here, right? With the Franco and Angela mid-roam, one thing for sure is that they lack wave clear in that mid area, which I feel like they can, or Onyx can exploit.
There's going to be, is it going to be a jungle pick from RRQ?
It's got to be.
Someone that can maybe help with the clear? Could it be something like an Alice? I'm not sure if that's, if it's Freshik style, but so far he's played the box chess, so tanky heroes, I don't think it's out of the question for Freshik right now. I feel like the Alice makes a lot of sense here, right? Comes in with that whole sustain plan as well. We'll have to see in 2 seconds. It's gonna be the Bane instead, trying to slow down the movement in the middle of those team fights.
Yeah, what I was about to say, I don't think the Alice can fit. Personal opinion for RRQ, because of how the kill pressure from that early game from Onyx has just unfolded to be with the dynamics of the roster. I think it's a little too risky. So they go for something a little safer in the Bane, making it a little bit more equal against the Paquito jungle. But if we have to make a quick prediction.
Onyx.
What about you, Rashi?
You already know. Do you even need to ask?
I mean, not non-biased, like on the drafts. Do you like RRQ's draft here?
I think that's potential. And if they execute properly, I think that's the key word here. If they execute properly, don't get caught off guard by rotations, by the pickoffs. They have everything they need. Long-range poke, pickoff potential, wave pressure, and also utility in the middle of those team fights. We'll just have to see, man. These games usually go in late, and the Beatrix, that's where it actually shines.
With that aggression coming in from Onyx and the combination coming in from RRQ. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Royal Derby, game number 1 between both of these iconic teams.
It's going to be Onyx and RRQ here. Who will strike first is the question. Spell check, emblem check, Arashi. It seems like 3 members from each team chose to use the Flicker, and 1 each use the Purify.
Only see W with the Purify, and on the other side, Banana. And if you look at the emblems, a lot more diversity, a lot more damage being sought after for the side of Onyx. Hang on. We'll have to wait. Hang on. I think we'll have to wait and see.
This is a wrong emblem.
Looks different. This looks familiar though.
It looks familiar. It truly does.
So we'll have to wait on that. But with that Brave Smite, with the Purify, Banana is going to be trying to be the most annoying, but you have to be careful. Other targets all vulnerable here. I think Keyboy has a lot to prove, a lot to do to ensure his team actually comes out on top here.
I want to know what's going to happen when the Bane doesn't rotate mid, right? Because the mid lane control is definitely in favor of Onyx, and here you go!
Oh, Naomi flickering out. Clay with the puppet string. Oh! With the hook here, Keyboy forced to use the flicker early. Does not matter. Clay with the first blood. RRQ strikes first in this game.
You gotta respect that Franco Iron Hook threat, man. Don't walk too close to the turret, especially this early on in the game. With that bit of advantage right here, it's not a big deal just yet, but look at CW trying to make an aggressive play.
Sharon Force already. Now, Naomi came just in time to be that big brother presence. Though, top side, take a look. Means that with Franco bot side, it adds more pressure towards RRQ. Perhaps they do not want to contest this turtle.
Ooh. You see that actually Skylar gets left alone in the bottom. It's gonna be a free turtle for Onyx. And in the bottom side, oh, the hard guard is being used.
Oh, very low. CW, what a catch by Keyboy. Good night, Skylar. Keyboy with the clutch, rage, and revenge. RRQ, well, Onyx equalized.
Yeah, they're trading back here, and taking a look at the talents prediction is going to be 4 for Onyx, 2 for RRQ. And you can hear the crowd just really chanting for Papulong there. It's a fun fact that he's never voted for Onyx before.
He never votes for the majority, man. For the ones that you think are gonna win. But look at RRQ. You're talking about team fights. They seem to be trying to go for pickoffs. 2 focusing marks on their composition, and then 2 quantum charges just to ensure that they can actually kite back away from all this dive. But would that be enough?
Rotation! What a deny rotation there from Keyboy, which was, the timing. Onyx was there, and Persik was without cover. Gets taken down.
the kill pressure once again, right? Onyx, they practically win all these 3 lanes. And they're able to make the most out of it so far. 1,000 gold lead. What is the lead looking like in terms of the items?
So far, nothing significant, nothing too crazy has been built up, but the Harith right here has finished the first core item that gives you quite a bit of
Starlium Scythe.
The Starlium Scythe gives you a bit of true damage, a bit of mana as well. It's a great item to have on top of the Impure Rage emblem. So CW is pretty independent in that lane unless he makes a mistake. And for Skylar, he has a Fury Hammer, but it won't really be enough just yet.
Oh, this is the duo. This is the one I'm talking about. The armor shred and the physical attack. Bounce, well, luckily for Uranus, the hard guard was there, but if not for the Angela, he was insta-shredded there top side on it with a 1,500 gold. We now look for the turtle tech. Let's see here. RQ, will they be able to contest this time?
And look what they did. They used up the hard guard before the turtle fight, so it won't be available in the next few seconds. Keep your eyes on Keyboy. He might be looking for something right now.
See here, it seems like Naomi still looking for an opening. Versik not in position, not in prime position, but Keyboy is in prime position to catch Versik. Again, if Versik gets taken out twice already in this game, and it seems like they still want more here. Keyboy zoning Skylar out on his turret. CW will find extra gold this time. 4-man rotating. Oh, with the cancel. Nice. Dreon now trying to pull Skylar out. Forced to use the flicker. Skylar and the Bruce Fashion doesn't really connect. Again, Onyx winning the trade.
They're still going for it here. Gani, they're diving!
Flicker pull. Skylar. Naomi gets taken out. Skylar will be next on the chopping block as well as Clay will be out with the flicker. But there you go. 2 members taken out plus the turret.
3,300 gold lead in the first 5 minutes. Full objective control, full map control here for the side of Onyx. And they are putting RQ in a tough position. But Boots is going to get caught here for sure, right?
Oh, what? Boots almost with the outplay there. 3 versus 1 was a little bit too much there, perhaps for Diroth to sustain. But almost.
Keyboy is just making a statement right here, man. Oof. Onyx is just not letting up. They know that they have a bit of an early advantage. They don't have a marksman, keep in mind. So RRQ, if they can last longer, I think there's a better chance for them to come out on top in the middle of these fights. For Onyx though, they are fully focused on tearing apart the whole map before it reaches that part.
Oh my god. RRQ, they need to slow down their tempo here. You need to pick your battles.
I mean, they were trying to get a pick on it to CW, but CW was still able to purify out of it. It's very difficult for Naomi to continue that kind of kill pressure with how Onyx are playing this. In the top side, you can already see they're pushing once again, looking for more objectives. If let's say, the Beatrix gets that power spike, is the damage going to be enough?
Considering that the heroes on the side of Onyx aren't that tanky, we'll have to see. Right now, though, that's a big engage.
Suppression connects. Call Alter save the day. Naomi flickers out. The Keyboy finds one. Versik with the help of Guard now trying to disengage with the deadly catch. Tickling the backside now. Kyrie with the Keto already with the presence. Killing pressure. Versik, where are you going? And there you go. The armor shred killing spree for Dreon. Only Versik falls, but that is more than enough for Onyx to again regain map control.
We were questioning the synergy coming in from Onyx, but look at Dreon, 302. He's always there at the perfect time with the Cult Altar to save his teammates. And it looks like Naomi's kill pressure is just a little too underwhelming compared to the Cult Altar.
Well, right now, if he gets an iron hook onto someone, who is supposed to follow up and finish off the job? Skylar is really behind, and Versik isn't doing too hot either. Both of them are the main tools they want to use for that burst damage. So until a bit later, when items are actually on the table, there's not much RRQ can do, and they are stuck just trying to hold out. And the Minion Wave actually gets a turret for them. So all things considered, not the worst of situations. They could be sitting on 0 turrets, but look at this play from Onyx, man. Keyboy on the sides, everyone else pressuring in the front. Watch out. Whoa, hang on.
With the pull-in cancel, the mid-lane turret falls. It's a clean textbook siege take, turret take from side of Onyx.
5,000 gold lead, ladies and gentlemen. Onyx They are looking on form even without Suns. Keyboy is so scary on the Kufra. His mechanics, that flicker ult combo, it gets you out of nowhere. And literally RRQ, they're banking on the damage coming in from Skylar. If he gets taken out, then it's GG.
Onyx is going to get the Lord setup advantage right here, but RRQ, hang on. Are they just trying to go all in? Hang on. Are they going to try and just go for the turrets, go for the base turret? There's protection. They can't do that easily.
It seems like they will commit on towards the inner turret bot side. And it's just a velour here, minute number 9.
Well, in a way, one of their win conditions is to let go of objectives that they know they cannot contest. Seeing as they're 5,000 gold behind, that might just be the better play, showing again that RRQ is still adjusting and adapting.
Man, with the Lord here pushed top side, I don't think it's 5,000 gold lead. What do you think here? Can they defend?
It's the first Lord. Yeah, it is the first Lord. They should be able to clear it, but it's tough, man. Look at the damage dealt. Skylar very underwhelming there on the board. Versik has done actually a bit more in terms of that damage, with Drian being the #1 on the leaderboard. You don't feel it, but the damage coming from Faramis is subtle, but it hurts.
Especially in the midst of a chaotic team fight, those bounces will start adding up. For now though, ooh, Naomi with a bit of a good read there. Unfortunately, the Iron Hook wasn't long enough. Keep your eyes on Drian though, not for the damage, but to make the play with a Cult Altar. A 5-man dive that is essentially immoral with a second life. That is scary, and there's not enough crowd control on the side of RRQ to try and stop that.
Yeah, keep your eye on Keyboy as well. He has Flicker and also the Rage. Let's see, he's charging up. No, he will not commit to this time. Deadly Catch has been popped though, and the turret here, top side, will not fall just yet, I believe, yeah? RRQ, they managed to clear that wave, so a very, very good defense shown by RRQ.
I mean, technically they do still have high ground, right? They have the Deadly Catch from Bane, they also have the ultimates coming in from the Beatrix, but 3 waves are crashing once again. I'm wondering if Onyx want to go and commit for this.
Let's see, Shaman Force, Keyboy finds one, Cold Altar popped, Versik will not be able to survive. And take a look at Boots now with the Diroth. Looking for an opening, but Flicker, Bloody Hunt cancelled. What a read by Keyboy. Onyx, 8,000 gold lead, no base turrets taken down though. So overall, RRQ, they managed to defend their base.
It's almost like the best case scenario for RRQ. The fact that they only lost 1 member and didn't lose any base turrets, that's really good. But losing their jungler though, that's a bit of a tough situation. Now Onyx backs away and RRQ immediately trying to extend, try and find some control, some gold in the jungle. But Onyx already on the way back, but look at the damage. That can add up the longer the game goes, but let's take a look at the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy S-Series. Everyone engages onto Banana, but afterwards it's Versik. Clay almost sees him with a hard guard, but it won't be enough. And Naomi, he really tried to make this play work. There's a good chance to try and use the turrets to try and secure this kill, but Onyx, they're just too on point. They understand what RRQ is trying to go for and deny it completely.
Keyboy is terrifying, man.
Reminds
Keyboy
you
is terrifying.
of someone?
It reminds me of Tranquilor, now gone, right? Insane. The way that he's able to predict that movement, cancel it out, that kind of renders the capabilities of a Franco kind of useless, especially with the fast cooldown of skill 1 from the Kufra.
Onyx now just going for the next Lord just like that. Approaching a 10k gold lead. RRQ, there's nothing they can do but give up enough of these Lords. This is what the Lord is designed to do, crack open your base. They cannot just keep hanging back here and hope that the game will swing in their favor. It doesn't work that way. So I think soon enough, there's going to be a desperate play being made before Onyx just calmly and calm and collectively just ends the game.
Man, 12 minutes in, almost 10,000 gold lead. It was 10,000 gold lead earlier. Arashi, I see you sweating, my guy. I see you sweating.
Must be the passion in the room, man. I mean, there's a lot of action here. Everyone's so passionate, right? Definitely not worried about the game at all. But let's take a look at how Onyx is going to play this. The purple buff is spawning for RRQ, but they won't be in any condition to contest that. Kyrie goes for their orange as well. This might be the beginning of the final sequence.
It's not looking good at all. 10,000 gold behind. Onyx pushing all 3 lanes. The Lord marching down in the bottom lane. It's all gonna count if Naomi can look for a pick. They have to be careful of Keyboy's concealed play.
Conceal play. Let's see. No commitments just yet, though. Oh, CW quite low, though. Caught there with the turret damage. It seems like the mid base turret will be defended by RRQ still. But there you go. Again, they're okay, Dreon. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Onyx, 10,000 gold lead still.
Well, you can see Skylar still has some semblance of damage right here, so Onyx, they can't be too careless. But if they go on the right target at the right time, it's still gonna be quite the easy win in my opinion. Now Onyx, full HP, yet again are gonna try and take out the turret. Look at it, engage though!
Keyboy finding 2, and this is it! 3 members defending, not gonna be enough as Banana falls as well. Onyx still strong with 5 as Naomi flickers out of the way. And take a look at the minions. It's here for Onyx to strike first, and this is Onyx winning game 1.
The MSC champions, ladies and gentlemen, being able to lead this Royal Derby. And they just really melted as one. They coalesced as one in terms of that gameplay. Their synergy was so on point, and their game plan was perfect.
What could RRQ have done there? At every single moment, they were able to take those 2 lords without any contest at all through the proper game plan and of course the execution. Keyboy at every turn in the early game, RRQ were trying to abuse a lot of different mechanics, and every single time Onyx is in the right place, has the right plan to shut it down completely. And after a plan B from RRQ, there's no plan C. They just look completely lost, let go 2 lords without a single bit of contest. Just like that, Onyx has just ended it, flexed their muscles for game number 1, and RRQ are back to the drawing board.
It's a textbook game, feels like, from the side of Onyx.
I'm so sick of Goni saying that since last season, man.
Yeah, buddy, like find a new catchphrase.
Textbook,
Very
textbook.
10,000 gold lead minute 10. Come on, that's just textbook from Onyx.
Without
cool
sun.
story, bro. So classic. Classic Onyx.
No, there's another word that you like to use.
Tell me, tell us.
Unbothered.
Unbothered? That was so last season.
All right.
Okay,
okay,
buddy.
Goni.
Right.
Now
so
unbothered isn't good enough for you?
Anyhow, moving on. Wow, dude.
Unhinged. What a performance once again by Onyx, our MSC champions. Proving that without Sans, no problem.
It's the first game.
Gee.
It's the first game, all right? Yeah, sure. In that game, Dreon didn't die as well on that fair miss, which I'm quite surprised. Well done, Dreon.
I think the positioning and the read is what makes Onyx so fearsome right now. You saw that they were able to get a turtle, and there was able to be a play traded by RRQ on the bottom side. But just like that, before you know it, Kibo is there, and he just lands the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge combo every single time before the signs are even shown on the map. If you look at Onyx map, right, the fog was to hide the bulk of like RRQ's members, but he already knows where to path to try and counter engage every single time. How does he do that? It's inhuman.
Common sense.
Whoa, what? Common
Shut up, buddy.
Okay, calm down.
Get out of here.
Things
You're
are
out.
getting a little heated on the
You're
cast.
out.
It's not only
Maybe
Gideon
it's-
and Leo.
Maybe
It's Goni and Arashi too.
Maybe it's somehow, it's wow for RRQ side, but it's common sense for Onyx.
Sure, buddy. Let's assume that is the
Basic
case.
MOBA.
Well, anyhow, even if the hooks do land, like we saw in the game, there was just solutions all over the place. Tanky members, called altars, right? The Purify from CW saved him several times there as well.
Yeah.
So this idea that like now, it's not just about what kind of weapons you have, how can you nullify the most weapons from your enemies? And if you can do that, then slowly but surely, you'll just cruise to a textbooked, unbothered victory.
Again, from
There you
the
go.
drafts, again, even right, I feel like Onyx, they managed to read the draft inside of RRQ like a book. MVP.
Well,
none other
Player
than-
of the game, it's none other than Keyboy on the Kufra. powered. Wait, what? Player of the game by Samsung Galaxy S23 series. Sorry, the face of Keyboy. It just it throws me off, man. He's
Just
so
powers you up.
intimidating.
Finals MVP for MSC.
Intimidating.
Showed up again.
Again, intimidating.
Intimidating.
I was about to say his Keyboy.
His Keyboy.
His Cooper is so scary.
Yeah,
Like
Cooper's
the
Keyboy.
prediction of it.
Kufar's Keyboy is just next level, man.
Oh.
It is.
Emblem-wise, he just goes for the concussive blast, right? For more wave control, which is something that's so important. I think most teams really need to try and prioritize that a bit more. Went for vitality for more HP, and with more HP, what does he want? More defenses when he's low on HP, so that's where the tenacity comes in. It's just a great setup, and considering how aggressive he was under turrets in the midst of everyone, one death? He is already such a clean executor of the game plan, but his team also really knows how to back him up.
I mean, in this game, Keyboy perfectly displayed a perfect Kufra Hawaii. He initiates, he covers as well. And it's GG, opening map, opening vision. Again, textbook.
I think one of the things that really stood out for me for Keyboy is the fact that he uses conceal as a bait towards the enemy. So he uses a conceal first to bait out resources. We saw it in one of their sieges. The Bane was forced to use the deadly catch out of fear of Keyboy, and then he went in with the Tyrant's Rage Revenge combo. It's incredibly intelligent.
It all begins here early on though, in the gold lane play that just went south, and the fact that Fersik, right, he's not that tanky, and he's not mobile at all, making him a juicy target for the whole roster of Onyx. Because like Guani mentioned, having the physical defense reduction, having a Paquito, having a Kufra, there's just so many ways they can just nuke you down. And you can see, for the most of this game, every time RRQ were using battle spells, it's never aggressively, it's never to make plays, it's to save themselves from absolute demise. So for Onyx, look at that, even the coverage, everything is just so well synergized, and RRQ are unable to find a bit of that, you know, the carelessness, and just like that, Keyboy somehow, some way finds it when RRQ is already expecting the Kufra engage. That is why his Kufra is next level. He doesn't just catch you when you're not expecting it. Even if you expect it, he'll just find a way. And part of how he does it is by using that Conceal Eternal, like you mentioned, using it first before engaging, just so that your enemies see it just that much less.
The bluff, right? The bluff, the concealed bluff from Keyboy. Take a look at this stat here, right? It's 11-2.
11-2. And there's just no objectives given to RRQ at all, man. If you look at Onyx though, that's a lot of damage coming in from the hands of Drian. He went for the glowing one as well, understanding that there's two members on the side of RRQ that stacks HP. There's that big shield coming from Hardguard as well, so the glowing one will do wonders in that situation. And for CW, I think he is still like the richest man. For no, you know, everyone knows at this point it's always gonna be CW, but his build was very, very aggressive, and it shows again that there was no real threat from the side of RRQ. Your main damage dealer who needs to dash forward against a Franco, right, against a Beatrix, built zero defensive items. That's just crazy, man.
It is just crazy, right? I mean, oh my god.
We gotta give a shout out to Boots as well. He has the Quantum Charge to just keep up and stick onto the squishier members of RRQ. We saw that being abused quite a bit. And to answer the question, if it actually counters the Uranus, paired with another burst, source of burst damage, I think it certainly does at this point. You can see that Banana was trying his best to be a nuisance, but he was completely smacked out of the Land of Dawn every single time.
So you know what this tells us?
What?
It tells us that Onyx is very quick with problem solving. They see the threat, they see what the pattern is, and they look for their own way to solve it. And this is what they did. And I think for me personally, it was a complete outdraft for RRQ. Onyx was able to get 3 winning lanes. I did not see a way for RRQ at all to find that loophole to regain control of what Onyx gave to them.
I actually thought that Fersik might go for some kind of a stronger pick, right? Because they need some kind of pressure to work with the Angela, to work with the Franco as well. But going for a Bane? that's a lack of damage, it's a lack of catch potential, a lack of chase. And I think the idea is to scatter the whole formation of Onyx during a fight with the deadly catch. But I don't think it's a good enough solution. We saw it attempted in the previous match, using the Bane against a against a dive comp. I don't think it's just that effective of a solution. And the rich guy and the carry is still gonna be CW, man, on that Harith, despite everyone else just stepping up, doing a lot of damage. CW somehow still gets it done.
Sorry, back to your earlier point, right? Theoretically, it should work, right? You're going against a lot of dive, deadly catch,
Disengage.
disengage, displacement. How did they... Well, there you go. The conceal keyboy thing.
And let's not forget that the gold gap was, at that point, was also massive, right? So, again, the damage output that perhaps RQ can give out, it's very minimal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Onyx, because of the gold gap, yeah, their damage output is at its
peak.
Or at its maximum, its prime.
And they can build more damage items because they have the Cult Altar. They don't have to worry too much about defense because RQ's composition is about pickoffs, right? So you deny the pickoffs and then the damage just falls off. I think the Bane, if you're trying to invest in that late game, right? That's cool, but then what about the early game? You said it yourself, Eterna. Multiple losing lanes against Onyx, that is not what you want to have.
Oh my goodness. What is this? What is this?
It's
What is this, Eterna?
for the kingdom.
For the kingdom, for Arashi.
Because, like, okay, so we have two versions of RQ, right?
True.
We have an RQ with Chipui,
Okay.
right? And Zin. And then now we have a new version. And people are saying that this new version with Naomi and Skylar is their best version, their strongest version. So if, let's say...
How about Lemon?
RQ lose, did not take him into consideration.
You forgot about the alien.
I want to see
himself.
Albert though. Sorry to cut you off, but I want to see Albert. Will he play for the second game against his former team?
That would be poetic.
That would be quite poetic. I would love that. I would love that. The acquisition of Albert, the baby alien, on it to RRQ. But, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you that OVO as well as Telkomsel has a promo. They have a collaboration here.
Let's go.
And if you guys want to buy data packages, don't worry. It's super easy with OVO. Whether it's for streaming or gaming or looking for Arashi online, you guys can rely on OVO.
Yummy.
And special for Telkomsel users out there, there's a special promo with a cashback of up to 10,000 OVO points. It's super awesome, right? So don't miss out. Because buying data is easy with OVO x Telkomsel. If you guys want more information, you guys can scan the QR code down below Arashi. Don't forget. Yes, Gani.
Check it out. And even OVO has another collab here.
Do they?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
With who?
With Google Play.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What's that?
Play. If you want have a lot of heroes, alright,
Okay.
Eterna. Want to add more skins to show off when playing with friends. OVO x Google Play got whatever you need. So do not forget to buy MLBB Diamonds using a OVO or OVO.
Why?
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 Because
Why?
it's so easy and convenient. You just need to make connect your OVO account to Google Play, make in-game transactions in MLBB, select OVO as your payment option, and then make the payment. It's as easy as that to buy diamonds using OVO.
Oh, and it has a 90% cashback, Arashi.
Yeah.
That's why it's worth it.
90% cashback. I mean, you
Arashi's-
can't argue with that, man.
So data and quota and skins and just everything.
And cashback.
What else do you know? What else do you need in life, right?
Nothing.
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 The only way they can sweeten the deal is they give you a whole like block of gold on top of this deal, man.
And Arashi on top of it.
Excuse me.
Then it's perfect.
That's...
I'm not sure if that's legal in today's era of Eterna.
Okay, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going on a short break. We'll see you after. Bye-bye.
Dan juga dari Filipina, Gideon dan juga Leo. I will ask to cheer more. Okay, Gideon, how do you see the first game of this Royal Derby?
I mean, there's a reason why it's called Royal. I think that was one of the best games we've seen so far, and it's only going to get better. This is only the very first game. congrats to Onyx, but I think, RRQ, little bit of tweaking to the draft, it should be fine.
Oh, baru game pertama dan katanya kalau misalnya ini draftnya dibener dikit aja, ini bisa bakal bersaing juga tentunya untuk next game-nya. How about you, Leo, for the first game of the Royal Derby?
Super impressed. Super impressed to see that even if it's Drian playing for Onyx, the only Kage left, I think game 2 will be more interesting. But yeah, no, that was very fast. And if anything, Keyboy. Super impressed with Keyboy. I don't know how, but he's better now than in MSC.
Oke. Dan ini juga kalau kata Leo, ini menarik banget. Walaupun yang bermain di sini, Drian juga mereka begitu baik bermain. Dan Keyboy bahkan dia lebih baik dibanding MSC. Talking about MSC, how about the performance of Onyx compared to MSC?
I'm just gonna say, if Keyboy wants to come over to Malaysia, get it imported real quick, I would be very happy to have him. He is playing out of his mind.
Dikasih gak sih Keyboy ke Malaysia? No, jangan, no, don't. Dia bakal seneng banget katanya kalau Keyboy sampai ke Malaysia because he's getting better and better and better.
He's so good.
He's so good, Keyboy. So Keyboy is the key player?
He is one of the key players. I'm going to agree that there are some other elements to it. For an example, Boots as well. He's playing a really good role. I think right now this is a meta that suits Onyx. And I think this is the perfect time for them to start a dynasty.
Ini meta yang benar-benar khusus banget untuk Onyx dan cocok banget. Dan katanya ini bisa jadi dinastinya Onyx. I agree with that Onyx will dominate again.
What Rose said earlier kind of scares me because it is looking like maybe Onyx can make it to M5. That's easy. That's almost sure, I believe. But maybe even win it. Yeah. So, okay. If not to Malaysia, how about the Philippines? Keyboy. Bang.
Keyboy jadi rebutan nih. Tadi Malaysia katanya Philippines juga diajak ke Philippines. Jadi mereka melihat bahwa potensi player Indonesia untuk diimport ke negara lain juga sangat besar dan bahkan untuk mendominasi juga sangat besar untuk Onyx. But how about the gameplay? Maybe Onyx or Indonesian teams compared to international teams, the other countries, the other regions.
All right, well, there's a reason why Onyx is MSC champion, right? The best of the best from Southeast Asia and the rest of the world came out, and Onyx was still the winner. It was this guy right here, Keyboy, the Grand Finals MVP, right? So he showed the world that his playstyle, Indo playstyle, has a place on top. Juara.
Juara. So, sorry. Sorry, Leo.
No.
Sorry, Leo. This time is Indonesian time. But how about you, Gideon? How do you see the gameplay or the playstyle or the competitiveness in Malaysia compare Indonesia?
I feel like this is a loaded question. I mean, it feels kind of unfair. You put up against some of the best teams here in Indonesia, and then you're telling me, compare it to Malaysia. It's hard to compare. These two teams are great. They're really great. Mechanically perfect. A lot of great decision making coming down to the slightest moments in the game to make the difference. I think Malaysia has a little bit of catching up to do, of course. So, once again, if anybody from either one of these teams wants a free win, a free pass to M5, consider a Malaysian offer.
Ini menarik. Dimana dia ngeliat bahwa di Indonesia itu banyak banget dari gameplaynya, dari segala macamnya. Dan Malaysia butuh juga untuk catch up nih. Dan for you, Leo, we see that Indonesian team here, how do you see Indonesian team compared to Philippines? We know that our competitiveness is super high here.
Yeah, now that it's Indonesia on top right now, given Onyx win at MSC, I think that's a reality check for Philippines.
Okay.
It woke up Philippines after the years of dominance. So now we can study Indo again. We can pick up what Indonesia, Onyx specifically, are doing best. And then we'll see M5. I want to see everybody come over to the Philippines and we'll see what happens. So that's a few months from now.
Oke, itu berarti kayaknya kayak tamparan juga untuk Philippines, kayak harus belajar pula dari Indonesian team. Indonesia juga begitu naik terus Philippines juga bisa naik. But what is the difference between the gameplay or the teams or something that you can mention us here?
Okay, I think Indonesian teams are more aggressive. Indonesian teams, after watching tonight's matches for day 3, week 1, Indonesian teams, when they see a fight, they just take it. And I like that. In the Philippines, we're so careful. In the Philippines, fights don't happen as often as they do here. So maybe we can pick that up. Maybe we can be also more aggressive. So yeah, aggression, Indo aggression, I love it.
Oke, jadi aggressively, permainan yang brutal kayaknya. Ini lagi bagus banget untuk dimainkan dan bahkan Leo bilang ada perang, ambil aja, gas aja. How about Malaysian teams, Malaysian gameplay? Is this just the same as Indonesia or Philippines already? Do you have something?
I mean, kita serumpun kan?
Serumpun.
Aggressive in Indonesia, Malaysia, we're just as aggressive. But we're not as clean. We're obviously not as clean. We try our best. We like an entertaining game. That's the most important. Very entertaining game. Doesn't matter if you win or lose, as long as that everybody here gets a good show.
Memang harus jadi menarik dan gimana? Kalau ngelihat, sorry, how about you see the vibes and maybe the atmosphere here in Indonesia compared to Malaysia and later for Philippines?
There's no comparison. There's no comparison. The energy here, I was ready to scam the kingdom with my whole bit, but they really know how to touch people's hearts. They know how to bring people together. The chants from Onyx, their creative chants as well, those were really good from both sides.
Yell dari kalian itu sampai menyentuh hati dari Gideon dan semangat kalian begitu luar biasa. And you want it in Malaysia?
I'm hoping, I pray that we be just as good.
Malaysia, please. How about in Philippines compared to MPL ID?
Okay, after M4, when the world saw what a Jakarta hosted, an Indo hosted event can do, we brought drums to the Philippines.
Drums?
Yeah, see? Oh, there you go. So it's keyboard. A lot of teams in the Philippines and fans in the Philippines picked up on that. So I think we're catching up. I think we're following through. But now, season 12, it's a whole nother level. So yes, we want to see more. Just like Gideon, I hope this energy, this love, this vibe makes it back to MPL Philippines.
Semuanya pengen semangat yang kalian punya dan bahkan sampai negara lain juga ikut untuk meramaikan bagaimana MPL. Tapi yang nggak mau kalah ramai pastinya kita di sini untuk pergi ke game yang kedua atau mungkin ke game yang ketiga. Akan seperti apa Royal Derby? Boleh kita kasih semangat untuk Royal Derby!
No, Leo, no, Gideon. You can't take our players. But if you do, let's swap with Yowie and Sanford. Wait, what? Who said that?
Hey.
Wait, what?
Don't
Sorry.
be
Why
naughty,
are you trying to
Gideon.
negotiate?
Sorry, what? Who said that?
You're trying to set up deals. Eterna.
Sorry.
We want the whole Echo roster. For one man, for Arashi.
We'll take it.
We'll take it.
Deal.
Huh?
Let's shake on it.
There you go.
How did that work? I don't speak Tagalog, bro.
Speak English.
Oh, wait, there's an English desk. I forgot.
Oh, I'm falling. Sorry, we're having a little bit of fun here. Like Yep as well
Just
as
like
Keyboy. They're also having a lot of fun. And these are the little things that I have really just loved about the new Onyx with Coach Yeb stepping in, right? We saw the vibe of Onyx pre-Coach Yeb. They were cold, they were kind of emotionless in a way. I would say it doesn't look like they have too much fun. They look pressured going onto the stage, but with Coach Yeb stepping in, they have a lot of fun. He just really lightens the mood.
They have character.
They have character.
They have personality.
It's definitely a mood maker kind of situation. But hey,
whoa.
Kyrie's super fast hand. Super fast, not just fast. He reaches 728 actions per minute in game 1. Wait, what?
Wow, that's a huge number.
That's
bro, that's RTS level.
That's massive.
That's like below average. I mean that's above average.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Hang on.
That's like Arashi's level.
What are you talking about, buddy? Buddy, do you know how slow my hands are, dude? No.
Thank you, production team, for that fun fact.
Okay.
But it's crazy, right? Because throughout that entire game, I don't think anyone really mentioned Kyrie. Let's talk about him. What was his impact in that game before? Starting with you.
You know what?
Uh-huh.
Kyrie just displayed another, straightforward textbook.
Oh, God.
Juggler.
Oh, my God.
Not this again.
Gonnie, please. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Live chat, please help.
Am I wrong for saying that?
Spam Gonnie is wrong in the chat, please. Please.
I mean.
Please. Someone stop this man. Well, in that game though, Kyrie, realistically, he was the whole reason why Banana couldn't do anything. Because he has all that burst damage, man, on that Paquito. If you look at his items, he was going full aggression as well. That is what I think now the Faramis' purpose is. It's not just to try and like cancel out combos, save your teammates. It also allows your teammates to be a lot more reckless with their itemization. And I think there's something that a lot of teams who do pick the Faramis, especially as a first pick very early on, are trying to use it for.
I think it really depends though, Arashi, right? But let's get you into the drafting phase here for game number 2. Potentially, once again, the last game of this best of 3 series. But back to your point, right? I think Faramis is a viable option, but that depends on how the bans go, right? Because last time around, the Yve was taken out, Valentina was taken out. So one of the only viable options was either the Farsa or the Faramis. And according to that game style, the Faramis was the better choice.
Yeah, it really is a peculiar first pick, but then again, Onyx, they made it work. And I do want to mention a fun fact as well here, Arashi Eterna. I think this is the only match that, the first time ever that we see 3 nationalities in a match, no? Indo, PH, and Myanmar.
You are right. Right, because RRQ, when they were playing against Aura, there weren't any Filipino imports. But that's not the case, so we have a bit more of a diversity showing in this match. All right. Well, Farsa has been taken away as well. So moving back into the game, you have to really wonder, what is RRQ's plan on dealing with this? Were they trying to just target Drian because they think he was not used to the meta? He's going to be a bit rusty? That backfired big time. So now for RRQ, something else. A new strategy must be drawn up. And there was a lot of time during that, that pretty fun Q&A with Gideon and Leo to try and cook something up.
Let's see here. Valentina was the last hero to be banned by the side of RRQ, by the side of Zaya. Will they do it again?
I think they'll leave it open, honestly. They
Paquito
should
ban?
leave it open. There you go, Joy, right? Because if they ban out the Valentina, if Onyx pick up the Faramis, then they don't have an answer towards it. But if both of these are left open, then they can start to contest. Who do they prioritize, Faramis or Valentina?
Paquito.
Well, when have we seen that strategy, that thing before? Like, oh, Valentina countered by Faramis. Oh,
there you go.
We're really going back all the way. But Onyx will very intelligently pick the Valentina first.
Adds more variety, right? When you pick up the Valentina. You're a Valentina player, Eterna, and you can see how diverse this hero can bring. We saw it already as well, displayed in MPL ID Season 12. RQ now, 2 heroes. I think they should pick up the Paquito here. Don't let it fall to the hands of Onyx and perhaps the Paquito. I really am leaning towards an Arlet pick.
Arlet could be.
Paquito, Arlet, but no, Paquito, Kadita is the answer.
Ooh. This could still be a mid-lane Kadita. I believe Clay was the one operating this hero a while back in the previous matches. So already 2 very strong heroes here with good pick-off potential. But for Onyx, there's still so many more picks they can use to try and adjust, to try and stifle this aggression.
What are their options here? Do they go for Arlet? What wins against the Paquito in trading? Esmeralda? But then that can be countered by Dairoth again.
Uranus is the safest bet, yeah.
But how crazy would it be if RRQ just pick up the Dairoth?
That's why.
Fight fire with fire? Because so far the pattern is like when Onyx uses a strat, it will work. When another team uses it against them, it won't. So that's a bit of an ominous situation. But Melissa, finally, we haven't seen it so far in the season, but makes an appearance right here. Has good self-peel, self-protection with the getaway, with the go away. So we'll see if CW can withstand both potentially Banana and Clay.
That's an expensive pick, I think, for the side of Onyx, right? They're going to be able to stave that pressure coming in from the Paquito, which we saw was a huge bother in game number 1. So coming into this, how are they going to round it out? Do you think they're going to commit onto a Dairoth before he gets banned?
I don't think so. I don't think Dairoth is the way to go. Perhaps they can secure a marksman here.
Leslie,
carry?
Beatrix.
Well, okay, never mind. Back to the good old Beatrix. If they really feel that this Uranus is going to be a big problem, the way they dealt with it last time was using that Baxia, but I'm not sure if that is something they want to try against a team like Onyx. It gives them the mobility, it gives them that roaming squad, the Kadira, Baxia, and Pakiro combo, right? But it's risky.
It is definitely risky, right? I mean, second phase here. RRQ with their composition, they perhaps want to eliminate heroes that can definitely enter the back line again. So I'm looking at a hero. Okay, there you go. Makes sense, right? Lancelot can find angles towards backside, so they will try to eliminate that. And perhaps, yeah, Hayabusa ban might come through here for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, I think that's really wise. Here from the side of Onyx, once again, they're going to start respecting Naomi, taking away the Franco, realizing that the Kadita can be played by Clay, it still can be flexed. So Hayabusa banned out. They do still have a lot of options though, right? Martis is an option.
Well, Hayabusa isn't banned out just yet though, it's still a possibility.
So what would they ban out here? Yuzong? Oh, but they already have a Uranus. Who can dive into the back line? Kufra? Do they want to respect Kufra here?
I mean, it was one of the big signature picks that actually made Game 1 so difficult for them. And they have Kakira, they have a Pakito as well. A Kufra could be a problem, but that might be a bit too expensive of a ban. They go for the Cho instead, hinting that they are going to go for a bit of an assassin perhaps.
Yeah, still again respecting Keyboy. Cho, Kufra, either one. You just pick your poison at this point, right? So they have opted to go and leave out the Kufra. Do you think that RQ could potentially go for a double roam with a Faramis pickup and leaving the Kufra open?
Ooh. That's gonna be a lot of damage, but that's gonna mean that the roamer is gonna be a squishy character. For now, with the Uranus, he can serve as the main bush checker, but I think they're gonna need someone else that can actually lift that burden off of Aramis's shoulders for now.
Oh my god, with this Natalia ban, I sense a Yi Sun Shin pick here from the side of Onyx. I sense a Yi Sun Shin pick here. It is good going up against Kadita to dodge. Yeah, you know what? Go Yi Sun Shin. Let's see here. Will it be picked up by first hit though? They can definitely deny it away.
But if they pick up the Yi Sun Shin, RQ can just flex the Pakito into the jungle.
True. Maybe it can be a nuisance for the side of Onyx in that early game, but late game, my money's towards the side of Yi Sun Shin.
Pick roam first. Okay,
oh
man, they picked jungle first.
Well, Baxia it is to try and deal with this healing. For the side of Onyx, like you said, options are available. The Yi Sun Shin can come through, the Faramis can come through. The fact that we have no idea what is going through Coach Yep's head, so telltale sign that Coach Zaya is also quite struggling.
Roger, I don't see Roger as a good pick here. I think Yi Sun Shin here just makes more sense.
We do have a comment here though by Watts. Prediction for the Royal Derby for me, 2-0 for Onyx.
Nice to see some support. Nice to see some support from Watts.
It's okay, Arashi. You have
being
Gideon.
realistic.
You have Gideon earlier on, right?
Yeah, Gideon's my bro.
Does Onyx round this up?
Alice? Not quite sure. Against
Granger.
Oh my god.
It's kind of the same, right?
Oh!
Minotaur. Okay, that's why they banned the Natalia. I think once I sense a marksman here. I thought of Granger, but I prefer the YSS. But it seems like the Granger, it is very vulnerable though. I don't know. Two marksmen in Onyx hands though.
That's what we were talking about though. There is two tanky members now that can check the bushes, so overall it's still quite balanced. For the side of RRQ this time, I'm not quite sure what they need. A bit more damage? Crowd control would be nice because right now everything is single target. Everything is spammable, but it's also very light. So something big, some AoE crowd control would be massive to try and deal with this team, because otherwise Minotaur is going to be stomping around. It's the Kufra, the hands of Naomi. We'll see if it fares as well as Keyboys.
Yeah, we'll definitely see here. The shoe is on the other foot in the drafting phase. How exciting! finally we see a Granger in the jungle when previously the first person to use it after the patch, it was actually Fursic at SPS. I'm actually wondering if this is going to work out or not.
It might. It adds more range, right? With a lot of engage. But again, it's risky. That's why I'm leaning more towards the Yishin Shin pick. But then again, Onyx proved me wrong.
Well, against a Baxia though, Granger in a way could be an unexpected solution because usually you just can't clear your buffs that easily. But as Mega was telling us, Eterna, yesterday, not yesterday, but like a few days ago, there's a very good chance that the Granger will be able to clear just as fast, if not faster, than this Baxia.
Yeah, people say that Granger is one of the fastest clearing junglers, and with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the Land of Dawn for game number 2 of the Royal Derby, RRQ versus Onyx, with Onyx leading 1-0.
Well, all begins here in the jungle. Let's take a look at the clear speed difference. Kyrie already doing so much, but look at Banana. Wait a minute, what?
Punished. And
How?
there you go.
What
This is why Paquito template rotation is to cut in that bot side area, and Dreon was there to harass that. And there you go. Flicker wasted, and he gets taken out. Now Kibo uses his flicker to escape. Is it enough though? Is the question. At low HP. Yeah, there you go. The heal and second skill comes into clutch for Keyboy.
This is going to be a Melissa with an Inspire as well, so that's a lot of damage if it goes into that late game. He has a bit more attack speed from the emblems as well, but look at that, already so much action going on.
What the heck? 2v1 now,
No
Skylar.
way.
Low HP, still on Flicker, but the Death Sonata, Flicker with the juke as well. Skylar with the style points there. Now, Fursic trying to re-engage, catching one. This is the problem when you're on the Granger. It's so vulnerable, but then again, RRQ, very, very fast re-engage.
A lot of brawls happening left, right, and center in game number 2. But that's the thing, like you mentioned, Granger, great fast clear, but super vulnerable and completely vulnerable with how fast Fursic can rotate on the Baxia. From the Talents prediction, is going to be a split 3v3. Let's see who comes out on top.
Hey, Eterna, welcome to the club.
I'm trying to use my curse.
Hey.
I'm kidding.
Why
I like
would you-
RQ's draft.
What?
I think it's safer. So we'll see how this pans out as once again both of these teams are going to be centering around the next neutral objective here. The Turtle take Fursic already opening up the map, Boots as well. But with the position coming in from Clay, Kyrie needs to be very careful.
Fursic will comfortably secure that first turtle. No re-engages more, seems like, with Banana. Deals quite heavy damage there on towards Boots. But it seems like Boots is still comfortable here with that regeneration. Now Naomi charging on towards CW. Keyboy is there to hover around and give heal towards CW.
Well, on the side of RRQ, this is going to be a different Paquito than what we're used to. No Quantum Charge, no Sprint. It's going to be the Brave Smite as well as a Flicker. So, I'm not sure. It might be more of a trading Paquito, trying to go for lane dominance. Right now, it seems like RRQ are the ones having a bit of a window. Can they steal the purple buff away, though? It's going to be Fursic making moves.
Well, seems like Kyrie will give up his purple buff. Fursic now with Shield Unity will not connect just yet.
Yeah, very, very aggressive here. RQ, they're trying to do the same thing that Onyx did to them in game number 1. Naomi looking for an opening, but just the presence of Kibo, you can see, kind of deters his movements. He's scared if he goes for an engage, there could be a re-engage or a counter-engage with a Manon Fury. It's a little too risky for them to take, but Kyrie!
Yep, this is it. That's Sonata on towards Sewell. The damage from Banana flickering inside. Kyrie gets taken out. And take a look at this RQ trying to pull the trigger against outside. Does not connect just yet though. Now Kyrie 0-1. A rare stat you see on Kyrie's name.
Such a dangerous pick, that Paquito. The Flicker also allows him to finally secure that kill. Movement speed would have been nice as well, but Naomi might be the next victim here.
Yeah, with the Minion Fury there combined, gets taken out. And the Fursic on this Baxia is so annoying already. Invading camps, invading purple buffs, now Boots. Soaking damage, 3v2 in this position. Do they have enough damage here? It seems like Kyrie says no, he needs that farm heavily.
Yeah, he's already a level below a Versik right now. And I don't think he's going to be able to contest. And I think that's exactly what they're trying to go for, though. I think Onyx...
Oh my god.
Oh no, Drian!
Oh, Petrify! And there you go, a kill, a pick off by Clay. With one man down, it seems like it opened things up in the turtle area here again. Oh, take a look, Cooper already hovering around Kyrie, giving vision for his teammates. Yes, they will not contest. Top side of Melissa is the only saving grace here. Onyx needs to bank on CW.
This is a trend we've been seeing a lot more these days. One side going for the turtle, everyone else pressuring the other side of the jungle. The idea is if you're winning, deny the turtle, but also deny your opposing jungler's buff. But Kyrie is able to get that purple buff, and Booz actually is trying to just be annoying. He doesn't have the same kind of risk like Banana had in game number 1. As long as Versik is not around, he can just keep regenning.
That's the thing though, right? I mean, right now it looks like RRQ, they're kind of tunnel visioning on punishing Kyrie. They haven't been able to punish CW just yet, and I'm pretty sure in terms of harm, he's not too far behind. They need to be careful. They needed to shut down CW, honestly, and not push too much focus onto Kyrie.
See here, Onyx, they're behind 2,000 in gold. Now, Versik catching Boots. Oh, terrified by the Valentina. But there you go, Drian with the Kajita pick now. Versik gets the orange. It's a 4v1 now. Versik terrified, Amino and Frey, everything putting on towards on this guy. Yep, the wheelie gets taken out. A very, very good kill, important kill, as Kyrie picks up his honor strike now. Banana moving on towards Drian with the cover of Kyrie. Isn't enough. The damage is there, but Banana got outplayed. Drian picks up the kill. Meanwhile, on the mid side, oh, Keyboy will not be able to survive that one as it was a 3v1 and Kyrie caught. Skylar now gets the turret. Kyrie will be able to disengage. CW now jumps in. Will they commit to the CW? Good disengage, but again, RRQ winning the trades.
Great moves from both these teams right here, but RRQ, you gotta be a bit careful with that. Versik was trying so hard to deny the orange buff from Kyrie. He essentially gave his life for it, and I'm not sure if that's completely worth it. The longer the game goes, trading 1-for-1 against a marksman versus a tank like Baxia, yes, he does damage, Baxia, but the Granger eventually will outscale you, so you gotta be a bit more careful giving him any kind of resource.
All they need to do is to take late game, and Keyboy though, a little too overextended, gets taken out. That's Nada. Oh! Airborne! Catches two, and Skylar with the double. Let's see, Skylar, will he get the triple? Grian will have more than enough resources to click Banana. Oh, he's not in a prime position to find the flank, but there you go. RRQ, they are back in the second game.
What a knock-up by Clay once again, dead end from Bogor. Being able to catch 3, actually take 3 down. And RRQ, they were able to pick up the team fight from there.
Of course, Skylar with the lightning quick follow-up as well. Just demolished the whole backline. Onyx gotta be careful, man. You kind of overextend like that against a team like RRQ. You never know when the next blow is coming. Let's take a look at a bit of the emblems here, though, especially for Kyrie. It's the Quantum Charge, giving you a bit more movement speed when you hit for about 1.5 seconds and regenerates 75 to 180 HP per level. So it gives you sustain, it gives you more movement speed, and on a hero like Granger that needs to maintain positioning, that movement speed is definitely a big plus. Boots though.
Yeah, Boots caught here.
Oh no.
Nowhere to go. Skylar and Naomi picks up the kill and assist. Let's see now. 5,000 gold lead almost. Versik with the shield unity will not commit on towards anyone just yet. He wants to get the purple buff only. And here's the thing though, right? Onyx, they're behind. What they need to do is, hold their ground. They have 2 marksmen, which deal massive damage if, let's say, minute 14, minute 17. And there you go. Keyboard needs to be careful here. All caught. And there you go. The mega kill from Skylar. But Naomi will be taken down as well. So there's the trade as Boots will fall as well as the Petrify connects. Onyx now moving slowly but surely. But there you go. It's a 2-for-1 still.
RRQ is ahead, but right now, they're not really doing it as cleanly as Onyx does.
Still, RRQ still holding the tempo. Banana, oh no!
Oh, the flank. The Paquito flank. Skylar picks up the kill, and this It's looking bleak for Onyx.
How do you slow down the tempo when RRQ forces it on you, right? They have so much catch. Versick can go in, Banana can go in, and Naomi can also go in. His picks have been really amazing as well. Very important to the pickoff from RRQ.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? This time Onyx, very minimal
nice.
crowd control, right? Only banking on the minion Furry, and you can see here how Onyx is struggling to find the right opening. Meanwhile, RRQ, a lot of crowd control in their kit.
Right now, they're up for sure, but for RRQ, what can they do with this? How can they break the base afterwards? Are they going to maintain this kind of pressure until the Lord spawns? Or are they going to try and end it before that? Because for Onyx, I think they're just content if the game goes longer and longer. Like Gonny mentioned, 2 marksmen, a lot of sustain with more items the longer the game goes. There's nothing wrong with how they're doing it. And the Valentina as well will be doing a lot of damage the longer the game goes. So RRQ, they might be going for a bit of a dive here just to ensure that the game won't get drawn out. That is where Onyx might get a chance to go for an outplay, a counter engage with the Minoan Fury perhaps.
See here, Lord Boots will be able to open up things here, it seems like. But no, now Clay, petrified connecting onto it. CW, the right target. Lord has been taken down though. It's a 5v4 situation for Onyx. RRQ managing the waves. They still have pressure, 8,000 gold lead now.
Using everything to make sure that CW does not get a chance to play the game. Look at these render shots, chunking everyone for about 2,000 a pop. Wow, dude, Skylar is just on a roll right now. And RRQ, they're going for more right here. They know that their marking is not up yet, but only for 2 more seconds. Here he comes.
Let's see, base turret, top side has been taken down. And CW finally collects his golden staff. This might be a game changer. One more item perhaps for the side of Kyrie here. Eterna, endless battle, 2 damage is what they need.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But how are they supposed to maintain the defense? Onyx, if Clay is able to thread the needle like that, the way that he did before, get that perfect petrify and the pickoff onto CW, it's just GG. Kyrie isn't going to have as much DPS to utilize in these team fights, especially that they lack that AoE. RQ, they're playing really well here in the second game.
I feel like what they're doing right now is also using Banana as a secondary engage tool. If you pay attention, right, there's only supposed to be 1 knockup, or 2, along with the Kufra, but occasionally, when you least expect it, Banana will come in with a knockout strike, and that can be paired with a Breath of the Ocean, that can be paired with a rough wave petrify combo coming in from Clay, as well as a snipe from Skylar. So the way that RQ can go for pickoffs is so multifaceted. This is exactly what Onyx was doing against them, but Clay survives from that play, and look at that, the whole jungle, everything is just fully under RQ's control.
Oh man, look at the additional item coming in from Banana. Is that going to affect how this game is going to go?
See here again, it's a reset. Minute 13, Lord is enhanced now. RQ, full control of the map. Boots though will occupy the top side here, it seems like. And yeah, they will give this Lord for free. Engage question mark. Skylar, render shot does not really connect, and it's gonna be a comfortable Lord take by the side of Rex, Regular with Kaon.
That is just Clay zoning everyone away with the potential. Not even a real skill, like, he wasn't even using any real spells to threaten. He was just with the potential of the one-shot. Boots now caught alone. Banana pushes him back.
Now 3v1. Kufra is there to flank. Oh, Naomi. Oh, purified now. Boots.
No way.
Oh, he gets taken down by Skylar. 30 seconds is going to be the time for Boots to come back. Will it be in time as Lord watches mid?
11,400 gold lead for RRQ. Oh, how the tables have turned for Onyx this time around. It doesn't look like Onyx have the proper engage tool with Keyboard on the Minotaur. But let's see, this might be the final push.
Let's see. Versick with the shield unity. Trying to hover, finding the right target. Oh, Kufra jumps in. Oh, take a look at the damage by Skylar. And this is it. RRQ answers back in game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Derby will extend to game number 3.
Wow, dude. Clay, every single time. CW did not get to play this game at all. At every turn, Clay just has his number, has him on a GPS marker, locates him in the middle of a huge fight. At every turn, man, this is crazy. The burst damage from Beatrix, from the Baxia, from the Kadira. It's just such a good combination of both kinds of damage as well. That is just insane.
Truly is. Oh, how the Kingdom have risen from the ashes. At least pushing this to a best of one against the former MSC champions with a new lineup, right? This team is newly formed with Naomi stepping in, with Versik stepping into the jungle. A lot of people have said that losing Albert was a huge blow to the Kingdom, losing the, second best jungle of MPL ID, but they were able to get a game and push this and force Onyx to a third game.
10,000 gold lead was, I think, 12,000 gold lead was in place at one point.
Look at his face.
Then what happened?
He was making a face.
He was.
Wow,
the
man.
huddle. I think this is time, for Albert to step in.
For Albert to step in the mid lane.
No, in the jungle.
In the jungle, I see. I thought maybe,
I think
just
this
maybe.
is the time, the perfect time for Albert.
I mean, for entertainment purposes, that would be amazing.
What do you mean entertainment purposes?
Gameplay-wise?
What?
Huh?
What do you mean?
You're trying to say Albert is better than Kyrie? Onyx fans, you heard it here first.
I said Kyrie's better than Albert.
Yeah, Bonnie is saying that Kyrie
Why
isn't as
is
good
Albert
as
subbing Kyrie out equals to Albert is better than Kyrie?
Why would why would they change him out?
Because going up against former teammate, he has that fuel.
That's why I said entertainment purposes.
He has that fuel.
Well, Kyrie has fuel to maintain this dominance as well, no?
Okay, it's getting a little hot.
We should call him
on the caster desk.
Kyrie.
Call Kyrie and say what?
Ask him you have fuel against RRQ, buddy? Gordon doesn't think you got fuel, man. You're running on empty.
Connie's kind of crying there, but this is the game highlight. Clay's trigger discipline and pickoffs as a damage dealer leads Royal Derby to game numero 3, as Connie likes to put it. But yeah, I think...
That's Spanish.
Wait.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Spanish.
Thank you for the information.
Well,
but yeah, I think Clay was a huge impact towards that team, right? There were so many moments that it could have ended badly in these team fights, but Clay was so good at threading the needle. The last hope for Onyx was CW, but CW just never got to pop off. He never got to play at all.
Yeah, I think this is also why I think Mirko mentioned this. Melissa not as strong as the previous patch, and perhaps that is the reason. But also, do note that, Clay was the POTG, player of the Goni.
Excuse me?
What?
What are you claiming, bro?
Player of the game.
Player of the game. The captain, Clay, Deden from Bogor. With the weapon mastery, agility, the quantum ignition on the assassin emblem. There's all that penetration before the game even begins. It's no wonder. Kyrie, CW, there's no chance to survive a full-on burst. And they weren't running the Purify as well. I bet there's some people who are saying in the chat right now, Onyx experimenting. And as much as I would hate to admit it, they have a bit of a point, right? Granger, Melissa, these are heroes. Minotaur, these are heroes we haven't seen in a long, long time. No Purify to try and go up against the Kadita. You can't help but feel hang on, what's going on? Did Onyx just get that dull after one game?
Whoa, that's kind of a big word there, dull.
But yeah, peep the emblem here, right? I mean, Weapon Master, Eterna you mentioned as a mage. Early on in the patch, right? Maybe as a mage, Weapon Master is a viable option because it adds 5% accumulated from emblem talents and skills. And there you go, Clay. Listen to you.
That's why. I saw the value, man. Saw the value, man. Weapon Master, man. More damage, late game insurance as well. But it really does depend on what you're going for, right? If you're looking for more sustain, then you could probably go for something else.
Yeah, I mean, the situation.
Wait, so Weapon Master is talent too.
Exactly.
So you can go for tenacity, right? If you wanted more sustain. That's also cooldown coming in there as well.
Bargain Hunter.
Bargain Hunter for an early game.
As well.
I would say item power spike. But this is exactly what won Mr. Clay Deden from Bogor, the MVP, or the play of the game here. Arashi, take it away.
Notice something right here. Every time RRQ is making a play, who is on the screen? You have to give an honorable mention at least to Banana. On this Paquito, you can see that, oh, he's on a very strong hero. It doesn't count. Well, he was making all the plays happen. He was getting pickoffs. He was threatening the sides, right? So that everyone is concerned about him and not about Clay and Naomi. And on the point of the Melissa, you can see there's a lot of damage right here. But look at that.
There you go.
Perfect combo. The fact that the Breath of the Ocean isn't only comboed with the rough waves, but also with, other spells from the side of RRQ. That's just so massive. And every single time, they're just able to kite back out from it. Maybe sacrificing one person. But overall, I think every single member from RRQ performed. Now the question is, can they repeat the same sort of performance? Because this is just insane. CW had no answer whatsoever.
Yikes. Again, Paquito proven to be such an expensive hero, right? 100% in this current match. And also, the Kufra is also at 100% in this current match.
I think the previous match as well, right?
Previous match as well.
Paquito.
So Rizzo played it earlier. And also it falls to the hands of the side of Cars. Also played it for Rebellion.
Yeah, I don't think Paquito's lost a single match yet. Single game, sorry.
I think there was one game, but I don't quite recall it. If it is, it's definitely the exception and not the rule. But for RRQ, for this game, it's a lot more dominant compared to game number 1, of course, because they were the ones getting dominated. Banana just went for a very scrap-heavy build. He had the Brave Smite. He had I believe he has the Festival of Blood as well. And on top of that, he also went in with the Bloodlust Axe. So he was overloading on healing. And that is what allowed him to play so confidently all the way up in the front. And on the flip side, for Skylar, he's only worried about the physical damage because there's only one source of magical damage on the side of Onyx. So if that guy gets caught controlled by Naomi or Farsik, that means that Skylar is automatically just free to do what he wants. With that being said, that's why he went for the Wind of Nature and no real magical defense right here. Of course, there's always Clay building full penetration on top of the penetration that's already built in his emblems. That is what allows him to destroy anyone, including Boots. Because look at that, he went for the Oracle to augment his regeneration, but it doesn't really help you against burst damage. So that is what Clay took advantage of. No one was safe.
No one was safe, indeed. Onyx, they get a taste of their own medicine. Game 1, they were dominating. They dominated RRQ. Second game, RRQ responded back. And ladies and gentlemen, remember Season 11. What is only RRQ, the team that managed to beat Onyx in a full best-of-3 series. Will we see it again this season?
I honestly think it goes back to the drafts, right?
Yep.
It was a risky draft. That's why I went for RRQ for my prediction after looking at the drafts. There was a lot of room for error with Granger being very vulnerable as a jungler. And I think it was a really good addition, picking up the Boxy as well to be able to mobilize around the map a lot quicker and also have the movement speed to tackle, honestly, the Granger from Kyrie.
Yeah, the draft, like we mentioned, it's a bit unorthodox to say the least. So we'll see. I think it always begins back from the draft, man. RRQ, can they get all the same kind of tools? And honestly, I wonder what all these coaches are thinking about Boxia, because so far, it seems like it's a pretty solid choice, and to deal with it, you have to force your opponents to use a certain hero, and that's always good. That's a bit more layers in the drafting phase for game number 3. We're going to see between Coach Zaya and Coach Yeb. Let's take a look at the stats though. Skylar.
Wow.
All the way up there in the gold per minute, man. And it's a lot of damage. He was chunking people for 2,000, 2,500 damage, more or less, with those runner shots. It's something that you just can't stand in front of, even for Boots. And if you look at the Turtle, Lord, and Turret, not a single one was let go. So RRQ kind of strikes back, trying to make a statement here.
That's how free Skylar was, right?
Yeah.
To be able to farm that much with the space given by Versik, by Banana, by Naomi as well. And it's crazy to see how things are on the other foot now, right? And they were so brilliant, honestly, at shutting down Drian. Because after they picked up the Valentina first pick, look at the responses. what ultimate is good for the Valentina to utilize?
Yeah.
Right.
There's literally none. It's very
Little to
difficult.
none.
Right? Kufra, it's so difficult without Kufra's skill 1 and skill 2, honestly. The Tyrant's Rage?
Tyrant's
Is it
Revenge.
Rage?
Yeah,
Tyrant's
the-
Revenge.
The skill 1.
It's so
the first skill.
difficult. He needs to use the flicker. And a lot of the times, he's already utilized that flicker for something else. And then for Kadira,
Yep.
it's very difficult as well without the gap closer.
Which is why Drian was just forced to use the rough waves as an escape tool.
Yeah.
And you have a great point there, Eterna.
I do?
Yeah. How are you getting so many points?
I'm getting a lot of points because I have a member with Indomart Point Coup. Because Indomart Point Coup is a membership application where you guys
Check it
get
out.
benefits every time you shop at Indomart. And Indomart is one of the most popular convenience stores all around Indonesia. So you guys can get it anywhere. By becoming a member of Indomart Point Coup, you guys can get a cashback point for every purchase and get special member gifts and even free products. So don't let your points be in vain every time you shop. Download the app as soon as possible because the faster you get the member, the more privileges you guys can get.
Be like Arashi. He's a privileged kid.
What is that supposed to mean, God?
Because you use a nomadic point coup. You have a lot of privileges then, right?
I mean, if you put it that way, what can I say, man? It's free value. Mirko would say the same thing.
Value.
You use Point Coup as well.
Not as early as you.
I see. Okay, fair point.
All right.
He's kind of.
He's privileged.
So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head to a small break to finally see the resolution of the Royal Derby. We'll be back in 5. Me, Arashi, as well as Gani. We'll see you after the break.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all in. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani.
The conclusion of the Royal Derby is upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that short break. Back on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Gani as well as Arashi. Finally, I get their names correct and my predictions correct as well.
Yeah, you're pretty solid, Eterna. You were saying something about a curse?
Now it's gone.
Yeah.
Specifically for this match. I'm on my A game.
Thanks to Arashi's team.
Yes.
Right? Thanks to Arashi's team. But
And
yeah,
your team for game 1.
and my team again for game 1. But yeah, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, that was game 2. Granger pick debuting in season 12. 0%. Says something, perhaps.
What do you think? Do you think that the Granger is just too risky to utilize in the jungle?
Especially if you haven't seen what your opponents are going to go for. I mean, it was a last pick Granger, and he knows he's already up against a Baxia, a Kufra. Like, do you really want to go against these heroes with that? Like we mentioned, the only real advantage is the fact that there's faster clear. But once you've cleared fast, then what? What was the idea, right? Do you go for ganks? Because if you go for ganks against a Baxia Kufra, then you lose out.
That's why I really thought that the first pick, sorry, not the first pick, the Granger pick.
The first pick.
I think first because he was the first person to use it at SPS, so I'm like getting it mixed up. But yeah, the Granger pick for Kyrie, I thought it was like kind of a distraction pick. Trying to make RRQ tunnel vision on trying to punish the Granger to give CW the space. But unfortunately, the snowball was a little bit too much for Onyx in game number 2.
Similar story as game 1, right? I mean, what, 10 minutes in already a double-digit gold cap? It happened again in game 2, but it was RRQ. So yeah, maybe that was the case. And I also do know that perhaps that Granger pick was a yeah, they were trying something out, right? On paper, it does make sense, but with the heavy engage, with the lack of CC that Team Onyx has in game 2, in that game, it just shows that they weren't able to hold their ground and take the game as long as they want to.
I agree. I agree in a way. And it also brings me to another point.
Ooh.
Paquito.
Yeah.
I don't know. Paquito, Valentina, I had a feeling that it was going to be a Valentina first pick for Onyx. But looking back in hindsight, I think letting the Paquito go was a little bit too expensive.
I think so as well. I mean, it's just so much more flexible. Yes, the Valentina can take different ultimates, and you can use, use it in a different way. But at the end of the day, it's a damage dealer. It does a bit of crowd control, and like you mentioned already, Eterna, the moment your opponents see a Valentina, they can just draft to ensure that you don't get a lot of tools to work around with. What is it gonna do? Steal Eterna's prisons and like kite backwards? It's not really that effective. So I think adjustments will be made for sure, but with Onyx being again the first pick, will they ban this Paquito inside of RRQ?
No, I think they want to pick it up themselves, right? I mean, learning from game 2, if the Paquito isn't banned, I think they should pick it up. Pick it up.
Oh, I was wondering if RRQ is gonna like ban
Oh,
it because
Paquito.
you know now both teams I think really understand and respect the potential that Paquito brings. But for Onyx, they're going for that Kadita.
So respecting Clay in this sense. RRQ, they're gonna go for the Joy takeaway. And now, the same question. What do you want to go for here? Valentina again.
Oh my
Onyx, they're committing to
God.
Valentina for Drian.
Wow.
What's going on here? Do they think Valentina is more valuable? Are they questioning the capabilities of Drian maybe on another hero? Maybe all the rest are heroes that he's not really comfortable with? But then again, there's the Farsa to fall onto.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Coach Yeb and all, and not Aldo, Adi is trying to brew is
Don't say that.
second phase, right?
Dang.
Second phase, perhaps second phase of change will happen here. There you go, the Farsa and Paquito. The punch for a punch here, signifying that Paquito pick. Onyx, they can definitely change things up here.
Now though, RRQ has a bit more of a vulnerable backline and a bit of a stronger ultimate that this Valentina can take full advantage of. For Onyx, I think it's gonna be a pick more towards the roam. They're gonna try and hide the real important members for later on. Oh, they get that Cho though. It can still be flexed around, but in the hands of Keyboy, that is dangerous.
Yeah, but you mentioned, right, keeping the cards close for the important players. And I think one of the most important players for the side of Onyx is Boots.
Ooh.
And he actually does have a fun fact here. Oppa Whiting! Boots' performance in a week can be determined by the number of K-dramas he watched.
Oppa, Oppa!
So the question is, did he watch a lot or not a lot?
This week.
This
Bude.
week.
We can ask Bude to like ask him during the
Yeah,
interview.
we need to ask.
Wow, that's a weird charging method. But as you were mentioning, Eterna, securing a strong EXP lane matchup that has been something that Onyx really likes to do.
Oh my
Not for RRQ. They're preemptively taking this Boxia. Even if there's no Uranus, it still means that this Boxia is able to come in and be fast, roaming around.
Sorry, I want to know, why are you emoting so hard? What's up? What's up? What's on your mind?
Oh my god, this Boxia. Fun fact, first take on this Boxia hasn't taken a loss just yet.
Really?
Yeah, 0 losses, I believe.
Wow.
On first six, so I believe so, right? I think so.
There might be one where he was using it against a carry.
Oh, going up against.
I don't quite
I
remember.
don't think it's. Was it first six? I think it's alter ego, no?
Well, I don't quite remember, Goni. It's been a long week. We'll see. We'll see once some people in the chat start spamming. Like, yo, bro, you're wrong. What?
Was it first six? I think it was first.
Well, for now, the 1-1 has been banned though. So is this something that is something we don't know of? This 1-1 seems like an inside joke among all the teams right here.
It's a joke.
Like there's some insider information we're not privy to as casters.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I don't think the 1-1 has been quite popular. Maybe something that they found out in scrims. Maybe
well,
CW has picked it up quite a... Oh no, sorry. Skylar has picked it up quite a bit.
One thing for sure is Cho catching a 1-1 is quite hard. I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's quite hard because that second skill, right, basically purifies the crowd control that the Cho can bring. So perhaps what they're trying to say is, yeah, let me just ban this 1-1, this annoying hero, so that I can catch an easier opponent. Let's see though. First pick.
Beatrix ban.
It's gonna be the Beatrix ban indeed.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? You can see
Brody.
that RQ actually banned out the Masha, so they're like, okay, maybe take out the Beatrix. Skylar has been performing out of his mind. With the Claude, with the Beatrix taken away, you're right, Brody is definitely an option if they want to coalesce in terms of this early game kind of composition that RRQ have brought. In another world, I don't know, wait, is Brody a good matchup against Harris? I think that's the safest you got.
I think it's cool in the sense that they were using the Beatrix as a source of burst damage, and now with against a Harith, right? I think there's more chance that CW will go on that Purify yet again, and he's gonna be a bit more slippery to hold in place. With a torn apart memory, there could be a chance that they can use that spell, that's that long range artillery, to try and secure the kill after the members of Onyx have pulled away.
There you go with that Brody pick. It opens up. What's a good hero for Kyra in this current situation?
There's a Farsa, so going for... Hang on. You think the Karina can show up here, blocking most of the...
Helkert!
Ooh,
Go Helkert!
Helkert is possible, along with his Yu Zhong. That's going to be a huge problem for the backline.
Going up against Baksha, though, it's quite tough. Assassin going up against Baksha is very tough, right?
Stop debating yourself.
No, I was thinking.
Thinking out loud.
Helkert. Oh, no, it's going to be Bane, yeah. Went for the safer pick.
Yo, 0% win rate on the Bane though. We'll see if Onyx can make it work. As of right now, in theory, again, it does work against the whole dive aggressive composition from the side of RRQ. Unless though, the jungle gets taken over, and that is exactly what the Baksha is designed to do. So this is a bit of a concerning situation. Last pick for RRQ. What are they gonna try and add on to this? Crowd control?
If they really want to go crazy here, I know Valentina is on the opponent, but they can take the Atlas.
Oh, that's too risky.
That's too risky?
That's too risky, I think.
Oh, the Kufra. Okay.
I think Kufra is so much safer. Oh man, this is scary. Like you mentioned, right, on paper, I like the Deadly Catch not only for the dive coming in from RQ, but also to cancel out that Feather Airstrike when it does get opened up. But knowing Clay, he's really good with his resource allocation. He's gonna wait until that Deadly Catch is used.
We'll have to say, both teams have a lot of problems to deal with. I'm concerned about the early game right here. For RRQ, that's Baxia, Paquito, Farsa, and Kufra. It's a lot of damage, but the longer the game goes, this time there's no burst damage that scales as well into the late game like the Beatrix. It's gonna be the Brody. So Onyx, in a way, has a bit more of a chance.
This time around, they have the Farsa, right? So perhaps they can work around that. The high ground artillery, as well as the burst coming in from the Feather Airstrike. But definitely that is also an ultimate that can be used to Onyx if deemed useful by Drian. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The conclusion to the Royal Derby. Leg 1, RRQ Onyx. Game 3, back to a best of 1. Who's gonna come out on top?
Let's see. Emblem check and spell check. Rashi, Mr. Analyst, go ahead.
Well, Naomi is going with the Concussive Blast still, so is Versik. So far it's just a tanky, it's not even a sustain build, it's just a tanky build to just go and ram into your opponents. But Versik isn't going to try and contest or try to steal the opposing buff. Because I guess Bane has good clear, but look at that.
Yeah, early Purify here popped by CW. Naomi now with level 2. Oh, Skylar already munching that gold shield bot side to a half HP. Wow, that's already good early start for Skylar.
Yeah, it truly is. It's very unfortunate here. I feel like Onyx they were banking on the early game. You can even see from the choice of talents from the Valentina, right? They went for the Bargain Hunter. They're trying to get that item power spike faster in this early game, trying to out-rotate RRQ, but with the Wings by Wings, it's looking like it's very, very difficult. And with the Weapon Master choice, Arashi, that actually confers that Clay likes to bring it to the late game.
He wouldn't mind doing that at all. That's just how this man operates. But a big concern of mine for the side of Onyx is the fact that a Cho against a Cho against a Kufra. We've seen this matchup before against, I believe, is it Beloyski on the Kufra, but a Cho finds it very difficult to find those pickoffs with that bouncing ball. So that could be a bit of an issue for Keyboy, but that has never stopped him before.
Nope. And we can see here already top side now. Rion, forces the pickle early and recall, so that means that this turtle, it should be open for the side of RQ. A very strong early game. This is why this Baksha is a menace. Rotates fast, adds killing pressure, and there you go. Talent's prediction, 3-3, even Stevens.
Is that Papulong voting for Onyx?
Yeah, the first time in a long time.
The crowd broke him.
Okay.
Truly did. RRQ now kind of breaking Onyx strategy in this early game already with 1,000 of gold lead. And it begs the question why Onyx just really committed into this early game, seeing how great Persik is at rotating on the Baxia with play as well. Persik still able to get that Lethal Wanderer as well, so they are getting the trades, better trades than Onyx here in the early game.
Uh-oh. Keyboy will be poked to a quarter HP. I think 40% of his life there. Forced to use the recall and take a look at the rotations already. For Q, 4v2. Oh, Keyboy hasn't recalled. Now see how he is at half HP, but no commitments from inside of RQ.
Skylar is doing really well in this lane, trying to zone CW from as many minions as possible. That's great. He's getting more turret gold as well. In a way, this composition from RRQ is stronger than in the previous game, but it's also a bit more lopsided, and there's less actual pick-off card control damage, so there's less things that Onyx can be caught off guard with. But now on top, Boots, forced to use the Dragon form, slides away.
It's crazy that all the resources from Onyx have been used defensively in the first 3 minutes of the game, right? There's not any use for these flickers offensively. CW looks for some damage onto Naomi. Doesn't really have it just yet with the item that are lacking here in the first few minutes. Because of, like you mentioned, how Skylar has been really good at taking these creeps away.
Well, CW seems to be scaling pretty okay, but a lot of action has not been approaching his lane. I think the EXP is where we should be taking a look at. It's going to be a Yutong with a Quantum Charge, but oh, hey on Naomi.
No first blood just yet. This might be it. Naomi now taking a lot of damage away from Dragon, and there you go, Naomi taken down. Keyboy now might be the next target, and with the torn apart memory, Skylar says yes. It's going to be Banana now taking damage. 4,000 HP on this turtle. Parry is still in that vicinity. It's going to be Persik taking it comfortably clear. Still forces to use the Purify. Skylar forced to flicker out as well. But at the end of the day, RRQ wins out on that trade.
Unfortunate, right? Like, RRQ, they were so good at baiting Onyx resources. I think the Deadly Catch is so good for the Retribution take, but Kyrie was forced to use it early because of the engage from RRQ to prevent more casualties in that team fight. And with that, it was super easy for Persik to just walk in, roll in to get it, but oh, they're cancelled!
Yeah, it's cancelled now. Oh, with the better airstrike, Keyboy, no resources whatsoever, Kyrie. Kyrie here in the bush. RQ, it seems like they read that out. And take a look at Baxia. So proactive, taking the purple buff out of the hands of Kyrie.
He's just wheeling around as much as possible. You can't really leave him alone, especially when you're spending so much time in the bottom side right here. Jian steals a Feather Airstrike, but he won't be able to use it for a lot, except for clearing, unless Persik comes in.
Jian, a Feather Airstrike, but cancelled by Persik. Now, will they commit to this? It's a 4v3. Onyx, they know better.
When does the power spike from the Bane hit, right? On the Bane.
So far, unfortunately, in the MPL, we haven't seen it too often, but Keyboy will be able to slide away. RRQ, they're trying their best to be aggressive, but right now, this might be the force that they want. The Conceal will actually deter them away from it, though. They wasted a lot of time rotating around there for no real big payout.
Whoa, 75%. Now to the hands of the Kingdom.
Yeah, the Kingdom really pulling through here. 75% audience prediction here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Very different to what we feel in the venue. It feels like a really good 50-50. Both of these teams really having the support of the Kingdom and the Sonics. But back into the game, 6 minutes in, almost 7. RRQ still holding control. They have the lead, they have the dominance, but they're playing very, very slowly. Waiting for the right time. This might be it.
Ooh. Bane will get the turtle comfortably. Keyboy, though, will be punished. What? Calm Flicker gets him out of the way. So it's a trade fully favoring the side of Onyx.
Very well played for them to just sneak in that turtle, but as a result, they lose control. And against a team like this, you want that vision. You want those minion waves as far away from your jungle as possible. RRQ immediately start encroaching on Kyrie's territory, most likely denying the orange buff away unless they're gonna get a kill as well.
Oh, good catch onto Skylar. Cancelled immediately with the Mind Sleep Ball, but Kyrie will secure the kill. Petrify on towards 2 in the backside. Naomi very low, gets taken out as well. Now Persik isolated in the backside, gets taken down. A Banana finding compensation, taking tier 1 in the mid lane. But overall, Onyx, I feel like won that fight.
Yeah, they're playing the team fights really well. 3-for-1 trade. That gold gap that RRQ have built is slowly shrinking. And what I find most peculiar is the fact that, like you mentioned, Arashi, Versik has been very active in the jungle of Kyrie, but look at the level lead that he has. 11 to 10 on Versik.
Oh, take a look at CW. Pops the Shaman Force there. Still able to get out. Banana needs to be careful here. Okay, they sense that Keyboy is in that vicinity, so they do not cross that bush.
Well, Kyrie has been very good at just minimizing that level gap. Before that, though, let's take a look at the instant replay. They go on to Keyboy, but Keyboy was able to just dodge everything, and that puts Skylar right up front, one of the main damage dealers. And the composition of RRQ, it's aggressive, it has crowd control, but not moving backwards. So that is where Onyx see their opportunity and just pounce on the whole roster. All towers are still available for RRQ though, and this is where it gets quite scary. The Lord is so important. If Onyx gets it, this allows them to equalize in the structural difference. If RRQ gets it, this allows them to get that much closer to gaining full control of the jungle and just ending this game before that dreaded late game makes its appearance.
Wait, did I see that right? Clock of Destiny Drian? 9 minutes? That's so long.
Oh, let's see here, Banana looking for an angle. Clock of Destiny, 9 minutes. Maybe he built another item. And I know we need to check on the items here, right?
We'll have to see once the items do pop up, but on the top side, notice how the waves are converging on the side of Onyx. That means it's gonna push towards RRQ. So now the clock starts ticking. RRQ needs to rush this Lord or go for a team fight. They wait too long, they lose towers.
And all the while, you can see here Onyx just farming up there in their own jungle. I think a play is about to elapse here. Keyboy trying to open up the map, trying to get vision. Play needs to be careful with his positioning. Keyboy can always go in with a flicker, Jet Kundo Way of Dragon combination. And you can see him start to shift towards the bottom lane. Yuzong's there though.
Yeah, let's not forget Clay is on a Purify. So I feel like Keyboy needs to focus on Skylar, or perhaps, I don't know, Skylar is the only viable target here because Clay, again, unless he mix-click his Purify, yeah, Keyboy can't really target his
Sure. Hero. Cool. Well, Onyx right now, they're just playing it safe. They're just waiting, because look at that wave, man. That's 2.5 waves built, I believe. It's gonna crash into the turret, and I think RRQ, they are willing to let go of one turret, but Onyx is willing to just do this unless...
Oh, he has a Shunpo. Half HP though. Forced Keyboy to use the recall there. Does RRQ know that he commits to the recall? Let's see. Versik with the shield unity catches boots. Does not commit the Black Dragon form just yet. There you go, the commitment. As a defense again, no. Will they re-engage? Is the question. Keyboy now with the conceal, looking for a better angle perhaps. But it is a reset. Top side still crashing.
Finally, they sent Banana up there, but at what cost? They lost 2 turrets, and now Onyx has full control over the Lord area. Shoes on the other foot. RRQ needs to understand the situation and back away. Skylar is in a very dangerous spot, so is Versik.
My god! The deadly catch on towards Versik. The damage is not enough. Feather airstrike. Oh, the damage towards Rion! Almost enough, but Banana jumps in with a flicker as well. Boots is trying to gain more space. No casualties from that fight.
And yet RRQ now, they have control over the Lord. What a Lord dance by both of these teams. But Versik, he looks to be too low to go for this. Keyboy is completely aware of the situation. And technically, Onyx, they're gonna win that Lord dance.
Well, they technically win right now because they recalled a lot faster and now they're back in position faster. Banana went all the way to the top side, but that wasn't necessary. The wave was building towards Onyx instead. Now with Versik, he was low earlier, but he's back now and they're going for it. But Clay gets saved.
Yeah, I mean, Purify is still on the board here. Keyboy taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful. And Skylar with the torn apart memory secures the kill. On towards the Roamer, the finals MSC MVP.
And look
Let's
at this,
see here.
they're at a man advantage, Gani!
Well, Naomi charges does not really connect though. RRQ holding their ground. CW trying to deal damage on towards Banana. They know the whereabouts of CW. Will RRQ pull the trigger? Take a look at the repositioning by Skylar there. Wants to deal damage. Clay in the backside. Oh my god! Naomi charges. Banana focuses on towards CW Lord. It will be taken care of. But now, Onyx, they don't care. They want to fight. CW gets one member. Deadly catch. Doesn't really connect on towards anyone significantly. But it is still RRQ grabbing that Lord.
Whew, what an intense situation with RRQ. They come out on top. They lost 2 turrets though, and that must be a painful situation. The gold difference has shrunk down to less than 1k, so that late game power spike we were talking about is definitely in play. But RRQ, they have more playmaking tools at their disposal. If they play this correctly, they can still come out on top, especially with the Lord on their side. They need to try and escort it or try and push together with it to confuse Onyx.
For sure, but look at Keyboy right now on the Cho. He's looking for a flank.
CW though. Oh, Naomi finds the right opening, but no! It is actually Naomi gets taken down. Take a look at Keyboy flicker on towards Skylar. He has the Immortal though. That's very important. Toy apart memory does not take Keyboy down. It's a trade for Naomi for nothing, so it's a dub for the Porcupines.
For sure, a small victory here for Onyx. But why didn't Naomi, why wasn't he able to connect it on... No, opposite. Why wasn't Keyboy able to connect it onto Skylar?
He got stunned in the middle of all that. That's why all these small stuns from the side of RRQ, it just denies your playmaking potential. And of course, with the Kufra, I think the dash got cancelled right there as well, the Shunpo. So for Onyx, on the other side, they were able to survive and punish Naomi because of the Purify that Naomi failed to take into account in the hands of CW. Now it's back to a Lord Dance as well, and it's the exact same setup. You have to look at the other side. This time it's equal in positioning, so you have no idea which one's going to reach first. The wave being more grouped up for Onyx leads me to believe that it's going to reach first unless Banana shuffles with the equilibrium.
Did you see Kyrie play on the phone earlier on the Samsung?
Isn't that the fastest hands you have ever seen?
That's the fastest hands I've ever seen, man.
You can't even see his fingers, bro.
Can't even. Imagine his itemization right now.
Well, we can take a look at it right here. Hunter Strike, BOD, Malefic Roar, and the War Axe. He has a ton of damage, but not a lot of defensive options, relying solely on the kit of the Bane. But look at the gold, though. He's actually doing so much better, but Fairstick is a tank, so keep that in mind. That is definitely a factor in the gold discrepancy.
Both teams now toning down their tempo.
They're just waiting.
RQ though, the map is 60% red. It's safe to say. And I think they should capitalize on it. Right top side here already controlled by the Paquito. And with the Lord up, Onyx needs to respond. They need to play more reactively just because, yeah, again, the map is red.
Ooh, Onyx has just used the Magic Sentry though. They know that there's nobody on the top side. Now CW is up there and the Lord is half HP. If RRQ wants to force this, I think everyone's converging at the same time though. That's a conceal.
Just to reposition. Oh, will they commit to this? Oh, there you go. Oh, we've Dragon wrong way. He has Immortal, but Weather Airstrike. The will be taken by BANAA. And now Boots gets stunned in the middle of everything. Gets taken out by Skylar. Naomi, it's an all-out brawl. Keyboy will not be able to survive. I might be wrong as he has the flicker. It's a one-man casualty. But RRQ, do they have enough manpower, firepower to end this game?
They sure do, man. Banana, B-A-N-A-N-A. What a monster on the Paquito, taking the Lord, finding the dub for Onyx, getting Boots taken off the board. He's doing so much for his team right now. And the Lord is going to charge with a man at disadvantage. Do you think Onyx can defend?
Recruiter HP, Feather Airstrike prematurely. Lord will be taken care of. They have a good high ground here on it. They have the Harith. But it seems like the agenda for inside of RRQ is just to munch the base turrets. They're pushing them outside, which they get.
So close.
They're playing it so disciplined as well. The old RRQ, I feel like, would just keep going, right? And see how it turns out. But RRQ, they know. They've just won in a Lord Dance situation. Now they have more macro plays in their disposal with the mid and bottom base turret taken out for Onyx. So RRQ can go for the Lord Dance, have 2 waves pushing automatically, and they can even go and get control in Onyx side jungle. Oof. It's looking tough, right? Looking at the real-time win probability by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G,
69.
already a 69%
Nice.
win probability here from RRQ. But honestly, at this point, right, 18 minutes in, we're getting into that late game. One mistake might cost you the game. The lucky thing for RRQ is they have a lot more towers to fall onto, whereas Onyx have lost 2 inhibitor turrets. So those lanes as well, they're going to be crashing in favor of RRQ. They have to be very careful in these Lord takes. I was wishing that we can see a replay of that Lord fight because it was so good. Everyone stopped Keyboy from making the play, and Naomi got between everyone. Hey, on cue by the Samsung Galaxy S series. Look at that. Keyboy gets denied his playmaking tools, and Naomi just stops everyone. And at the same time, Onyx focused on the Lord, but Banana got the better of them. And just like that, Skylar can kite back. He's still full HP at this point. RRQ could have gone for a bit more maybe, but they go with a disciplined route, and now it's back to another Lord Dance in 25 seconds, showing again maturity from both these teams.
Keyboy did his job, right? With that Wave Dragon, he forces the Baksha to be outside of the area, Lord area, right? But Kyrie's retribution on that situation wasn't on point. It was actually Banana with his Paquito was able to find that last hit on towards that Lord, a critical Lord, mind you. Man, it's another reset, and again, RRQ still with the map control.
Oh, you can see that earlier, Banana as well as Clay, they were looking for an ambush, but unfortunately, the timing wasn't quite right. Naomi, though, goes for Keyboy.
On the all-in, is this the right move? Now take a look at Banana. Oh, the torn apart memory deals a lot of damage now. Combined with the Feather Airstrike, it made Onyx just fully retreat.
Instant zone out from RRQ,
Oh.
but Boots wants to go and re-engage.
Oh my god, they forced the fight here, Boots. Is this the right call? No, RRQ in time to disengage. And now it's just Onyx again on the defense.
Wow, man. Onyx, that was a risky move. Boots going in alone there. I think RRQ assumed everyone else was following behind them, so they backed away, which is the right play, but that could have been really bad for Onyx. With the next Lord coming in though, this is their chance. If they don't mess this up, this should be the ending play, unless Onyx can once again somehow change things around. Gia now with the Divine Glaive means a lot more damage. These tankier members, these fighters from the side of RRQ needs to be a bit more careful when they are threatening, when they are just feinting an engage.
But remember that Valentina needs to be in range, and so far with the positioning coming in from RRQ, they haven't really been giving him a lot of options to work with, especially with the IMU. So it might not even actually be a factor in this Lord push.
Let's see. Harry's gonna be inside half HP. Lord is now taken care of. Question mark. Take a look at the backside. Oh my god, Boots. Trying to play as much as time. 3-man knockup. Oh my goodness. Naomi now looking to find the survival. But it seems like Onyx, they managed to defend this one. Against all odds, RRQ, they're the ones retreating.
Ooh, RRQ, they went for the instant end right there. You saw there was less damage being dealt to the members of Onyx compared to the actual base. That was very, very close, but I think RRQ, they kind of chickened out last second and they back away. It's back to another Lord Dance, and the longer they do this, the more Onyx can get a read on what they're trying to do, on who they're trying to punish in these bush mind games.
For sure, it really all depends on who's going to pull the trigger first, right? So far, if we take a look at the items, everyone is full build at this point, but we need to take into consideration of the defense. Anything standing out to you here?
When it comes to defense, I think it's a bit too idealistic to try and think that some items can really save your life at this point. For Clay, it's just so much damage, he's chunking the whole backline for half HP with a single bolt from the Feather Airstrike. Onyx, though, has been able to secure one more turret. What's going on here? This is RRQ. They're kind of They feel like they're losing out in the control now. They're backing away and letting Onyx take those turrets away.
Oh! Boy finding one. No clear follow-up though. Keyboy. Oh my god, he needs to recover. He has no immortal. He gets taken out. Killing spree for Clay. And now, take a look at the collapse. Kyrie in an awkward angle. Caught. Gets taken out. Immortal pop now. It's surely a secure kill. Onyx, they got dismantled. They got overzealous there. That was unnecessary. And now RQ looking to clear 2 waves. Top and mid crashing. Will they commit?
2-0.
35 on Keyboy, 44 on Kyrie. Let's see RRQ. Oh, they have not found the right opening. Shaman Force pops, Purify as well. Oh! CW gets taken now. And now Petrify against all odds. RRQ did it in MPL ID Season 11. They did it again today. Reverse sweeping Onyx 2-1.
The MSC champions have fallen to the new kingdom, rising from the ashes. The RRQ fans are wilding out at the venue. What an amazing performance by all of the members. A huge upset victory for the Sonics.
This is what the kingdom has been waiting for. The return of the king. Oh my lord. What a match from both these teams. Showcasing top tier Mobile Legends gameplay.
This is MPL ID Season 12, ladies and gentlemen, where Onyx, in their debut match this season, will have to suffer a loss. A 2-1 loss after a dominating first game. A very, very dominating first game. They have to admit defeat.
What does this mean? What statement is this being made by Onyx? They were the MSC champions. They recently won an entire Southeast Asia championship against the best of the best. And in their debut, they lose to RRQ, who didn't even make it to top 2 last season at MPL ID Season 11.
Everyone doubted them. Everyone was worried with the pillars missing, with the players getting shuffled around, a new coach even. How will they perform in the next season? And now they just come back and say, we're here to stay, man. Ooh.
Yeah, with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's take to the hosts to talk to RRQ.
Meramaikan suasana dari Royal Derby yang berakhir dengan 2-1. Win streak dari Onyx dipecahkan dan congratulations RRQ. Kapten, congratulations Clay. Gimana kamu menghadapi Royal Derby kali ini? Gimana kamu menghadapi Royal Derby kali ini?
Main aja sih kayak biasanya. Kita fokus sama tim kita sendiri dulu aja.
Fokus kepada tim sendiri. Dan ini yang menarik ya, kamu kan sekarang menjadi kapten juga nih. Kapten Clay, gimana sih prosesnya untuk bisa sampai titik ini gitu loh Clay?
Nggak tahu sih, tiba-tiba disuruh jadi kapten aja, ya terima aja.
Terima aja. Deden from Bogor jadi kapten. Dan gimana kamu ngelihat timmu sekarang bermain di season 12 as a captain?
Saya digendong 4 orang teman saya.
Digendong. Emang bener, tuan muda kita?
Halo.
Gimana tuan muda? Bermain di MPL dan sekarang kamu mengalahkan Onyx yang notabene orang-orang pada bilang Onyx adalah tim terkuat tapi kalian bisa mengalahkannya.
Ya, alhamdulillah juga kita menang kan, senang juga. Mungkin kemenangan ini mungkin dia belum full tim juga kan, ada Suns kemarin.
Tapi gimana menghadapi Kyrie di Royal Derby kayak gini? Kyrie, bagaimana menghadapi Kyrie tadi di 3 game?
Ya pertama kali menghadapi Kyrie ya senang lah. Dari dulu udah kepengen banget sih ketemu Kyrie di lane nonton.
Kepengen banget ketemu Kyrie dan setelah bertemu apa yang kamu rasakan?
Ya senang lah, harus all out.
Oh well, sebelum kita ngobrol-ngobrol lebih jauh, kita bakal lihat juga player of the match. Jatuh ke tangan siapakah player of the match? Kita bakal lihat bersama-sama siapa? Deden Kak, let's go. Kita lihat bersama-sama, inilah dia player of the match. It's Deden from Bogor. Clay, siapa yang paling mungkin bisa kamu bilang berjasa juga jadi pastikan player of the match gak mungkin dari Deden sendiri kan? Siapa yang nge-push kamu bisa sampai titik ini? Bisa sampai jadi player of the match pula? Siapa yang paling mungkin di in-game itu berjasa untuk Clay dan juga untuk tim?
Ya semuanya berjasa lah. Terutama Banana kan tadi dapat Lord kan.
Banana, gimana situasi saat kamu bisa ngedapetin Lordnya itu Banana?
Senang.
Senang ya? Dan banyak banget loh di luar sana yang bilang Banana di season ini terlihat sangat yakin dan terlihat kualitasnya naik jauh. Apa yang terjadi Banana sebelum season ini dimulai?
Banyakin latihan sama beli siomay bangsin lagi.
Beli siomay bangsin. Oke, Skylar sendiri sekarang Cloud-nya juga ditakutin nih sama semua orang. Skylar, melihat kamu kali ini harus berhadapan dengan mungkin Onyx, Royal Derby, bahkan Albert juga ada di Onyx. Apakah ada perasaan yang berbeda untuk melawan Onyx di season 12 ini Skylar?
Ya ngerasa berbeda lah karena kan gak ada Suns juga. Tapi ya gue pengen main ketemu Albert lah, kangen gue.
Kangen sama Albert? Ada pesan gak sih buat Albert, message buat Albert?
Ya buat Albert nanti kalau ketemu main lah. Nanti main bangsin sama Albert. Lawan.
Bangsin pengen lawan Albert dan juga Bangsin.
Ya, maksudnya Bangsin yang main lawan Albert.
Loh, kamu nyuruh Albert tapi gimana Skylar? Malah nyuruh.
Biar ada YSS sama Wan ya.
Biar seru gitu ya SS sama Wan. Oke, ini menarik banget ya kita nantikan. But Naomi, do you have anything to say to Kingdom especially or your fans around the world, internationally? Any words to say maybe about this match?
I'm just so excited, so happy, and I just want to say terima kasih banyak Kingdom.
Terima kasih banyak Kingdom, dia senang banget, excited banget. Any teams that you want to face in this MPL season 12?
No, because I'm so excited, I don't know what to say.
You don't know what to say? Any teams that you want to face after this? Clay, kepengen siapa lagi Clay? Udah ngehadapin 2 nih. Sebagai adakah tim yang kalian nantikan banget nih untuk bertemu?
Gak ada yang dinantiin sih, semua kita anggap sama lah, sama rata. Jadi gak ada yang dinantiin siapa mau lawan siapa.
Yang penting adalah kata-kata hari ini.
Gak ada.
Kata-kata hari ini dong Deden. Gak ditutup kalau Deden from Bogor belum ngomong nih. Kata-kata untuk hari ini, by Clay.
Gak ada kata-kata, adanya bukti nyata.
Mantap! Ini gak ada kata-kata yang penting bukti nyata. Dan bukti nyata ini akan langsung di breakdown oleh para caster yang bertugas. Thank you sekali lagi, tepuk tangan untuk tim RRQ. Let's go caster, break it down.
What an amazing end to the series here in the Royal Derby Leg 1 between RRQ and Onyx. Reverse sweep by RRQ against the Yellow Porcupines. Once again, MSC champions, Gani.
Once you hit rock bottom, the only way is up. All right, that's all I can say.
You call this rock bottom, bro?
I mean,
The shade.
Well, of course, losing.
It's a
2-1. Losing a match?
It could have been worse, bro. Come on.
That's so out of, uncharacteristic of Onyx.
Bro, why are you so salty, man?
It's not salty. It's just unconventional, unorthodox Onyx to lose a match. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, they
It's
lost
not textbook.
last season to RQ, so it isn't unorthodox for
True,
Onyx.
once. So, yeah, maybe.
Well, twice,
You know,
no, technically.
patterns, right? Patterns, kryptonite, maybe. But we can say, hands down, man, Deden from Bogor, Clay, any hero he's utilized, he's been able to be just so impactful. 100% KP shows you how active he was in these team fights. The way that he was able to use the Feather Airstrike to zone away the members of Onyx effectively. Like you mentioned, building full damage as well and not being able to be taken down once, despite, honestly, the dive coming in from Onyx.
And again, Farsa, Kadita, same talent emblem it seems like. This time it's on Assassin, and with your favorite talent here, Eterna Weapon Master.
He likes it late.
He likes it late, like a true Indonesian. Well, let's take a look at the highlights right here, my friends. Wow, what a game.
Sit
so
down, Rashi.
action-packed right here, but for Keyboy, he was just trying to make plays happen. It's just very fortunate, I will say it is, very fortunate for RRQ that they have tools available to thwart him. And I think that is something that teams need to have in store if they're going up against Keyboy. Some kind of dash denial, some kind of crowd control. The fact that Skylar was also playing a Brody, that was such a value pickup for them as well. Able to have one more extra layer of security before it all goes south. Of course, there's this insane steal from Banana. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Kyrie, uncharacteristically, does not get it. I think that's surprising to a lot of people, us included here at the desk. But what's more surprising is that the game was not over after that play. There's more and more fights coming in, and it's all off the back of RRQ. They're usually very impatient, but they just waited on their side of the map. Can you imagine that? Not even on the center area of the river to ensure that they can get the jump on Keyboy. Afterwards, with Amanda's advantage, with the main pickup tool not available, they just went in with the crowd control. Look at that. If you're the main target, you're not moving until you get taken out. We already talked about Clay and his damage. That's late game. No way you survive if you're being stunned for more than 3 seconds. RRQ just made use of everything at their disposal to just barely take the win.
Look at the way that they celebrated, though. That's so sweet. Very, very sweet. But talking about Kyrie's retribution, he's even mentioned in an interview. He said, oh, somebody was like, oh, I think Mara was like, Kyrie, your Lancelot is so good. Blah blah blah. And then he's like, yeah, I'm good mechanic, but cannot retry. That's what he said.
That sounds like sarcasm, Eterna.
He said that. He literally said that. Because people were saying that he's like the best jungler in the world, but he's like, no, I'm still nothing compared to Carl TZ.
So he's not humble. He is actually not as good as Carl TZ.
I guess that's what he's saying.
Is what he's saying. Cool.
Yeah, he said that. Not me.
Carl TZ has 2 M series, so
yeah.
Well, maybe he can get overtaken by Kyrie. We'll have to see. The keys to success, though, for this match is gonna be Banana with the high mobility gameplay that allows RRQ to just do what they do best and just go, what we call barbar, just full barbaric all the way to the back, and just dealing with all the problems that Onyx were throwing at them in game number 1.
Maybe not let Paquito go then.
Yeah.
Paquito 100%.
100%.
And Kufra 100% in the series,
What's
right?
up with that?
Wait, Kufra 100%?
Yes.
Keyboy,
Keyboy,
Game
Naomi.
1, Keyboy, and Naomi.
Oh, in this series.
In this
Keyboy,
series.
Naomi, Keyboy, Naomi. Does that
Best of
confuse
7.
you?
What?
Well, anyhow, that was such a great match, such a great conclusion to the longest
course you
day
say that.
of the week.
So far, the only team who has not dropped a game is Bigatron.
Is BTR.
Oh, wait.
Don't forget
Yeah,
Dewa.
Bigatron, right? Dewa lost the game.
Wasn't there a 2-1 for Bigatron?
Was there?
Oh.
2-0 Alter Ego? Oh, yeah. 2-1 Geek. So
Well-
it's 2-1s all around. And with
What's
that, what's going on there? Would I declare a monster?
Halo, nama aku Bella. Bella. Hai Bella, kalau di sini? Nama aku Catherine. Catherine, hai Catherine. Dan keduanya ini super fans dan mereka benar-benar ngefans, Lucky fans juga datang lebih awal untuk bisa bertemu dengan idola mereka. Idolain siapa sih? Kalau aku sih Onyx Keyboy. Keyboy? Oh lala, kalau dia Keyboy kamu? Aku RRQ Bangsin. RRQ Bangsin, jadi keduanya punya berbeda tentunya. Kalau kamu bisa ketemu sama idolamu, kamu mau ngapain? Pengen ngajakin foto sama pengen salaman. Ngajakin foto dan salaman, simple sekali ya. Kalau kamu? Mau minta tanda tangan. Minta tanda tangan dan kalian juga bakal dapat jersey dari mereka. Jadi yuk kita bakal langsung aja ke tempatnya RRQ dan juga Onyx. Let's go! Yes, Catherine, saatnya sekarang kita masuk ke kandang sang raja dari segala raja. Catherine, panggil orangnya dong. Bangsin. Bangsin, halo kapan, Catherine? Dari season 5. Dari season 5. 5. Bang Sin ingat waktu itu kamu jadi apa?
Jadi hyper carry.
Jadi jungler idaman semua warga ya. Catherine mau sebelahnya Bang Sin nggak sih? Boleh langsung sana, permisi ya, maaf ya. Oke. Catherine, mau apa sih, kamu mau nyampein sesuatu ke Bang Sin nggak sih?
Mau nanya, gimana Bang Sin jualan somanya?
Alhamdulillah laku keras.
Aku keras.
Rasanya balik pro skin season 12.
Perasaan senang, cuman ya harus banyak belajar dulu.
Udah siap belum lawan Onyx?
Waduh, siap dong.
Nggak one main Bang Sin? One main.
Gak tahu nih gua.
Kapan nih kira-kira kapan? Ini seru banget. Ada lagi yang mau kamu sampaikan? Udah, Bang Sin ingin menyampaikan sesuatu kah?
Enggak sih, gue cuma mau kasih kasih jersey ke super fans.
Mantap, mana dong jersinya? Ini jersey khusus. Mana? Mau sulap nih ya? Mau sulap?
Ini jersey dari anak-anak nih, udah beserta tanda tangannya. Mohon diterima ya.
Makasih Bang Sin.
Oke, kamu mendapatkan jersey khusus langsung dari Bang Sin dan juga udah ada tanda tangannya. Mana nih tanda tangannya? Boleh dikasih ya? Ada lagi yang mau kamu inginkan? Foto bareng atau? Oke, selagi dia foto bareng, Catherine ditinggal dulu ya, mau foto-foto, mau bikin video, boleh. Ini adalah Lucky Fans dan ini adalah tempatnya RRQ. Tapi kita akan langsung ke ruangan sebelah untuk ke Onyx. Let's go. Oke, jadi Bella siap masuk ke ruangan Onyx? Siap. Kita bakal langsung cari keyboy-nya ya. Onyx, hai. Oh lala, udah pada berkumpul di sini pastinya. Di sini Bude membawa Lucky Fans, beruntung dia udah berjam-jam nungguin kalian sebelum match dimulai. Dan di sini dia pengen ketemu sama kalian, terutama sama Keyboy. Keyboy, yuk sini dulu dong, sini dulu. Sini ya. Keyboy, mana nih Keyboy? Ini walaupun rambutnya begini kamu tetap suka? Suka?
Kan suka sama skillnya sama semuanya. Nggak tergantung rambut.
Nggak tergantung rambut. Keyboy sini dong. Kenapa? Kamu dimarahin Anya kalau ada fans cewek? Hah? Dimarahin?
Enggak lah.
Tapi gimana sih kalau mungkin kan, aduh Keyboy ini pria yang populer ya. Fansnya banyak, mainnya jago. Ceweknya gimana? Aman aja. Oh ceweknya banyak. Aduh. Tapi kamu kok bisa sih awal mula ngefans sama Keyboy dari mana sih?
Dari nonton, kan MPL tuh aku tontonin tuh pertama satu orang-orangnya ya. Terus aku lihat Keyboy terus kayak tertarik sama skillnya. Terus kayak narik semuanya. Gak cuma Keyboynya juga sama timnya juga. Tapi kayak ngeliatin dia main itu selalu dinanti-nanti setiap matchnya.
Selalu dinantikan dan mempesona. Kok bisa sih kamu mempesona kayak gitu Boy? Apa rahasiamu Boy? Gitu ya. Gimana? Kalau dulu kan rambutnya warna-warni panjang, sekarang botak. Nilainya gimana? Semakin suka atau gimana?
Kalau pribadi ya sukanya kalau warna-warni sih. Kan lebih ya.
Bercahaya. Kalau Anya suka yang botak apa warna-warni? Nanti kita tanya Anya ya. Oke, karena ini kamu udah fansmu datang jauh-jauh di sini. Kamu ada mau kasih sesuatu kah buat fansmu? Apa itu? Jersey. Bude tahu, lalu? bersama. Foto berdua dong. Hard. Dan ini gimana kamu bisa ngedapetin langsung dari Keyboy?
Seneng banget, nggak nyangka.
Kepengen apa lagi dari Keyboy? Ini adalah kesempatanmu untuk mau ngapain Keyboy atau mau di Onyx mau apa?
Pengen foto sama salaman.
Foto dan salaman boleh dong. Anya nggak marah dong. Aman? Anya permisi ya. Oke, Nih dan dia akan foto-foto juga. Thank you banget Onyx, silahkan berfoto-foto Ria. Dan kalau kalian kepengen seberuntung, kalian bisa langsung aja beli tiketnya di Blibli dan datang lebih awal biar bisa ketemu dengan idola kalian. So, see you, Caster.
Such lucky fans to get free jerseys from their
I want
idols.
one.
They got a jersey from Keyboy, they got a jersey from Sin. I'm a fan of Bang Sin and Keyboy too.
Yeah, where's
I
our
want a
jerseys?
jersey.
I want a signed jersey.
RQ.
I want a signed black jersey
Come
and a black
on.
marker.
I used my bless today, okay?
Nice.
2-1 RQ, and I was right. Come on, jersey.
Standings.
We all want it. But of course, let's focus back onto the standings, ladies and gentlemen. Day 3 of week number 1. Oh man, really? Bigatron Alpha 2-0 match rate here. Not dropping a single match, and that puts them number 1 on the standings presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Why is RQ number 2? That's so unjust.
It's because alphabetical.
Alphabet?
Yeah,
Man.
it's exactly the same, 80%, 80%.
It's an
plus
alphabet
3.
gap?
Alphabet gap.
Man.
Bigatron AB, right?
They're lucky. Wait, so should it be like, no, I should win. It's Supertron Alpha. It should be below, bro. What? Come on. Well, these are the standings for now.
Can you
They are
not
united.
complain? All right.
All right, I'll be grateful.
Can we stop and be grateful and just absorb? All right. It's not a great day to be an Aura fan right now. Not winning a single match whatsoever so far. And if we take a look at tomorrow's schedule there you go. We'll know who's 1 and who's 2, depending on how Onyx and Geek's match does go, and RRQ and Rebellion.
Oof.
The decider of the
Fun.
first place on standings.
Remember back then, I mean, Rebellion had the title of the Kingslayers or something of that
2
nature.
seasons ago. 2 seasons ago.
Those
I'm
Giant
just
Slayers.
saying, the Giant Slayers. Well, they might reclaim the title. I'm just saying, it's possible.
Rebellion? All right, they
Anything
have
is
some
possible,
time.
bro.
They have some time to repair, but if
True.
they still played as hasty as they did, I don't know. RQ is looking quite on form. What do you think, Hirgani?
I couldn't agree with you more.
I love your opinion today. Very insightful. I learned so much from Gani every time we cast together.
Goni's like a teacher.
Yeah, he is. He is. He just needs glasses, I guess. But ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of today. We'll see you tomorrow. Me, Eterna, Arash, and Gani. We'll see you later. MPL ID Season 12. We
On this!
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan